our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Welcome back to Nashville as we count down to kickoff. The Hawks and the Wildcats playing in the Music City Bowl. Welcome to the Big Ten today. It's a busy day in the conference with the college football semifinals. Number 2, Michigan will square off against number 3 TCU in the Fiesta Bowl, and Ohio State, number 4, will take on number 1 ranked Georgia Bulldogs in the Chick-fil-A Bowl in Atlanta. The winners on to the national championship game. On Monday, the Rose Bowl has Penn State against Utah. The ReliaQuest Bowl in Tampa. Illinois will face number 22 Mississippi State, and Purdue will square off against number 17 LSU in the Cheez-It Bowl in Orlando. So far, so good for Big Ten teams in bowl play, 3-0, as Wisconsin took care of Oklahoma State 24-17 in the Guaranteed Rate Bowl in Phoenix, as the Badgers finish 7-6. Minnesota held on to defeat Syracuse 28-20 in the Pinstripe Bowl. The Gophers finished 9-4, and Maryland took care of North Carolina State in the Duke Mayo Bowl in Charlotte 16-12. The Terrapins finished 8-5. Hawk fans cheer for those Mershman Seeds quarterback sacks by the Black and Gold during today's game. A $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital will be made for every Hawkeye sack by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. We'll wrap up the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day show after this timeout. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com.
This is the Authentic Brand Hawkeye Game Day Show, the official outfitter of our game day crew in Learfield. Shop Hawkeye gear today. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
At Oak Knoll, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakknoll.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
What's better than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankyyourbread.com. Loan subject credit approval and analysis.
Music City Bowl in Nashville, the home of cotton candy. And my, how that Hawkeye defense has been sticky-fingered this year, forcing 13 interceptions and 8 fumble recoveries. 21 turnovers in all. The Hawks have scored 54 points off those miscues. Iowa's forced 2 or more turnovers in 7 games, and hopefully we see that number at least today. Like Iowa, Kentucky will be brand new at the quarterback position and at tailback. Will Levis, the former Penn Stater, has opted out to prepare for the National Football League. He could very well be the first quarterback taken off the draft board in April. And Chris Rodriguez, third all-time leading rusher in Kentucky history with 3,650 yards and 32 touchdowns. He, too, has opted out to prepare for the pros. So they're brand new at quarterback and tailback. All right, defensive coordinator Phil Parker, how do you game plan for those 2 positions when you have little or no videotape?
Well, I think, they have a base philosophy of what they want to do. You got to go back and look what the kid did, and, the quarterback that might be starting it a little bit is from high school and see what he did in high school and kind of have a little bit of idea. But, football is very fundamental. You got to be structurally player-based defense and understand how to line up to it and leverage the ball. I mean, it's not going to be any more complicated than that. Obviously, it's going to take a while to fill out the new guy that's calling the plays, and because he's, obviously he's not on tape doing it right now, and there's no film on it. But, it's a challenge, but I think our guys are up for it, and we've got to do multiple adjustments, from maybe a couple years back when they were running their offense to what they're running now, so I think our guys, we got a good plan, and we'll see how it goes.
They're certainly not going to change. Mark's not going to change his offensive philosophy, and you're certainly not going to change your defensive philosophy, so it's just different personnel sets.
Yeah, that's all it is. You know the personnel in the game, and they only can get in so many different types of formations. I'm sure that, in these bowl games, one thing you always got to do, you got to have great eye discipline, and you got to look for, everybody has a lot of time, so they like to put in some trick plays. So you have to be alert for those things that, might cost you a big play or something like that. But if you don't give up a big play, you got a chance. And I'm sure Mark is he's trying to figure out what they want to do on offense too. But I think it's going to be a good game, and I think it's going to be 2 well-coached teams out there.
What struck you about this edition of Phil Parker's defense this year? I think it helped. You don't realize it until you count them up. There's like 7 or 8 seniors. Let's start there. That's a big advantage.
I think it all starts with the guys that we have here. They've all been in the system for a while, and obviously Jack is the one getting a lot of publicity and stuff. But I think all the guys up front, the front 7 guys, really do a good job. And having Riley back at the corner really helps. And Quinn Schulte is a starter, and we had we got Xavier. He's getting a lot of good reps here, and Cooper, he plays like a veteran, and so we've been very blessed of how close-knit they are and understanding the game of football. I think they're really into it. Really got a lot of good practices.
The Iowa defense scored 5 touchdowns this season. That's number 1 in the Big Ten and number 2 in the NCAA. Offensive coordinator Brian Ferentz hopes that new starting quarterback Joe Labus is on schedule and on plan and moving the offense with no turnovers. What attracted the Hawkeye coaching staff to Labus in the recruiting process?
Was his multi-sport background. He was a guy that grew up playing, kind of year-round playing sports, maybe not a specialist in the quarterback sense, but just a really good athlete and a competitor. And he's demonstrated that since he's been on campus. This month's been really good for him because I think a deadline certainly puts a sense of urgency into anybody, right? And knowing that you're going to start your first college football game in about 30 days as of, whatever day that was after the Nebraska game when Alex moved on, really kind of lit a fire under him. And I've seen a ton of growth, a ton of improvement, and a ton of maturation just in the last 20-plus days, which is exciting. And some of those physical talents and skills that we knew were there, starting to see him be able to apply those on the football field, which is encouraging. It's why you coach.
And it's certainly important that you put good pieces around them, and you have those. Let's start with the tight ends, who figure prominently in any game plan this year, but especially when you have guys named Laporta and Lachey.
I'd start with Luke, just because, he's younger and he's going to be with us in the future. What a good football player. And he was another guy that we felt really strongly about in the recruiting process. He was 210 pounds when we started recruiting him. Maybe all the physical development wasn't there yet, but boy, it was hard to ignore his frame, his athletic ability, and then just the type of kid he was. He's been raised by two really good parents and in a big family. Certainly his father has had a lot of success as a football player. That doesn't really mean anything, but it's hard to ignore the bloodlines. And watching him compete in multiple sports, he was another guy. The first time I saw him, he was out there running high hurdles in the spring. And then I watched him go in the weight room and lift afterwards. Definitely was more impressive running the high hurdles than he was in the squat rack at the time. But it was very easy to see what he was going to develop into. And then he's exceeded our expectations. He's come in and he's done everything we've asked him to do. And he's really grown at an exponential rate. And quite frankly, certainly at the end of the season, no one's happy. Everybody's unhappy, especially on offense, right? I don't get the ball enough. If there was one person on the offense that had a legitimate complaint that they didn't get the ball enough, it would be Luke Lachey. And he didn't bring those complaints to me because, that's not how he operates. You watch him practice, you watch him play. He's a team guy. He is genuinely excited for others' success. But when his number is called, you can expect really good things to happen. And part of that is the next guy, Sam. The leadership that Sam's provided, if you want to know how to practice, if you want to know how to play, just spend time around Sam Laporta. It's really simple. I think that's a huge part of Luke's development. That's a credit to Sam. I was telling somebody this yesterday. I don't think this is an exaggeration. I thought long and hard about what I'm about to say. I think Sam Laporta is the best football player I've ever coached. And I've been around some pretty good football players. And it's hard to compare. It's kind of like picking your favorite kid. But the reality is that every parent has a favorite kid. I do. I love all my kids equally, but they're not all my favorite. And Sam is the favorite player I've ever coached because of how he operates, how he practices, how he competes, how he plays. Everything he does is good. And if you threw him a pair of ice skates, I think he could probably be an NHL hockey player. I saw him play basketball. The NBA probably wasn't his future. Height was going to be a limiting factor. But I'll tell you one thing that was impressive watching him in high school. I remember going down to South Central Illinois, basically the East St. Louis area, and he was from a small town, Highland, and seeing them play another small town in a gym, and it was like being at a high school game in small town Iowa. The thing that was stark was when you watched him, when he was on the floor, they were a good basketball team. When he wasn't on the floor, they were average at best. And it wasn't about the points he was scoring, the rebounds he was making, or the assists that he was creating. It was him as a person, as a competitor, as a player. He raised the level of everybody around him. And I've seen him do that for 4 years here. I'm going to miss him. I'm really going to miss him.
That's a great endorsement. You're attacking a 3-4 defense in this game. I go back to last year's Citrus Bowl. Hawks averaged 6 yards a carry. LaShawn is back in the game today. You've got Caleb Johnson, who's had a tremendous breakout freshman year. So running the football is probably at the top of your pecking order.
Yeah, I think, any game for us is going to start with establishing the run. And if we're going to have success as a football team, we need to be able to control the ball. And I felt like we were able to do that at times last year against these guys. But what killed us last year was the turnovers. We threw 2 interceptions in the game. One gave them a short field, and I'm pretty sure resulted in a field goal. The other one ended the game. Certainly lost the possession that we would have had a chance to go in there and at worst take the game to overtime. So, we're going to have to be able to run the football. We're going to try like heck to establish it early. I feel really good about our backs that you mentioned. I think both guys have played very well this year. LaShawn, unfortunately, has dealt with some injuries and a really tragic situation in his personal life. And Caleb's emerged. Caleb's been a guy that has continued to get a bigger role as the season went on. I'm so excited to see both of them run the football today. But there's no question we got to try to get that thing going early.
Candid conversations with both coordinators, Phil Parker and, of course, Brian Ferentz. Thanks for their time here on our Hawkeye pregame coverage, sponsored by Authentic Brand. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. We're at the Music City Bowl in Nashville. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. More ahead. We're about an hour away from kickoff. Iowa, Kentucky, and Nashville at the Music City Bowl in Music City. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
We'd like to think the Machine Shed represents the best of the Midwest, the celebration of American comfort food, the heart of America. From scratch cooking in our homemade soups, for example, our pies, our Big Apple dumplings, or stuffed Iowa pork chops. In an era of easier cooking, we're always trying to figure out how to make it even better. All the best of the Midwest. That's what the Machine Shed's all about.
The Iowa Machine Shed, I-80 and Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Honey, great news. I'm a VIP.
That's sweet. Don't forget the trash.
In life, not everyone recognizes you as the VIP you are, but the Iowa Lottery does.
We got a medium chai latte for VIP. VIP.
Join our VIP club by signing up at ialottery.com/VIP for exclusive Play It Again promotions, surprise contests, and even free plays. See how it works at ialottery.com/VIP because everyone is a very important player.
Woohoo!
Tournament Club of Iowa, designed by golf legend Arnold Palmer. TCI is his only signature course in the state. TCI is a public course that offers a challenging yet enticing experience for golfers of all levels and is now managed by Kaler Golf. Cap off your round with breathtaking views and a delicious meal at the Copper Oak Restaurant. Looking for a unique setting for your wedding, party, or outing? Look no further than TCI. Visit tcofiowa.com to book your tee time today.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
American Equity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
Hawkeye football is brought to you by Wiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. Mid-American Energy. Save energy, save money. Visit midamericanenergy.com for energy saving tips. Shields, right there with you. And by Bud & Mary's, medical cannabis farmed and formulated in Iowa. Here we go! Now live, this is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle pregame show.
Hey, we're having a good time here at the Trans Perfect I keep wanting to say transparency, but we're transparent. We're at the Trans-Perfect Music City Bowl, and we thank you for joining us here this morning on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Gary Dolphin with the former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak and Iowa Athletic Director Gary Barta. This never gets old, does it? Especially when you're coming to a city, a great city like this for the first time.
Well, first of all, Happy New Year to you and to Hawkeye fans. And it doesn't get old for me, and it doesn't get old for Hawkeye fans. We were downtown, the huddle, you were there. We had a few events, and everywhere you went on Broadway, it was black and gold and Go Hawks. I think the Hawkeye fans took over the city.
They certainly have Kentucky outnumbered. Now, I'm sure Kentucky's a lot closer drive. Maybe they came in this morning, but Iowa has got a lot to be proud of. Most notably, it's football, but also its fans. And back to the players, Jack Campbell, he had no intention of opting out. He said, opt out? I'm going to play my last game as a Hawkeye. I'm going to be with my teammates, my brothers. Riley Moss is an All-American cornerback, new quarterback, fairly new running backs. So there's storylines all over the field, but the bottom line is they're now in between the lines warming up in about an hour. None of that will matter other than play hard.
Well, obviously, we know a lot about our opponent because we played last year. It was a great game and came down to the end. But, you brought something up that has really become unique in college football, and that's for guys not opting out for whatever reason, to NFL or to maybe transfer and for, Sam and Jack and Riley and all the guys. And I don't know if you caught this yesterday in Kirk's press conference, but he became a little emotional when we talked about the fact that Jack specifically said to the reporters, I came back to play with my teammates, and I came back because Kirk Ferentz gave me the opportunity to play at Iowa. And he can't wait to play one more game in the black and gold.
That's beautiful. And that is so Jack Campbell.
Yeah, it is, and it's Sam and it's Riley, and
Indeed.
it's really a special place. And there's a lot of former players that came back and were part of the huddle last night. I saw Jordan Canzeri, and I know there were a lot of others here.
Yeah, Anthony Dean. I mean, it was a great scene in downtown Nashville, Music City. You mentioned NIL and the transfer portal. You came out with a 2-page letter this week. The big picture is, I won't get into the particulars. It's been beaten to death almost, but bottom line is you, the university, want to work with the Swarm Collective and get it done the right way.
Absolutely. And you kind of hinted on something. There is so much change right now in college athletics. There's the transfer portal. There's name, image, and likeness. We've got 2 new teams coming into the Big Ten. So as long as those changes occur, we're going to continue to change with it. And we're going to continue to make sure the Hawkeyes do it right. But, yeah, as it comes to the Swarm, we have been and will continue to support. We want our fans. Our fans are awesome. So buy season tickets, give to the Swarm, give to the iClub, give to our facilities, as Hawkeyes have for so long. Because what we want to do, we all want the same thing. Let's have a great program. Let's have great teams and support our student athletes.
Still a work in progress. And by the way, Ed was wondering when his first NIL stipend. Now he graduated in '69, but is there still a chance that we might be able to?
Well, I said 2 things. First of all, Ed, we're not going to pay interest on what you might have earned back then because the cumulative effect, we'd go broke. But I think, Ed, you'd have been the perfect name, image, and likeness. Your brand still is, but would have been back then pretty powerful.
Well, the 4-H clubs would have been behind me. I can tell you that.
Who wouldn't want him as your spokesman, right?
Absolutely.
Hey, Happy New Year, Gary.
Yeah, same to you.
And thanks
Go
for your
Hawks.
time all year long. This has been a lot of fun as usual.
I always enjoy it, and to your point, it never gets old, and we never should take for granted these young men and our coaches bringing us to these bowl games year in and year out.
Gary Barta, Hawkeye Athletic Director, we appreciate his time each and every week. He's part of the Iowa Corn Cy-Hawk Series. It's all about celebrating our student athletes as well as our state's corn farmers. Just like the Hawks work hard all year to get ready for the season, so do Iowa's corn farmers, growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. This commercial read for Iowa Corn is so perfect. You talking about the 4-H clubs would have been behind you. They sure would have. And hi to all the 4-Hers out there this morning. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Every year corn growers have a choice to make, and that choice is like a stake in the ground. One that says staying independent, staying family owned means something on your farm. So plant your independence, plant Wiffles. Coming up next is our special moment. We're going to go back 100 years for our Hawkeye historical stop. Join us in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
Even the simplest act can set a chain of good in motion, like choosing Delta Dental of Iowa for your dental and vision insurance, because we invest in your community. So whether you get your plan at work or purchase it through us, you make a difference for others. Visit sharinghealthysmiles.com and choose Delta Dental for your smile, for your health, and for your community.
Born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brands premium sportswear is crafted with attention to detail and uncompromising quality. Inspired by the Midwestern work ethic and with you in mind, Authentic Brand apparel and accessories will make you look, feel, and perform your best. Whether you work in the trades or in the office, Authentic Brand's range of models serves the everyday demands of small businesses and corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best. Discover the authentic difference and insist on the Authentic Brand label.
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
Welcome back to the Trans-Perfect Music City Bowl in Nashville, home of the Tennessee Titans. The Nissan Stadium, of course. And should they win next week in their final game with Jacksonville, Tennessee, featuring Amani Hooker and Greg Maben and others, would host a first-round wildcard game. More on that as the day wears on. Right now, it's time to step back in time with our Hawkeye historical winning moment, courtesy of Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge, a luxury hotel and spa, 5 restaurants, and more, just minutes south of Iowa City. Today's Hawkeye historical moment happened 100 years ago. Iowa star, cashback, and corner, all Big Tenor Cooper DeJean is a throwback. So was Gordon Locke, who played primarily fullback during his Iowa career, but also played cornerback as well. And while at fullback, Locke and quarterback Aubrey Devine each scored 2 touchdowns in Iowa's win over powerful Minnesota in 1920. That was 28-7. It was Iowa's 3rd straight win over the Gophers. First time Minnesota had ever lost 3 straight to a single opponent. In 1921, Iowa squared off against Newt Rockne and Notre Dame. The Irish had not lost since 1918, reeling off 20 consecutive wins. Locke powered into the end zone on 4th down and short. Couple that with Devine's field goal, and the Hawkeyes pulled off the shocker, 10-7, the upset over Notre Dame and Newt Rockne. Locke was a consensus first-team All-Big Ten and first-team All-American selection in 1921. But then came 1922. Locke returned to the defending Big Ten champs. Gone were Aubrey Devine, brother Glenn, Duke Slater, and Lester Belding. But led by Locke, Iowa handed Purdue its largest defeat in history, 56-0. Whipped Minnesota for a 5th consecutive time. And in the Hawkeyes' first ever meeting with Ohio State, Gordon Locke rushed for 126 yards, returned 3 kickoffs for 91, scored both touchdowns in an Iowa 12-9 victory. Sounds like Ed Podolak's stat line. In his final collegiate game, Locke scored 4 touchdowns as Iowa whipped Northwestern 37-3. The Hawks clinched the Big Ten title again. The only time in school history Iowa has won back-to-back conference championships. Locke totaled 96 points in 1922. That's conference record stood for 21 years. Gordon Locke was a consensus All-American in 1922, and in his 3 years with the Hawkeyes, Iowa was 19-2, including 17 consecutive victories and a pair of national championships. The Iowa Law School grad practiced in Cleveland and Washington. He was an assistant coach at Iowa and head coach at Western Reserve in Cleveland. Gordon Locke died in 1969 at age 71. What a legacy. Like Brendan Sheriff, the pride of Denison, Gordon Locke, the subject of today's Hawkeye historical winning moment.
That was very good, Gary. I mean, that is tremendous history there.
I'm quoting Jim Zabel, who was there that day and watched that game. No,
you know,
I'm just kidding.
And back then, it was probably single wing, so he was probably the fullback in a single wing type offense.
And they played both ways all the time.
Yeah.
All the great players, Duke Slater, pick one. But I thought of Cooper DeJean. He would have looked in 1922 like he does today. Yeah. All over the field, could play any position. That's our Hawkeye historical winning moment. Thank you, Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, for sponsoring our Hawkeye history each and every game week. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When it comes to selecting your corn partner, you've got a choice to make. At Wiffles Hybrids, we've made a choice too. A choice to remain independent, a choice to remain farm family owned, a choice to stay American. So when it's time for you to make your choice, make a statement. Plant your independence. Plant Wiffles Hybrids. Up next, we'll hear from Kentucky coach Mark Stoops, the former Hawkeye, joins us on the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours, the one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, why not start with therapy first? Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. Handling all of your exterior needs from roofing, siding, windows, and gutters, they've got you covered. Providing free damage inspections and help filing insurance claims. Call 319-343-6376.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com. Member FDIC.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
We're in Nashville for the Music City Bowl. The Hawkeyes and the Kentucky Wildcats coming up shortly. The most famous street in this beautiful city in Tennessee, that would be up the street at Broadway. That's where all the neon lights, the live music, the honky-tonk highway sits. Nashville's most famous street, Broadway. Kentucky head coach Mark Stoops is very familiar with the streets in Iowa City. He lettered at Iowa from 1987 through 89 under Hayden Fry, was a graduate assistant in 1990 when the Hawkeyes won the Big Ten and played in the Rose Bowl. If ever they would film a movie version of Groundhog Day about college football, this would be it. If you had to play back-to-back bowl games against the same opponent, why not your alma mater? Coach Stoops would be good with that.
You know, as I mentioned last year, I thought it was definitely just a different feeling, you know, being competing against Iowa, and it was a long time for me at that point. Now, it's like old hat, like you say, back-to-back years. But, you know, my affinity for the Hawks, I have great respect for the Hawkeyes, for Coach Ferentz, and the way the team plays. So it's good and bad. It's fun in certain ways. I actually ran into an old friend last night, you know, Kevin Four, you know, K4, you know, I ran into K4, and it was fun catching up with him. And But, you know, ultimately, we both want to go win the game. And both teams are going to play extremely hard. It'll be another close game, I would imagine, like it was last year. And just looking forward to the challenge.
The big picture, Mark, is such crazy times in college football with NIL and transfer portal and opt-out. And it's anymore, if you have a stable roster, that's a plus.
Without a doubt. It's... you know, it's changing. You know, it's much different right now this year than it was last year when we played you. It's just the world is changing. And, you know, the college football is definitely in a different period right now. We're all trying to navigate it as best we can.
Still two really good defenses in this game today. Tell me about your cornerback, number one. He's solid.
Yeah, we got, you know, Keydron's a good football player, and you know, I think you know, our both defenses play very well. You know, both very well coached, put our players in a position to be successful. And the biggest thing is I think, you know, you have great respect for these type of defenses because they strain. You know, guys play hard and play with great effort, and it starts there. And obviously, fundamentally, you know, both teams do a very good job.
I don't know that I've ever been around a game where two brand new quarterbacks starting for each side. So it's going to be an adventure at the start anyway. I
think it really will be. I think both of us may be playing guys that hadn't taken a snap of college football. So we'll see where it goes. Those defenses better step up. But, you know, I think both of us will emphasize that people need to play well around them. You know, it's just not on any one player. You know, for us, you know, offensively, you know, we have to play very good. The guys that have played, and they do have the experience. They better step up.
Chris Rodriguez is opted out. Tell us about your running game, the kids you're going to put in there today.
Yeah, I mean, Jatan McLean has a lot of experience. He's played a lot, and, you know, so he'll get the bulk of the carries along with Lavelle. So we got some guys that have played. You know, they're on tape, and you know, they're good football players, but we'll miss Chris for sure.
In the end, Coach, all three Stoops brothers, what was the one endearing component about Iowa that attracted not one, not two, but three Stoops brothers?
Definitely the people. You know, the culture that was established so many years ago with Hayden Fry, and what year was that, by the way?
79.
Okay, 79. How about that? So big, so Bob was there, day one, and the culture that he established really in 79, and Bob, took to it so well, and then Mike went there, and by the time I came around, I had probably more opportunities to go to different colleges than they did, because of the success that Bob and Mike had. But for me, it was a no-brainer because of the people, and and then to go and have Coach Ferentz, stay so long, and obviously do it his way, but still the respect is for that same culture with Hayden Fry and Kirk Ferentz, and just the way the class that the program handles itself with for so many years. To have two coaches, it just says a lot about Iowa. It says a lot about the people. And sure, everybody wants more and wants to do better and win games, but that's every coach in the country has a game here, a game there that you'd like to have over. People say to me half the time, "Hey, would you like to have that call back or that game?" Heck yeah, darn right I would. So but Coach has done such a great job, and the people of Iowa, I just love them, and it's a special place.
Mark Stoops said when his late father Ron was buried in 1988, one of his Iowa game jerseys was in the casket with him. As for the other Stoops brothers, Bob is the head coach with the Dallas franchise in the XFL, and brother Mike serves on Mark's staff presently at Kentucky. The Wildcats have won 4 straight bowl games. Hopefully that streak ends today, as much as we like Coach Mark Stoops. Senex is proud to celebrate University of Iowa football. Fuel your fandom with your favorite snacks from your local Senex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally. And Hawk fans, experience your home away from home at Coralville's finest all-suite hotels. That would be the Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. Each offer guests spacious suites, complimentary breakfast, 24-hour fitness center, a pool, hot tub, guest laundry, and convenient locations. Ed Podolak, Bobby Hansen, and yours truly always stay at the Homewood Suites when we're in town. Let their warm and friendly staff take care of you and your family when you visit Hawkeye Country. Happy New Year from Homewood Suites and Home 2 Suites by Hilton. The University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update is right around the corner. You're listening to the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle from the Music City Bowl. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I am an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
From sponsoring cultural events to partnering on community projects, creating youth programs to supporting first responders. At MidAmerican Energy, caring about our community goes beyond keeping the lights on. It's about being obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
We believe banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Rob Brooks on the Iowa sideline as we get set for the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update with Dr. Brian Wolf. And Brian, we always talk about it this time of the year. Obviously, players play through a lot during a regular season, want to play in the bowl game, and then might have to have a repair done in January, and obviously try to get those done as soon as possible and get ready for either spring ball or summer workouts.
Yeah, we've got right now probably 3 or 4 guys that have been dealing with some nagging issues and are trying to play through it. So we have them lined up here when we get back. Yeah, a lot of it's coordinating. Sometimes they want to go home for a few days or they have some travel planned with their family, obviously. So we've been trying to coordinate a lot of that over the last 4 to 6 weeks during bowl prep. And we've even had a few guys that we dealt with things kind of during bowl prep, just trying to get a jump start and try to give them as much recovery time as we can.
Yeah, some aggressiveness toward repairs sometimes.
Yeah, our philosophy is, if it's something that we can make better and not worry about it next year or put the player in a better place to not have a recurrence or some other new issue, we're kind of in favor. Let's just take care of it and not worry about it.
Thanks for being here all year.
Thanks, Rob. It's been fun.
Dr. Brian Wolf, appreciate his insight all season long here on the Hawkeye Radio Network on the University of Iowa Sports Medicine Injury Update. And this is about as healthy as Iowa's been this year. You've got tight end Sam Laporta. Obviously, was injured at Minnesota. Did not play against Nebraska. Back today. Same for Madi Padabam. And Brody Brecht did miss some time this week. During bowl prep, has practiced a little bit, so we'll see if he's able to go today. Was out warming up before today's game, and obviously Spencer Petras with his shoulder injury sustained against Nebraska will not play today. Today's field conditions report brought to you by your Iowa Kubota dealers. Appreciate their sponsorship all season long. And this is, of course, Nissan Stadium on the banks of the Cumberland River. It has a natural grass field, a Bermuda sod. And with the climate here, obviously pretty nice today. High 50s, expected low 60s. But temperature can get down into the 30s. Quite a lot during the fall season, and so there's a lot of wear and tear on this grass field, and obviously the NFL's Tennessee Titans play their games here, as does Tennessee State, and usually in the month of November they resod between the numbers. And this, of course, is the 25th anniversary of the Music City Bowl and the bowl logo at midfield. We thank our Iowa Kubota dealers for their sponsorship of our field conditions report this season. To experience the power of Kubota, visit Cove Equipment in Moscow, Capital City Kubota in Des Moines, Raider Outdoor Power in Dubuque, Kunal Implement in DeWitt, LDI in Council Bluffs, NewTek INC in Hall, Morning Sun Farm Implement in Morning Sun, Whip Sales and Service in Clarinda, and Central Farm Store in Marshalltown. Also, Robinson Implement in Irwin. We certainly appreciate the Iowa Kubota dealers. Up next, Gary Dolphin and Hawkeye head coach Kirk Ferentz. This is the Wiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle, and this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month per line. Even just one line. Because the only way to make the greatest gift of all even greater is not having to add more lines than you need to get it. Visit us in-store or online to get one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data today. U.S. Cellular. Locally grown connection. Limited time offer. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Hawk fans, stop in and visit Hyatt Regency Coralville Hotel and Conference Center, located in the heart of Iowa River Landing. It's within walking distance to Extreme Arena, home of the Iowa Hawkeye volleyball team, as well as some great restaurants, shopping, and scenic walking trails along the Iowa River. Hyatt Regency Coralville is also the home of the Hawk Talk with Fran McCaffrey radio show. Come find your place at Hyatt Regency, where we care for people so they can be their best.
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
Hawk fans, are you looking to travel in style like the Iowa Hawkeyes? WinStar Lines provides luxury charter bus service, van service, and employee shuttles. We travel throughout the Midwest, providing ground transportation service to or from anywhere in the continental United States and Canada. With multiple locations throughout the Midwest, call WinStar Lines to transport your group. Our friendly, safe drivers will get you to your destination in style. Visit GoWinStar.com to book your travel plans today.
Getting closer to kickoff, the Music City Bowl featuring the Hawkeyes and the Kentucky Wildcats coming up shortly here from Nashville. Welcome back to the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. The Hawkeyes look to play a clean game today. Iowa ranks in the top 10 as one of the least penalized teams. Iowa hasn't been penalized for more than 50 yards in 8 of their 12 games. Shelter Insurance is for your home, auto, and life. Visit your local agent and find us on the web at shelterinsurance.com. We're your shield. We are your shelter. The Music City is Iowa's 35th bowl, 19 with Kirk Ferentz as head coach. It would be the 20th, but COVID canceled the event 2 years ago. Ferentz calls this game a reward for the players and fans, given all the hard work put in and the support given.
It's really great to be in Nashville. We were excited about the opportunity a couple of years ago and very excited this year as well. And, just really it's a credit to the players to do the work that's necessary to earn a bowl bid. And we're excited to be matched up against Kentucky again. It's kind of interesting from that standpoint. But it's been a great week for the guys, great experiences, and I think they've enjoyed every bit of it.
Yeah, Nashville's a great city, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. I haven't made it too far past the hotel, quite frankly, but I think the players have. They've had a chance to frequent it and get down and do it in a real reasonable way, but I think they've enjoyed it, and it's a big change up from Iowa City, or, for most of these guys, I don't think they've been here, so I think they're really excited about it.
Well, Coach, tell us about the quarterback, Joe Labus. What are his qualities, his strengths?
Well, Joe's done a good job, first of all, just, transitioning. And in his case, it is a transition. Sounds like our opponent might be doing the same thing, interestingly enough. And, both starters are out. I think the thing that makes our situation a little bit unique is our first and second guys are out. So, during the course of a regular season, your number 3 guy really doesn't get much work. Your number 4 guy gets no work. So both Joe and Carson have been playing catch-up all month long. And the first couple of weeks, I don't mind telling you, are a little bumpy. But, Joe's really done a good job the past 2 weeks. And Joe's a good athlete. I think, some of those tales came out over the past year when he was preparing against our defense. He's a pretty good athlete and throws the ball well. So for him, it's just it's really been, learning on the run. And we've tried to, work with him and assess what he can, reasonably handle. So he certainly brings a little different dynamic than Spencer or, going back to Nate Stanley, a little better on his feet that way. Those guys both were experienced quarterbacks, so a big difference there too. But I think it's going to be really, fun to watch him. He'll have some first game mistakes, no questions, first time he's played. But I'm eager to see him play, and, he may do a couple things that hurt us, procedural penalties, cadence stuff, things like that. But hopefully protects the ball well, and, I'm confident he'll make some plays too.
Kirk, this season was accentuated by the Hawkeye defense with the best linebacker in college football, Jack Campbell, and the Big Ten's top tight end, Sam Laporta. They'll both need to be prominent to help Joe Labus out today.
Really were. Sam's one of the best football players on our team, and just, tremendous young guy, as is Jack. Both those guys are just, top-notch players. We're definitely a more veteran team on the defensive side. You look at it, we had veteran leadership at all 3 levels, of the secondary linebackers and up front. And hopefully collectively we can play a really good game there defensively. That's going to be a key in this game is, trying to make them play, in an awkward position, play left-handed the whole game and see if we can't do that and maybe come up with some takeaways. And then offensively, we're going to have to be able to run the ball. I think that's certainly going to be a key. And they're a big group up front, so we're going to have to really work at that. Hopefully create some big plays there. And then right along with that, our top receiver is Sam, and Luke Lachey's really come on as well. So we got 2 really good tight ends, and we're going to have to make some plays in the passing game too, and those are 2 good guys to start with.
Kirk, Kentucky's in a very similar situation to the Hawkeyes, backup quarterback, a new tailback. Now, Sharon has played some, so at least you got a little tape on him at quarterback.
Yeah, he played against South Carolina, was in another game as well. So, that would be logical. You think that'd be the guy we're going to see. But, we're kind of thinking that they might play the true freshman who's from this area, from the Tennessee area. And we think he might be the guy we see also. So he's a pretty good runner. So I think there's a chance we'll see either of those guys. Bottom line is we really don't know what they're going to do or what they're going to look like. And, on the bigger front, that's something I tried to explain to our team a couple of weeks ago, is that, these are unprecedented times in college football. The portal, NIL, just leaving for the NFL early. More players are doing it now than ever. So you got all those factors going on. And, the bottom line is, first of all, I wouldn't want to be a bowl director anywhere because, the teams they select may look very different a month later. But, that's really what this game's going to be about. There are going to be some new players in there on both sides. I think that's kind of exciting, actually, and it's interesting. And I remember playing freshman football 100 years ago, and our freshman coach used to say, we'll scout them in the first half and, game plan them at halftime and beat them in the second half. So there's going to be some of that going on. We're not quite sure what they'll look like 100%, and they're probably thinking the same thing about us. And but the bottom line is you got 2 teams that have winning traditions. Mark's done a great job at Kentucky, and, 2 proud teams. So it's I think both of us are looking forward to this game.
You're going to see a 3-4 defense. They've got a tremendous cornerback and Kadron Smith. They'll bring him off the corner to get after Joe a time or 2, and they like to send those linebackers. They do.
So they are 3-4 front, and they were last year too, but they're even bigger now. They've got big guys up front. The one guy's about 380. They're boundary inside players, so they've got some big bodies. They've done a good job, in the SEC defensively this year, and it's a little bit like looking in the mirror a little bit. Both teams are probably a little more veteran on defense than offense, and the stats reflect that over the course of the season. So, we got our work cut out for us, and again, hopefully Joe can make some plays, and hopefully we can get the running game going. They're going to make it hard on us, but we've got to stay at it. And I think if you're persistent, you got a chance to break some out, and that would really help our cause here today.
Caleb Johnson has 3 100-yard rushing games this season and a 200-yard effort at Purdue, which featured a career-long 75-yard touchdown run. It'd be great to see him bust 1 or 2 of those today. Thanks to Coach Ferentz. This is the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. When you plant Wyffels, you're not just choosing superior seed corn. You're making a statement, one that says staying independent, staying family-owned means something on your farm. So make your choice. Plant your independence. Plant Wyffels. Ed Podolak is pulling into the club car wash with his keys to the game, keys to a Hawkeye victory over the University of Kentucky in today's Music City Bowl. That's next on the Hawkeye Radio Network. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
The best beers are the ones shared with friends. Gather yours and join the fun with Travel Leaders Destination Unlimited and their 23 Oktoberfest and Bohemian Adventure. Go on a trolley beer crawl in Prague, raft a river, climb a mountain, and celebrate in Munich's Oktoberfest. Learn more at duagency.com. It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
The holidays are for making memories, and Honda can help you make them. Whether it's hauling presents in a capable Ridgeline, going sledding in an adventurous Pilot, or traveling in a rugged Passport or CR-V. Make memories during Happy Honda Days. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer.
New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details.
After a cancer diagnosis, it's natural to want to start treatment right away. But first, get a second opinion from a team that specializes in your cancer. I'm Dr. George Weiner, Director of University of Iowa Holden Comprehensive Cancer Center. Before you start treatment, you deserve to be confident you have the right diagnosis and know every option available to you. So whether it's with us or somewhere else, get a second opinion. It can change your care and your life.
Reducing energy usage sounds good. Saving money sounds really good. Mid-American Energy helps you do both. Find tips, rebates, and programs for your home or business on our website. It's just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
This is the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wyffels Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
A criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Regardless of the circumstances, Carr Law Firm has trial experts that understand how much is on the line. Your priorities are our priorities, and we will fight for the solution that best fits your needs. Our experienced trial attorneys will aggressively defend your rights in court and do everything they can to protect your future by fighting for you. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
Iowa Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by Burger Shed, Grizzly, IMT Insurance, Tournament Club of Iowa, Machine Shed, Iowa Bankers Association, Wild Rose Casino, Dupaco Community Credit Union. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
The Trends Perfect Music City Bowl from Nashville starts in about 20-25 minutes or so. He's always perfect. Ed Podolak. His keys to the game are presented by Club Car Wash, the official car wash of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Club Car Wash with unlimited membership starting at just $20 a month. There's no better time to join the club. Visit clubcarwash.com and find a location nearest you. Well, with the opt-outs and the injuries, I know you didn't pull out your keys to the game from January 1st, so I'm anxious to hear what you got today.
Well, it starts with the quarterback. If you're, we're going to put any one position out front, it's Joe Lavis. And, you know, I noticed when they went to teamwork just before the game, he fumbled the first snap.
No.
Yeah, he did. And so what he's got to do is get over the butterflies as soon as possible. Take a good shot. That normally does it. You know, he's a good athlete. I expect him to extend plays, but, you know, he's the key to the game. And, you know, that adds into no turnovers, no penalties. You know, Coach said when you interviewed him, sometimes the snap cadence is different with quarterbacks, so he hopes that we don't jump offside, although he said, I expect us to. So anyway, that's another part of the keys to the game. As far as performance goes, we're going to have to run the ball, and that Kentucky has the same keys to their game, too. They want to run the balls, establish the run, and with both these teams are better when they do that. And then I saw a lot of Lachey and Laporta in the same offensive set while they were warming up today. So I expect to see two tight ends a lot this afternoon. And so let's hope that Joey can get it to him. Now, does that mean one more minute or one more key? See, I'm getting hand signals up here, ladies and gentlemen. And it is bowl time, and so we have special keys for the bowl game.
Well, Brian Ferentz told us yesterday in our visit, too, what about Joe Labus? And he said, I want, you know, Joe can get out on the edge and he can run, but I want him on plan, on schedule.
Well,
what's he mean?
Yeah, well, that means they want the ball out of his hands in about 2 seconds. Get back, set that back foot, and throw it on key, on time, and that is going to be the key to the passing game. It always is. And he's got two big tight ends to fire to that today.
Kentucky's defense, I mean, I remember last New Year's Day at the Citrus Bowl, that 3-4, those big old 330-pounders up front are going to plug things up. And those guys, those outside backers, they're outstanding cornerback, they're going to come. They're going to come with a blitz. Everybody else did this year. Why not on a brand-new quarterback?
Well, and they've got their eyes in the backfield. That's why you take those three big guys and knock down the offensive linemen so they can't get into the secondary. But Coach said that one of these guys is 380. He's listed at 332, you know, but, you know, we'll see. Of course.
Well, they have a 280. I don't know if they have a 380, but otherwise, if he's 380 and he's playing at all, he's pretty good. But their best player is cornerback Kedron Smith. He's a senior out of West Palm Beach, transfer from Ole Miss. So he's played at a high level. 6'2", 205-pound cornerback. And so he's going to come often. All right, let's pause now. Let's head down to the field for the singing of our national anthem and God Bless America. And you're going to enjoy this, Hawk fans.
Lynn Oliver Klein and Michelle Gaskin Brown, they chose the winners of this year's contest. Joining both singers on the field today is Amazon Voice of the Bull host, Sirius XM, The Highways, Stormy Warren. In celebration of the Bulls' 25th anniversary, joining the field with both singers today are the former board chairs of the TransPerfect Music City Bowl. And here to sing God Bless America is Amazon Voice of the Bowl winner, Jerica Blair.
God bless America, land that I love. Stand beside her and guide her through the night with a light from above. From the mountains to the prairies to the oceans wide with foam. God bless America, my home sweet home. God bless America, my home sweet home.
Jerica Blair. And now, to honor America, especially the brave men and women serving our country around the world, singing our national anthem is Amazon Voice of the Bowl winner, Sarah Hardwick.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets regular, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
That was something.
Boy, a cappella like that?
Oh, man. Young lady, she looks like 13, 14 years old, vision impaired. And nothing wrong with her voice. And what a brave little girl she is. Great job on both God Bless America and the Star-Spangled Banner. And we've got the latest C-140 doing a flyover, as you can hear. Wouldn't want that big horse sneaking up on us, Ed. We'd have no chance. The Hawkeyes and the Wildcats about to get after each other in the Music City Bowl here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Sponsored by Wyffels Hybrids. The Mid-American Energy starting lineups are next. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
When you're in the eastern Iowa area, be sure to visit and connect with the official local business partners of the Iowa Hawkeyes. The Hotel at Kirkwood Center, Iowa's premier luxury hotel. The Jill Armstrong team with Skogman Realty, the area's premier realtor. And Options Exteriors, your preferred local roofing and exterior company. The Hotel Kirkwood, named the Corridor Business Journal's 2022 Best Banquet and Event Venue. And awarded the AAA 4-Diamond Award for lodging. To make reservations, visit thehotelatkirkwood.com or call 877-751-5111 for more information.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa Athletics and football fans everywhere.
This is the Wyffels Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Wyffels Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You keep coming, you keep playing, and the jackpots keep adding
up. You know how to win, Iowa, and we're all for it. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel has the jackpots and cash prizes you're after. We're heading towards $30 million in jackpots this year. Want your share? Join Club Wild today and get in on all the winning. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel, Clinton, Emmitsburg, and Jefferson. Visit wildroseresorts.com. Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kennick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. Iowa, Kentucky coming up shortly at the Music City Bowl in Nashville. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Lineups, the coin toss in today's game coming up next. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
The holidays are for making memories, and Honda can help you make them. Whether it's hauling presents in a capable Ridgeline, going sledding in an adventurous Pilot, or traveling in a rugged Passport or CRV. Make memories during Happy Honda Days. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer.
New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
This is the Whiffles Hybrids Hawkeye Huddle. Whiffles Hybrids, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. This is Hawkeye Football from Learfield.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com. Member FDIC.
You keep coming, you keep playing, and the jackpots keep adding up. You know how to win, Iowa, and we're all for it. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel has the jackpots and cash prizes you're after. We're heading towards $30 million in jackpots this year. Want your share? Join Club Wild today and get in on all the winning. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel, Clinton, Emmitsburg, and Jefferson. Visit wildroseresorts.com. Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
At DePaco Credit Union, members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Iowa Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is brought to you in part by American Equity, Beaver Creek Golf Course, Arding Creek Winery, Farm Credit Services, Great Southern Bank, Lennox Heating and Cooling, Splash Seafood Bar and Grill, Schneider Graphics. Show your support to our local Iowa radio business partners and support those who support the Hawkeyes.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye Football is on the air. Brought to you by Whiffles Hybrid, the fastest growing seed corn company in the Central Corn Belt. Also brought to you by Authentic Brand. Unique Hawkeye apparel at authentic-brand.com. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. And by Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City. You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Now let's join Gary Dolphin for the Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield first half. Now, live from Nashville, Tennessee, this is the Music City Bowl.
Down to Robbie Brooks for the Hy-Vee coin toss, Robbo.
Well, Dolph, this is a Pac-12 crew. Mark Duddy is the referee, and the Hawks, being the visitors today, call tails, win the toss, elect to defer. So no surprise, we'll get that Hawkeye defense out on the field first.
And that's usually a stroke of good luck sign anyway. Today's Hy-Vee coin toss, not only today, but all season long, courtesy of Hy-Vee. Hy-Vee coin toss with Robbie Brooks. Our Pac-12 officiating crew is headed up by Mark Duddy, the umpire Brian Hay, Rod Amari, Cravon Barrett, Justin Nelson, Shane Stanley, Shane Anderson, and Chris Wiggins. That is the rest of the crew, as captains Campbell and Moss and Torrey Taylor all out there to help the Hawks uniformly call tails, and it comes up tails. So we'll see Iowa's terrific defense first and the new quarterback at Kentucky. Today's pregame coverage has been sponsored by Whiffles Hybrids. At Whiffles, we focus on one big thing: developing, producing, and marketing superior corn hybrids. A big part of that is doing all the little things right, no matter how small, to keep our customers coming back. All the little things done right by the Hawkeyes and Whiffles Hybrids. Our Come and Go kickoff is courtesy of Come and Go before and after the game. Experience a fresh perspective on convenience. At Come and Go, you'll find a wide selection of snacks and drinks and more. Healthier, fresh food options, so you can always find what you deserve. Order ahead via the Come and Go app, and we'll bring it curbside to you. Come and Go, a fresh perspective. Kentucky has an outstanding kick returner. He doesn't care where the ball comes down. Chances are very good he's going to catch it and run. Berrien Brown averaging 28 yards per kick return. Ed, you know what that's all about.
Yeah, that's probably the top in the SEC.
Hawks will move from left to right, north to south, and here is Drew Stevens' kick. And even for Berrien Brown, it's 10 yards deep in the end zone and out the back end. So here we go for the Hawkeye defense. Up front, Joe Evans, Logan Lee, Noah Shannon, and John Wagner. The linebackers, the All-American Jack Campbell, Seth Benson, and Jay Higgins. The corners, Cooper DeJean and Riley Moss. And the safeties, Sebastian Castro and Quinn Schulte.
Well, they're going to start with the cash thing and actually start Wampa.
Xavier Wampa, and you heard Phil Parker say he was going to be in there often, starting and in there often today. Here's Kaya Sharon at quarterback, and he's in the short gun. Fakes the handoff. They run a wide receiver screen, and upfield for about 4 is that big wideout. Tavion Robinson, and Wampa was right there to knock him down. They didn't get clean blocks, and the Hawkeyes were on him after a gain of 4, second down 6. Kentucky going no huddle.
It's a good start for that freshman safety.
Play fake to the tailback, and a pass over the middle is caught again by Robinson. Right there was Schulte. Oh, that's not Robinson, excuse me. That's Dane Key. Dane Key, who's caught 31 passes on the year. Destin Wade. Don't know if they're alternating quarterbacks or what they're doing here. Let's check out. Yeah, that's Destin Wade in there now, and we thought we'd see him. He's a pure freshman, and he is talented. Big kid. So it's a 1st and 10 at the 45-yard line of Kentucky. Now they try to run an end sweep, and the Hawks get it before it can get out of the gates. A loss of 5. That'll bring it back to the 40-yard line. That was after a gain of almost 15. Berrien Brown on the receiving end, but the Hawks were all over that, Eddie.
Yeah, I think Wagner was the one that got out there and turned him upfield.
Hawks have seen that on tape. A loss of 4, actually, to the 41 of Kentucky. Second down and long. Kentucky goes twin wideouts to the right, single receiver to the left. A running back. Now the slot receiver comes in motion. And the Hawks are blitzing, I should say. Sebastian Castro coming off the edge, knocks the pass away before it could get started. And that receiver was open. Great play by Castro.
Yeah, he's in the cash position, and they sent him on a blitz. He got up, timed it perfectly, and knocked the ball away.
Now the Hawkeyes have the Wildcats in third and long. Third and almost 14. The opening drive, the start of the game here at the Music City Bowl. Played just a minute and a half. And it's still the freshman Destin Wade. Jordan Dingle is usually the man they look for in this spot. He's a tight end. 4 receivers in the formation. Quarterback's going to tuck and run, and he's going to be dropped after a gain of maybe 2 yards. Took a quick look downfield, and at least in his view, nobody was open. And you're going to see a young quarterback a little skittish, probably tuck and run earlier than he should.
Yeah, and good pressure from the front 4. We didn't blitz, but front 4 got good pressure, so he didn't have much of time to take a look.
Seth Benson was the man who blew up the play. Cooper DeJean is back deep at his own 16-yard line to accept the punt, which will come from the Kentucky 30. Oh, good rush by Iowa, but the punt gets away. It's a wobbler. Cooper DeJean runs under it at the 23 and makes the catch at the Hawkeye 23. Wilson Berry, a redshirt freshman averaging 41 yards a punt, got that one off. And the Hawkeyes will have their first crack now on the offensive end. We get our first look at Joe Labus.
And the Hawkeyes are starting with 1 tight end and 2 wide receivers.
34-yard punt. Fair caught at the 22 officially. And here come the Hawks. Alec Wick is starting in the slot right. Regani's wide right. Deontay Vines. He looked really good in practice this week here in Nashville. Here's Wade. Play fake. Rolls right. Throws. Caught by Vines. Boy, that was a missile of a throw across the 30. What a catch by Vines. The ball was thrown behind him. Joe got rid of it. Vines reached back and snared it.
Yeah, bootleg. They get Labus out of the pocket right away, and he's running to his right so he can throw the ball on the run.
Strong side linebacker Jordan Wright on the stop, but a gain of 11, a first down. How about that first down on your first play?
That's terrific.
As the Hawkeye quarterback. Hawks go with a heavy package. 2 tight ends in motion. Regani to the short side of the field. Labus on a play fake. A rollout right. Has the tight end Laporta. Upfield across the 45-yard line. That'll be another Iowa first down.
And again, they roll him out of the pocket. He's throwing the ball on the run. Running to his right. Really sharp, quick pass.
47-yard line. That's 14 yards on first down. Iowa's near midfield in 2 plays. Jaquez Jones, the middle linebacker on the stop. Their backers are all good. Jordan Wright, Jaquez Jones, Trevin Wallace, and J.J. Weaver. The front 3 are Trayvon Ribka, Justin Rogers, and Octavius Oxendine. Here we go, 1st and 10 at the 47. Labus, a pump fake, throws over the middle, caught running in wide open spaces. Luke Lachey, he gets into Kentucky territory at the 43-yard line. Ooh, a dangerous pass, but he delivered it in a hurry.
Yeah, and a middle screen. They just set the tight end over the middle about 5 yards deep. He faked the ball to the tailback in motion. Wow, it looks sharp so far.
Yeah, he held the ball after the play fake and then threw it into heavy traffic. Trevon Wallace, the middle linebacker, on the stop. But it's another Iowa first down. 3 plays, 3 first downs. Here's Labus going to run on a quarterback draw. And the ball, Joey's okay. It looked like he was going to stay down for a bit. He took a shot as Walker, the big nose tackle, got there first. Big number 0. Deion Walker nailed him along with Trayvon Ribka, the defensive end. But he got 3 yards. Yeah. What's that we were talking about in the pregame show? One of the coaches said he makes yards when there's nothing there.
Well, that was a quarterback run called all the way.
And that's a life he doesn't want to enjoy too long because he took a shot. But 2nd down 7, the Hawks are inside the Kentucky 40-yard line. Here's the end around of Reganey. Gets the corner turn, really good blocking, and gets the first down beyond the Kentucky. Well, now they're coming back upfield. It looks like he's going to be out of bounds at the 33. That'd be a yard shy of a first down, but a well-executed play.
Boy, but this offense looks entirely different than what we've seen this year with a quarterback that can really move around back there.
Weak side linebacker Trevin Wallace has been a busy man. He forced Nico Reganey into the sideline. It's 3rd down, a little more than a yard. So give Nico about 6. Close to 7 yards. Labus up under center. Logan Jones. They're going to run off the right side to Caleb Johnson. He gets the corner turn but can't get the first down. He's dropped at the line of scrimmage, maybe lost a yard. Wallace and Jordan Lovett combine on the stop. Trevin Wallace and Jordan Lovett, who's an outstanding safety for a redshirt freshman out of Radcliffe, Kentucky.
And it looks like the Hawks are going to go for it on 4th and 2.
4th and a long 2. Normally you would see Drew Stevens here, but hey, it's a bowl game and they want to get Labus' heart rate up a little higher. Why not? Laporta wings to the right. Hawks send 2 wideouts left. Deontay Vines to the short side of the field. And LaShawn Williams in the formation. Here's a pass deflected away from Laporta and out of bounds. Labus tried to lob it to the sideline, and really good coverage and a nice play by the all-SEC cornerback, the senior Kadron Smith. So Kentucky takes over as the Hawks turn it over on downs after an impressive first series by the youngster, the young quarterback, Joe Labus.
Yep, and Smith really played that right because it would have been a first down.
Timeout on the field, no score at the Music City Bowl. We played about 6.5 minutes. Kentucky and Iowa. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now, who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Banking should make your life greater. It starts with affordable options to meet today's needs and tomorrow's dreams. From smart account options that fit your style to flexible loans for what comes next. It means convenient ways to access and manage your money whenever you need it and wherever you're headed. Most of all, it takes great support. Someone you can count on for trusted guidance and to be there for you every step of the way. Great options, great convenience, great support. For life, Great Southern Bank. Understanding what really matters. Member FDIC.
Businesses like yours count on EMC insurance companies for protection with the standard coverage they need. But EMC agents go further, tailoring coverages with the specialized products and services every unique company requires, including yours. EMC has insurance solutions for nearly 500 types of businesses. So whatever your specialty is, count on EMC to protect it. Visit EMCINS.com to find your local agent.
8:48 to play in the first quarter here at the Trends Perfect Music City Bowl in Nashville. The sun has popped through the overcast skies. 57 degrees. Winds out of the south-southwest at 7 miles an hour. Each team has had the ball. Iowa turned it over on downs after the Hawks had forced a Kentucky punt to open the game. Our lineups today, courtesy of Mid-American Energy, obsessively, relentlessly at your service. We've seen both Kentucky quarterbacks. After Will Levis opted out, he might be the first NFL quarterback or NFL pick from the position coming up in a couple months. So Will Levis, a former Penn Stater, is not here today. We've seen Kaya Sharon and Destin Wade. Destin Wade, a big, strong freshman, 6'3", 220. Looked good on a couple plays, as did Joe Labus, the redshirt freshman. He was 3 of 4 for 37 yards on that first Iowa drive that died at the 34 on downs. Completed passes to Reganey, to Laporta, and to Lachey. Vines, Lachey, and Laporta. All right, let's see who's at quarterback now for the Wildcats. And it's Sharon. I take that back. It is Wade. Sharon lined up as a slot receiver a little bit ago. We'll see if he's back out there again at some point. Tight end goes in motion. Hawkeyes rushing 4. Here's the snap. And rolling out right is Wade. Throws. It's caught, but for a short gain at the 37-yard line. Cooper DeJean was all over the receiver, Barian Brown, their outstanding punt returner. Gain of, they give him 5. They give him forward motion to the 40s. Just shy of the 39-yard line. Call it 2nd down 6. Jay Higgins back in the game. Xavier Wampa started. He's in there at the cash. One running back, and now out of the gun. Here's the quarterback Wade again. They run the draw handoff, and smack down after a gain of maybe a yard was Jaton McLean. He's their primary back now with Chris Rodriguez headed to the NFL. McLean is 5'9", 200 pounds, quite a bit smaller than Rodriguez, but just as tough. 3rd down along 3. Sebastian Castro is back in the game. Higgins is out. 3rd down 3 for the Hawkeyes. Like Iowa, Kentucky's offensive line has struggled at times this year. Jeremy Flax and Ken Horsey are the tackles. Jager Burton and Tayshawn Manning the guards, and Eli Cox the center. He's about to get the ball in the backfield to Destin Wade on 3rd down and 3. Wade throws. It is caught for a 1st down. Middle right. Across the 45-yard line. They're going with the short passes too, Eddie.
Yeah, and that was just enough for the 1st down over the middle. And for that freshman quarterback, a good throw, a good read.
Dane Key on the stop. He was grabbed immediately by the linebacker, Seth Benson, but they needed 3 and got a little more than 4. 1st and 10 across the 45 of the Kentucky 46. Destin Wade straight back in the pass, straight back to pass, throws a missile up the hash. It's incomplete. Knocked away nicely by Sebastian Castro. Running stride for stride with Barian Brown, who's got world-class speed.
Oh, boy, that was something. He caught up with him, too. Barian had beat him, and then when the ball was in the air, Castro caught up with him and tipped it away.
How about that arm strength shown by Destin Wade? Really well thrown ball. A better play made by Castro at the other end. And Kentucky took a shot. Now it's 2nd down 10. Wildcats send twin receivers left. Single receiver to the right. That's Barian Brown. Now the slot receiver Robinson comes back into the backfield with quarterback Wade. He's got two backs. Quarterback draw after he faked the handoff, and a good gain across the 50 to the Iowa 48-yard line. Gain of about 5, maybe 6 on 2nd down. Kentucky looks at 3rd down and 4. Well-designed play there.
And again, this is the same situation they were in just a few plays ago, and they went with that short pass over the middle.
Quinn Schulte on that last tackle. What a year he's had. 6:18 to play 1st quarter here at the Music City Bowl. No score. Kentucky has the ball for a 2nd time. One running back. They overload the left side, the wide side, with 3 receivers, including a tight end. And yet they're going to run the opposite way. And the quarterback Wade on the keeper is dropped for a loss. Might have lost a yard just across midfield at the 49. Oh, what pursuit and what tackling by Iowa off the left side.
Yeah, I think it was Seth Benson that got there first, wasn't it?
And Cooper DeJean right behind him.
Oh, boy.
Yeah, Benson blew the play up, and then DeJean with both arms wrapped around the big fellow, the quarterback Wade. He just dropped him. Really terrific execution by Iowa's defense on 3rd down. So here comes the punt once again from Wilson Berry as DeJean is standing back at his own 12. Snap is good. Here comes the punt. It's an end over end. Fair caught. Nope, not fair caught. DeJean runs out of a tackle. He's at the 20, 25. Out of bounds. Nope, still inbounds. Cuts back. 30, 35, 39-yard line. Jack Armstrong, the All-American boy, caught the ball at the 7. I think a couple of the Kentucky Gunners thought he had made a fair catch signal. No, sir.
Well, I'll tell you what, that takes some nerves right there. How much did we miss him last game against Nebraska when he got out early?
Huge. Trevin Wallace, the linebacker, forced him out of bounds at the 40-yard line. So instead of having the ball at the 7, the Hawkeyes have it at their own 40. Thank you, Cooper DeJean. Another play by the first-team All-Big Ten performer. 5:14 to go first quarter, and we're back to Nashville in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
I'm in an area called trade integration at Pioneer. So what's the trade being integrated? The Enlist E3 trade for soybeans. And what's it being integrated with? That's the big news. The Enlist E3 trait is now integrated with Pioneer's own exclusive and elite genetics. They're called Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans. And there are no other soybeans like it on the market. Pioneer Brand A-Series Enlist E3 soybeans, like no other.
Hi, this is Hawkeye coach Kirk Ferentz. My players know that determination and strong will can lead to endless possibilities. For years, Iowa farmers have believed in that too. Farmers are the backbone of this country, and their dedication to bringing us food and energy has never been more important. That's why we're proud to wear the America Needs Farmers logo on our helmet. Join the Hawkeyes as we celebrate America's farmers. To learn more about ANF and pick up some great ANF merchandise, visit americaneedsfarmers.org. Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
A lot of action, no score yet in the Music City Bowl. Iowa nothing, Kentucky nothing. Iowa gets the ball for the second time this afternoon. 5:14 to play first quarter. Kentucky's had the ball twice after a 42-yard punt. Cooper DeJean snookered the Kentucky special teams into thinking he was just going to make a normal fair catch at the 7, took off, ran through a couple would-be tacklers, and got out to the 40-yard line. A 33-yard return. Rob Brooks was watching that from the Hawkeye sideline, courtesy of U.S. Cellular.
And the crowd certainly into it, Dolph. As you mentioned, well put. A lot of action, no scoring yet, but I'd say the first level from goal line to goal line, all Hawkeyes behind the sideline. Same for the club level, the second level, and quite a few up on the third deck. More Hawks than Wildcats here today.
And hopefully more points for the Hawks when the day's over. Labus shifts to the gun. Hands off to Caleb Johnson as the Hawks try to get a middle run over left guard, and some success. Good push. Courtesy of Mid-American Energy. Let me give you the Iowa offensive line. Ed, we were talking about Jennings Dunker starting at right guard. That time Connor Colby got an all Big Ten type block. Mason Richmond at left tackle. Logan Jones, of course, the center. Dunker and Nick DeYoung on the right side.
Correct. And that's the first real run from a tailback, so I can tear up my notes, establish the run.
Gain of almost 4, second down 6 from just shy of the 44-yard line. Laporta wings right. Labus looks that way, comes back to the left to Reganey, and he's dropped immediately. Single coverage there by the linebacker, and a terrific play made by Derek Jackson, 240 pounds from Dublin, Georgia. He can run. He's the backup to Jaquez Jones. Hawks get a yard, third down 5.
Yeah, and Alex Wick was running a straight up pattern, and he broke it. There was nobody covering him.
See what Brian Ferentz has dialed up here. LaShawn Williams is the tailback. Hawks have twin receivers, including Vines and Reganey wide right. Alec Wick to the left. They fake the end around. A pass is caught by LaShawn Jones. It was a wobbler. It's caught for little or no gain, maybe a yard. LaShawn did all he could. By the time the ball nestled into his palms, he was surrounded by 3 or 4 blue shirts as Labus. They blitzed, and Joey's pass was deflected ever so slightly.
It was just tipped enough. He had him wide open. Williams was wide open down there, and it just tipped it enough that he couldn't make a clean catch.
I like the off-balance play calling, though, so far.
Yeah, absolutely.
Hawkeye football sponsored by Mid-American Energy. If you need to recycle old working refrigerators or deep freezers, visit MidAmericanEnergy.com for details plus energy saving tips. So our first look at Tory Taylor, the all Big Ten punter. And he rifles one to the other end, angles it away from the punt returner. It hits at the 2. It's down there by Cooper DeJean. Guy does it both ends of the field. We know that. Tavion Robinson was the intended return man. He got away from it after Torrey lobbed it to the left toward the sideline. I think he thought it was going out of bounds. It hit just outside the numbers down there around the 10 and went straight for the goal line. By then, Cooper DeJean was there.
And DeJean had come all the way from the right side. He'd come down on the right side, came all the way across the field to down that ball.
What a punt by Tory Taylor. We've said that a few times this year. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football.
Hawkeye football with Kentucky at the TransPerfect Music City Bowl. No score, 2:59 to go after a 51-yard punt by Tory Taylor that was gobbled up by Cooper DeJean at the 2-yard line. That Hawkeye defense has young freshman quarterback Destin Wade and the Wildcats in perilous territory at the Kentucky 2 when play resumes. We're brought to you by Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield and by Iowa Corn. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Take a closer look and you'll discover the many connections you have to corn. And those connections translate into victories for farmers and wins for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag Iowans win. This might be a good time to bring up Jack Campbell has 3 forced strip fumbles in his career.
Well, and we've had a number of, let's say, what would you say today? 7 touchdowns the defense has scored?
54 points.
Well, here's a good chance to go at it again. Good
time to go over 60, right? I'm with you, buddy boy. Kentucky's young freshman quarterback, Destin Wade. He's hard to bring down, 6'3", 222 pounds, but the early returns show they're not afraid to get him out, do a play fake, have him run to the edge, and then turn upfield. But he's met Cooper DeJean and Seth Benson a couple times. The running backs are Jaton McClain and Lavelle Wright. They'll use them both. They've involved 4 receivers at this point. Dane Key, Barry Brown, and Tavion Robinson. Robinson has 35 catches. He has 32. Brown has 46 on the year. Those are the primary workhorses in the receiving corps. And they're all available right now. Here we go. 1st and 10 after the timeout. Running backs in the end zone, as is Key, the quarterback. He's in a short shotgun. The Hawks have a half a dozen defenders, including 2 linebackers, crowding the line of scrimmage. Now Key audibilizing with just under 3 minutes to play first quarter, no score. They're going to run the draw handoff and not much. Maybe a yard gain by the running back Jaton McClain. Had a 5-yard average this year. 238 total yards, 50 carries on the season. Clock starts to roll again. He got out to the 4, shy of the 4. Call it a gain of a yard, yard and a half. Either way, second down long. Hawks have Higgins, Benson, and Campbell all on the field. Wampa is at a safety along with Schulte. Moss and DeJean are the cornerbacks. Now up under center is quarterback Wade. He takes the snap, hands off to the tailback again. McLean works hard, zigging and zagging over center and left guard, and gets a yard or two more out just beyond the 5 where Ethan Herkett. They rotate. The Hawks do 7, 8, 9 guys in that front 4, and Herkett, sophomore from Cedar Rapids, Xavier, gets the stop. The nose of the football at the 5. Gain of, call it a yard. 3rd down and 8, a big play here in the ballgame.
Yes, it sure is. This is flip the field.
Kentucky overloads the wide side with 3 receivers. Single receiver to the left. And they're all tall and lanky. So you know it's going to be a pass. Wade rolls through the back of the end zone. Now he's going to try and run it out of there. Clearly a hold on Xavier Wampa was not called. They almost ripped his jersey off. And it's going to be a run for a... Did he get the first down or not?
No, I got about 2 yards. It's going to be 4th and 4.
Okay, he's across the 10. They needed to get to the 13. 4th and 4. Good job by Sebastian Castro. Boy, Xavier, he had that number 1 stretched out to the max.
He's a big safety.
Look out here. So thankfully, it's a punt coming up for Kentucky. And I say that because Cooper DeJean is standing at midfield. No score, first quarter at the Music City Bowl. Had a lot of excitement, but no points. 2 good defenses getting after it. Here comes a big rush by Iowa. They almost got to it. DeJean fair catches at the 48-yard line of Kentucky.
Really smart play because we were going for the block. He had no blockers for him. There was no place to run. So that was a good call to call the fair catch in that situation.
39-yard punt, no return. Fair caught by the Hawkeyes at the 48, and that's where Iowa will put it in play. 1st and 10. Clock says 44 seconds to play first quarter. So we'll keep it right here till the end of the period. Reganey splits wide left. Deontay Vines to the right. Really like the way he played in practice this week. Now the Hawks bring the fullback, Madi Potabom, into the game. Caleb Johnson takes the handoff. Off left tackle, cuts it back over guard and center. Not much. They're going to give him forward motion to the 46. That'll be a gain of 2. And 2nd down 8. Trayvon Ribka and Justin Rogers, the 332-pound nose guard. Kirk said 380. He may look 380. And if I'm running into him, yeah, he's probably 400. 2nd down 8.
He's a large man. Let's put it that way.
He's big. 17 seconds to play. LaShawn Williams comes into the game. He packs a little bit bigger body, muscle-wise, and he takes the draw handoff. Squirms free, but for only a second, and gets a couple yards to the 45. Well, you heard Kirk in the pregame show. We got to stay committed to the inside run.
Yeah, we got to establish that run. It's going to be difficult.
Strong side linebacker Jordan Wright makes the stop as we've come to the end of the first quarter. Here from Nashville. Both teams making sweet music on defense to this point. Iowa nothing, Kentucky nothing. We'll come back for the second quarter in just a minute. U.S. Cellular is bringing locally grown connections all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. Any phone free from U.S. Cellular. And test after test in field after field, Pioneer is tougher on our corn hybrids than ever before. Pioneer brand corn hybrids are field proven and ready for yours. Talk with your local Pioneer sales representative to learn more. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now kids can eat free.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Ball on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are bred to win. These 19 varieties have strong agronomics within high-demand trait platforms like Enlist E3 soybeans for superior performance all season long. Gold Series soybeans also out-yielded Astro brand soybeans by an average of 1 bushel per acre in 5,542 comparisons. Grow gold at goldenharvestseeds.com/gold-series.
Mid-American Energy would like to turn this down to net zero. We mean net zero greenhouse gas emissions, not your playlist or podcast. Reaching net zero by 2050 is just another way we're obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Hawkeyes have the ball in Kentucky territory at the 45-yard line as we start the second quarter here in the Music City Bowl from Nashville. Gary Dolphin, Ed Podolak, our engineer-producer is Corey Sheets. Statman spotter is Brian Fleming. Good to have you along here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. And I want to say hi. I mean, Hawk fans have come here from all over the state. They've been waving euphorically, Ed, since the start of the game. Big group from Rockwell City right here in front of us. And earlier this week, we heard from a number of Hawk fans who had planned to come to the game today, and we assume they're here. We'll mention some of them to you shortly, like Lieutenant Colonel John Rittenberg is in the audience at Nissan Stadium, retired after 24 years service. Rabid Hawkeye fan. John's a native of Chicago. United States Army Special Ops Command out of Homestead, Florida. Enjoy your retirement. Enjoy the game today, John. Let's see if he can enjoy a first down at least. Joey Labus on the first play of the second quarter has Iowa third down and almost a full 6. At the Kentucky 45. Out of the gun, they send a blitzer. Joey gets rid of the pass. It's caught and then dropped. That'll be an incomplete pass. Deontay Vines made the catch inside the 45 at the 43. Took a wicked shot from Zion Childress, the strong safety. Would not have been enough for a first down. And the Hawks, as the game wears on, will certainly have Labus throw it beyond the chains. They're going to have to.
Yeah, and the defense, they're all looking into the backfield, so when you throw it underneath in a situation like that, you're not going to pick up the first down.
So Torrey Taylor enters the picture, standing at his own 40 to punt the ball away. It's too bad the Hawks had great field position to start the series, but with those newbies out there, they got to move along judiciously. Great punt by Torrey, end over end, caught at the 6. And the returner took off after calling a fair catch. Well, Tavion Robinson's willing to try anything. Now, normally that would draw a penalty flag.
Yeah, that's what I thought, and I see the referee
that's
coming.
What Brian Ferentz is
the referee is coming down. Right
signal. Ball's dead at this spot. First down.
And Brian Ferentz says, I understand that, but why isn't there a penalty after he took off running? 1st and 10,
well,
Kentucky.
They're really now. Coach Ferentz is in it big time. He is really upset.
38-yard punt by Torrey Taylor. Fair caught at the 7 by Tavion Robinson. Let's see if the Iowa defense can come up with their own penalty flag or answer here in the form of a turnover. Out of the gun, here's Destin Wade. Play fake, back to pass, retreats to the goal line, airs it out down the sideline, and it's incomplete. Riley Moss giving chase to Barrion Brown. Good coverage by Riley. The ball just a bit overthrown. Brown had a step on him.
Yeah, well, if he'd have thrown it where Brown could have caught it, I think we'd have been able to tip it away. Riley'd been able to tip it away.
So it's an incomplete pass on the fade pattern. 2nd down 10. As Destin Wade trying to loosen up that Iowa coverage. Now they go a heavy package, 2 tight ends, 2 single receivers, 1 tailback. And he gets the call, the running back, looking for any kind of a hole, and does all he can to get back to the line of scrimmage. Seth Benson, Noah Shannon, and Joe Evans up off the bottom of the pile. They all converged at the same spot, and Jatan McLean had no chance.
Yeah, that was really a good shot by the defensive line to penetrate that offensive line and stop the running back right at the line of scrimmage.
Well, there's a reason Seth Benson has been on the dean's list seemingly every semester, all academic, all Big Ten. He is always in the right spot, seemingly. 3rd down and 10. Big play here for both sides. Wade in the gun. He's going to pass. Wagner gets pressure on him. Now he's caught, trapped in the end zone, runs out of the grasp of 1 or 2 Hawkeyes, and then is tracked down from behind by John Wagner and Logan Lee. Great pursuit from behind. He had some running room had he escaped Wagner and Lee. He ends up netting a yard, but he was trapped 2 yards deep in the end zone originally.
Yeah, the original pass rush had made him step up to where he wasn't going to be able to throw it.
Barry, the punter's been a busy man as he trots onto the field again. This is, I think, his 4th punt coming up. Cooper DeJean is standing at midfield. And here's the snap, and the Hawks almost get it. Cooper DeJean gets away from the line drive as it goes out of bounds. Boy, Jay Higgins got in there in a hurry, and also putting pressure on for the Hawkeyes. He almost got a block punt on the last possession. Devin Hilson. We haven't seen him in the gunner position all year. At least I haven't to this point. But Devin's got great speed. And the Hawkeyes have great field position when we return. It'll be at the 42-yard line. 42-yard line. Beery was a little skittish there as he let that punt go.
Yeah.
It ends up traveling just 34 yards, a line drive out of bounds. Iowa football when we come back. See if the Hawks can break through this time. No score with 2 minutes gone, second period at the Music City Bowl. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately, then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
Ah, yes. There's nothing like pork chops sizzling on the grill. Hi, I'm Lori Johns. I'll bet, like me, you love to eat pork. But what do you know about pig farming in Iowa? How animals are raised, or how farmers work to improve their health and the impact on the environment? Join me for Chop Talk, a podcast where we'll meet the people who raise pigs and learn how the challenges they face affect us all. It's not just bacon, it's Chop Talk. Listen on iowapork.org or your favorite podcast app.
Who do you trust to produce the best yield? A seed company that's chasing technology, or a seed company that's writing a book on it? This is Joe Mershman. Mershman Seeds is a leader in technology. We're independent and family-owned. Our sister company, MS Technologies, provides access to world-class traits and genetics. And our starting line seed treatment is second to none. Who can you trust with your yields? Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
Early on in the second quarter, Kentucky's had 4 possessions, 4 punts. The Hawks have had 3 possessions, 2 punts, and turned it over on downs, and Iowa will have it again now for the 4th time here with 13:02 to go in the first half. No score. Ed Podolak, Gary Dolphin back at the Music City Bowl. Let's pause 10 seconds for station identification. You're listening to Iowa Hawkeye football. Joe Labus, 5 of 7 for 41 yards. Caleb Johnson, the leading ground gainer, 3 attempts, only 5 yards. There's just been no running room for really either side. With brand new quarterbacks, you would expect that. Each defense determined to stop the run.
Yeah, and it's really good field position for the third time by the Hawkeyes. Still no points.
Well, Iowa, this is the second drive they've started in Kentucky territory. Let's hope the lucky charm arrives this time. Kentucky showing blitz. Labus, a double fake, throws over the middle, catches Laporta. He spins away from one Wildcat, gets away from a second, still going. He's at the 30, 25, still on his feet. 20, 15, 14-yard line. There's your All-American tight end entering the mix.
One of the greatest runs of the entire season. Just a little middle screen, only threw it about 3 or 4 yards past the line of scrimmage, and he must have broke 6-7 tackles.
And that's after Labus with a quick pump fake to the outside right, a quick fake to the tailback, and there was Big Sam standing in the middle of the field, and he broke at least 4 tackles. Octavius Oxendine finally gets him on the ground in the Case IH red zone at the Kentucky 15-yard line. What an effort by Sam Laporta. And we'll get back to Case IH in a minute. Here's the other tight end, Lachey, fighting for the pylon. He is over. That's a touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Hawkeyes. First Laporta, and then a double dose of tight ends with Luke Lachey. He broke a waist-high tackle attempt and gets into the end zone for the 6.
Boy, and as Brian Parents told you, if there's somebody on the team that could complain about not getting targeted enough, it's Luke Lachey. And boy, did he break that. Well, man, when he caught the ball, you know he was going in.
He was not to be denied, much the way Laporta.
Previous play was a touchdown. This play is now under replay review.
Oh, for my sake.
Now, here we go again, even in the postseason. I don't know what they'd be reviewing, that he stepped out of bounds.
Yeah, stepped out of bounds on about the 2.
He broke a tackle attempt of outside linebacker J.J. Weaver and dove over the pylon for the touchdown. And, well, at least for the moment, we think it's Luke Lachey's 4th touchdown catch of the year. What an effort, 15 yards, as the Hawks were in the Case IH red zone. Hawk fans take the field with a winning lineup from Case IH. Learn more about exclusive offers on top performing tractors and combines at CaseIH.com/Hawkeyes. CaseIH.com/Hawkeyes.
After review, the ruling on the field of a touchdown stands. Touchdown.
He liked to play that out, didn't he?
That's shocking. Well, the game's going too fast. They need to slow it down, I suppose. All plays under review are sponsored by Athletico. Physical therapy is usually the thing you're told to do after medication, x-rays, or surgery. But what if the best way to fix your pain is to start where you normally finish? The sooner you start with physical therapy, the sooner you can start changing everything. It all starts with no prescription needed at Athletico. Drew Stevens tacks on the point after try. He's been near perfect on the year, 16 of 18 in 3-point attempts. Very, very good as well. Hawks 7 and Kentucky nothing. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Sponsoring cultural events to partnering on community projects, creating youth programs to supporting first responders. At MidAmerican Energy, caring about our community goes beyond keeping the lights on. It's about being obsessively, relentlessly at your service.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
Hawkeye Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Hawkeyes draw first blood and lead 7-0 over Kentucky at the Trans Perfect Music City Bowl. Just a two-play drive. Again, the defense setting Iowa up with wonderful field position as the Hawkeye special teams get the ball inside the 50 at the Kentucky 45. And 2 plays later, after a 27-yard throw to Sam Laporta, a middle throw that Laporta did all the heavy lifting on, got it to the 15. On the very next play, Labus throws a sideline pattern to Luke Lachey, and he fights his way into the end zone from 15 yards out. The point after try is good by Drew Stevens. And the Hawks lead Kentucky 7-0 with 12 minutes to go in the first half. Let's check in with Rob Brooks. He's on the U.S. Cellular Hawkeye sideline.
And Joe Labus was all smiles as he came over to the sideline. And typically the starting quarterback always sits down with Brian Ferentz between each series, kind of go over the things and what they plan to do on the next series. But Spencer Petras has really been helping out Labus as well. Spencer's got a headset on, obviously still has that right arm in a sling, and he wants to be a coach down the road. So this is a good opportunity for him to mentor Joe Labus.
Every Hawkeye scoring drive this season brought to you by Shields. For all your Hawkeye gear, Shields is right there with you in Des Moines, Sioux City, Iowa City, and Cedar Falls. Now the Hawkeye special teams will try and pin in the very dangerous Berrien Brown, averaging 28 yards per kick return.
Oh, no, out of bounds.
And Stevens kicks it out of bounds.
Kickoff out of bounds, kicking team. The ball be placed at the 35-yard line, first down.
See, I saw him earlier talking about, or I should say LeVar was talking to him about kicking the ball away from that return guy to make him run to receive, and he just hooked it.
Well, he kicked it away that time, but too far away. Out of bounds, so add the 10 to the 25-yard line because of the penalty, and Kentucky has its best starting field position, 1st and 10 at the Kentucky 35-yard line. Wade is 4 for 7. Destin Wade, the freshman, 4 out of 7 for 29 yards. See what the Iowa defense has in store for him here. Rushing 4. The receiver goes in motion. Play fake to the tailback. Here's a throw picked off. And going the other way with it is Xavier Wampa. He's at the 10, 5. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown. Xavier, the X-Man, with his first big play in his first big start of his career.
What a terrific play. Boy, could he take off and run with that football. No stopping him either.
He's always had the speed, and the first major mistake by a first-time starting quarterback is by Kentucky's Destin Wade as Xavier Wampa. Stand up. Pleasant Hill and take a bow. Southeast Polk High School as the 6'2", 210-pound freshman streaks 52 yards for the touchdown. Stevens' point after try is good. It's 14-0 Iowa at the Music City Bowl. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom. The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Hawkeyes lead 14-0 after a one-play pick six by Xavier Wampa on freshman quarterback Destin Wade, and he's back out there as Stevens' kick went sailing through the end zone. 1st and 10, Kentucky at the 25. Hawks with a 14-0 lead, 11:57 to play. First half, Edward.
Yeah, beautiful kick, too, all the way through the end zone, and so now Kentucky gets it at their own 25.
Hawkeye defense now with 61 points off turnovers this year. Hawks rushing 4 again. Let's see what Coach Stoops and the Kentucky offensive coaches do to start this drive. Here's a toss sweep left, and it goes for about 5 yards. Jatan McClain. Kentucky going to recommit to the run for the moment. Gets upfield for 5. Jack Campbell slid over and knocked him to the ground. 2nd down 5 for the Wildcats with 11:38 to play in the first half. Every Hawkeye scoring drive, offense or defense, is courtesy of Shields Sporting Goods. Shields for all your Hawkeye gear, right there with you in Sioux City and Iowa City, Cedar Falls, and Des Moines. 2nd down 5, twin receivers to the right. He's looking that way, is Wade. It's a slot receiver screen, and it works for a first down gain of 6. As on the receiving end is Berrien Brown. He gets across the 35. First man to get his gloves on him, Joe Evans, tracked him down from behind.
Boy, how he got that over John Wagner.
Wagner was right in his face mask.
Yeah.
And credit the freshman, he threw it around him. A rare first down for the Wildcats. Just their 3rd of the first half. 1st and 10, the ball just across the 35. Fake on the draw handoff to the tailback McClain, and on a quarterback draw, a loss, it appears. 2-yard loss. Aaron Graves, boy, is he going to be something. He is something special now, but the true freshman drops him for a yard loss. 2nd down 11 at the 34 of Kentucky.
Yeah, he is something, and he when he got here as a pure freshman, Coach Ferentz said, we got to play him. We can't redshirt him. We got to play this guy.
He and Y.A. Black combine on that stop. Y.A. won the chicken wing eating contest the other night. We'll talk about that in a moment. Brown goes in motion, and the quarterback Wade is looking for him. Ball was thrown into the grass, though, because of I thought I saw a deflection at the line of scrimmage.
Well, it was low and behind the receiver.
Berrien Brown, the intended receiver. He's their primary pass catcher on the year, approaching 50. Joe Evans, I'm being told, may have gotten a fingernail on that ball. What else is new?
Yeah.
Kentucky's 1 for 5 on 3rd down. The Wildcats face 3rd and 11 from their own 34. 4 receivers, 1 running back, including a tight end. Straight back to pass is Wade. He has an open receiver at the 37, and that's it. Gain of 3. What an open field tackle by Castro. I'm telling you, Phil Parker just keeps finding these defensive backs. Now, Wampa we've known about.
Yeah.
Sebastian Castro was a tremendous high school quarterback at Oak Park Richards High School. Once again, multiple position, multiple sport athlete.
And last year, just a special teams player, but you could see he was going to be a terrific hitter as he grew older.
from Oak Lawn, Illinois. And, man, did he make an open field play there for a gain of 4. Here comes the 5th punt of the day for Beery. And, again, Iowa getting a good rush. LeVar Woods obviously saw something on tape that is working, and you got to believe they're going to get one before the day's over. Beery's a long, lanky kid. He's 6'5". So it takes him a long time to drop that ball to his toe. And the ball went straight sideways out of bounds at the Iowa 19. Hawks get another stop, and that's where Iowa takes over at the Hawkeye 19 when we come back. Actually, we'll keep it right here. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Take a closer look, and you'll discover the many connections you have to corn. Those connections translate into wins for farmers and victories for all Iowans. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowansWin. Where are you at today? Let us know on Twitter at Gary Dolphin or on Facebook at facebook.com/voice of the Hawkeyes. Around the country, around the world, our signal's international now with satellite and, of course, 55 great stations on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Matt Nelson, who works in video services for the Iowa Hawkeyes. We know Matt well. He's tuned in. He's headed to Colorado with his family over the holiday. Hi to the huge Minnesota Twins fanatic, Matt Nelson. 14-0 Iowa. After a 43-yard punt by Wilson Beery, the Hawkeyes have the ball right back. And so far, so good for Joe Labus.
Yeah, I saw it. Sam Laporta was out playing catch, throwing his pass in case he's called in to play quarterback. He was working on his passing. And what was he said when you were interviewing him? That he said those guys don't like me kidding him. I used to play quarterback. I was 2 for 2 and 1.
He said, "Hey, I was over 500. I was 2 and 1 as a high school quarterback." He's got a long career ahead of him as a pass catcher, not a pass thrower. I would be surprised if we saw him at quarterback.
What that gives us then 4 starting tight ends in pro football after he comes out this year.
Well, and 2 more, or another one in Lachey in a year or 2. Hey, you've worked hard to build your business. Now count on EMC Insurance Companies to protect it. Find your new agent and the right coverage for your company's assets at EMCINS.com. Thanks to our Lennox dealers for supporting Hawkeye football and basketball all season long. Hawkeye football in particular. Our Lennox dealers kept us toasty warm when that cold snap roared through Iowa a week and a half ago. In Cedar Rapids, call on affordable heating. There's Freed Heating in Davenport and the Quad Cities. In Des Moines, it's 72 degrees. Comfort Company. Jarks Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning in Iowa Falls. And in Sioux City, C.W. Suter and Son Incorporated. Lennox heating your home this winter. All right, the timeout is concluded. Caleb Johnson will be the tailback. Deontay Vines, I'm sneaky suspicious he's going to break a long one today. He's got great speed, and he's finally healthy at that wide receiver post, and the Hawks need him. He and Reganey have been the primary wideouts to this point this afternoon. Reganey's wide right. Lachey, tight end right. And Vines wide left. Johnson, the running back. So here's Labus in the gun, a young man out of the Cleveland area. Pretty good hole off the left side for Caleb. As he gets the handoff, it closes down in a hurry, but he got close to 5 on first down. They'll take that.
It was a good job by the offensive line of getting him into the second level.
Jordan Lovett, this weak safety, free safety, came up to make the stop. 2nd down 5 for the Hawks. And this time Reganey goes ISO wide left. To the right is Vines. Iowa with 2 tight ends, Lachey and Laporta. Labus up under center. Here comes a run out left, a bootleg, and it's incomplete. Deflected at the line of scrimmage by Terrell Agin. They blitzed the strong safety, and Joey never saw him coming, got rid of it. Agin deflected it. That was a pass that could have been intercepted, but thankfully it got on the ground.
Yeah, Caleb, I think, had to pick that blitzer up instead of going out into his pattern. But, that's a freshman just making a mistake under a lot of pressure.
Now the Kentucky crowd encouraging its defense. 3rd down and 5 from the 24-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Iowa leading 14-0 with 8.5 to go in the second quarter. 1 running back, 3 wideouts. Quarterback keeper. Labus slides down. I might be short of the first down. Young freshman had a linebacker flying at him along with a safety agent.
Ruling on the field is the quarterback started to slide short of the line to gain.
Well, that's
fourth down.
Just another hurry-up play that he'll learn from. Now Joe thinks he got it. And let's see the replay. He needed to get to the just shy of the 30, and he's going to be at least a yard short. So the Hawks will let the clock run a little bit and boot it away. Torrey Taylor will try and flip the field. Tavion Robinson is back deep. Here comes the snap, the kick, a line drive. The Tavion Robinson retreats all the way to his own 20. And he's dropped at the 21. I mean, you're not going to escape Cooper DeJean or Kyler Fisher. Fisher's going to be a primary linebacker next year.
Yeah.
He can fly.
And that punt, I mean, this guy can do it all. You know, when Taylor kicks it straight up in the air and hopes that we can down it, well, that time he knew that he just had to back that return man up, and he hit a line drive that he had to run 20 yards backward to catch that ball.
And here's his previous punt was 51 yards, and it went up about 5 stories. This one never got more than a story or two off the ground. He line drived it over his head for a 50-yard punt. Now, that is the all Big Ten performer Torrey Taylor. Now we've got an official that is coming off the field, awful gimpy. I don't know if he pulled a muscle or if he got knocked down, blindsided by punt coverage or punt return.
It's the umpire.
Yeah, well, he's right over that line of scrimmage, so the Iowa trainers are talking to him down there. Hopefully he's okay. 1st and 10 for the Wildcats. The Hawkeyes, Kentucky 21. They're trying to run a sweep, and that's going nowhere. They tried to run a wide receiver sweep. Berrien Brown and Cooper DeJean sent him into the sideline.
Yeah, that was DeJean. I mean, he came all the way up from the cornerback spot and tackled him for a yard loss.
He is so special. We just can't overemphasize. As Ed likes to say, that guy is a football player. Loss of a yard on a wide receiver jet sweep. McLean, the tailback, splits wide left. With him out there in the slot is Berrien Brown. They have twin receivers to the right as well. Empty backfield is the bottom line for Wade. He throws a quick slant, or a quick sideline throw is caught at the 27. That might be Kentucky's biggest gain of the day of about 8. Dane Key on the reception.
And Cooper DeJean right there to make the stop.
Kentucky needs 4 for a first down. 3rd down at the Wildcat 27-yard line with Iowa leading 14-0. Pick 6 by Xavier Wampa. Followed a touchdown throw from Labus to Luke Lachey. 6:16 to go till halftime. Kentucky needs 4 for a first down. Again, they go empty. 5 receivers, including a tight end. Hawks get some pressure, and a nice run by the quarterback. Wade will keep the ball in Kentucky's midst as he crosses the 35. Logan Lee ultimately got to him, but he gets to the 36-yard line. That's a gain of 9 with some nifty running because Iowa really got in the backfield in a hurry.
Yeah, and you were talking about they've had Kentucky's had some offensive line issues this year, and our defensive line is just destroying them right now.
Deontay Craig is in there along with Noah Shannon, Lee, and Ethan Herkett. Hawks go with some fresh troops. They go empty -1. They have 1 tailback for blocking, and still Wade's on his horse running away, and he's sacked. Our first Mershman Seed sack of the day by the All-American Jack Campbell, who ran him down near the Iowa sideline. $150 for Children's Hospital, courtesy of Mershman Seeds and Jack Campbell.
Oh, boy, he took off. I mean, that's a running back trying to run outside, and Campbell runs him down from the middle of the field.
He lost the 9 that he just gained.
Yeah.
2nd down and 19. Ball back at the 27-yard line. I was following Wade as he tried to escape, and I saw this blur coming. I assumed it was Cooper DeJean. It wasn't 3, it was 31. Second down and a mile for Kentucky. Wade on a play fake, rolls left, throws back across his body, caught by Brown, and down he goes immediately. Sebastian Castro, as sure a tackler as any Hawkeye out there. Little or no gain for Brown.
Yeah, I mean, Castro is just, I can't wait to see him in another year after he's got another off-season working out, gaining a little more weight.
Back-to-back Spahn and Rose hammer hits delivered by the Seamen, Campbell and Castro. Now it's third down and a little beyond 15. Hawks want to keep him pinned back here. Ball just across the 31-yard line. Here's Wade being chased. Throws on the run. Incomplete. It's deflected actually up near midfield by Cooper DeJean as he was all over Berrien Brown like a glove.
Well, and again, great pressure on the quarterback by our defensive line. He has not been able to stay in the pocket. He's had to throw on the run this whole first half.
Joe Evans, in spite of that pressure, had his jersey almost ripped off. Well, they're letting him play. Wilson Berry again on to punt. He has been the busiest Wildcat of the first half. DeJean, the busiest Hawkeye, back at the 29. He's down to punt at the 2. Now he's going to hopefully return one. Here comes again good pressure by the Hawkeyes, but they don't get to the punt. DeJean, oh, he's run into as he was making
yards.
the catch. That'll be easy to call.
Yeah.
He almost took a shoe right in the jaw as the Wildcat got there, but he was blocked out of the play by a Hawkeye.
Yeah,
and they're going to get Devin Hilson. Devin Hilson with the block. Devin Hilson almost got the block on Beery, the punter. Again, he was fidgety.
Kick catch interference. Kicking team number 30. 15-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
Taj Dodson, a backup safety, gets called for the kicker interference. There's a timeout on the field. It's all Hawkeyes to this point. 3:44 to play in the first half. Iowa 14 and Kentucky nothing. The Iowa defense and special teams ruling the day, and Joe Labus giving a very good account of himself in his first start as quarterback. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Oakmall, our mission is to provide exceptional retirement living and health services through life care. I'm Steve Rowe, Executive Director. We are a not-for-profit life plan community and have served Iowa City for more than 55 years. Our team helps residents create home by living our values of caring, respect, enthusiasm, awareness, teamwork, and encouragement. If you're looking at retirement options, visit our website at oakmall.com. We want you to lead life your way. Go Hawks!
Hey, Hawkeye fans. This is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
Hawkeyes have the ball right back, leading Kentucky 14-0, due in large part to Jack Campbell's sack that put the Wildcats in 2nd and 19 a moment ago. And that's another $150 donation to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. Mershman got an injured official from this Pac-12 crew. Rob Brooks is down on the Hawkeye sideline. What's going on with umpire Brian Hay?
Brian Hay update of the day. Umpire Adolph, as you mentioned, limped off to the sideline and talked to Dr. Andy Peterson over here on the Iowa side. And it looks like he's pulled a calf muscle. I tried to rub some cream on it and walk around, but so far, going to stay on the sideline. But as every game during the regular season, there's always a backup official, one backup official on the sideline that's ready to go and do any of the positions. So we've still got an umpire out on the field.
Okay, Robbie, thank you. While we have a moment, we want to send our sympathies to the Tyler Bowen family. Tyler, daughter Brooke, son Brent lost their lovely mother and wife Sue Bowen yesterday following some surgery. Tyler is the brother of former Hawkeye basketball great Ryan Bowen. Ryan serves on the staff of the Denver Nuggets. Tyler Bowen and family, they live out in Sioux Falls, where Seth Benson's from. So please keep the Bowen family in your thoughts and prayers. Tyler, know that we're thinking about you and the Bowens. Iowa 14, Kentucky nothing. Stay with us for our halftime coverage from the Trans Perfect Music City Bowl. Hasn't been perfect, Edward, but I like what I'm seeing from all three phases.
Pretty close to perfect, and we got Joey Labus off to a really good start here in his first career start. 7 of 10, 83 yards, and a touchdown throw to Lachey, a 172 rating. That's not bad. Hawks are going to try and get the running game going here with 3.5 minutes to play till halftime. Iowa has 23 net rushing yards in 8 attempts. Of course, Kentucky, like Iowa's defensive front, committed to shutting down the run. Labus gives it to Caleb Johnson, and he has nowhere to go as they sent the safety or the cornerback, Kadron Smith. Kentucky knows Iowa wants to run the ball and run some clock. And a gain of 2 for Caleb. Good job just getting 2 to the 44-yard line of the Hawkeyes. 2nd down 8. Yeah, and I think we'll probably see another run here as the Hawkeyes would be really happy about running some more time off the clock.
Reganey and Laporta are the decoys as pass catchers go. 2nd down, a long 8. And, Caleb Johnson fumbles the football. I hope he got it back. Yep, he did. He's on the ground. And that's the new quarterback. Looked like the handoff was a little higher than Caleb's used to.
Well, and sometimes the elbow gets in the way, too. And that's just exactly what you're saying. They haven't handed the ball off except now during bowl practice.
Actually, it was right on his belly button, but you know what? Something was amiss there. You know that better than anybody. He actually fell forward with a loose football for a yard. 3rd down and 7 from the 45-yard line of the Hawkeyes. So they're in good field position if they want to try a pass. It's something that's reasonable and not too out of the norm. Well, they run the jet sweep with Deontay Vines, and he gets a yard or 2 before he's shoved into the Hawkeye sideline by Kadron Smith. So that stops the clock. And now we've got a stoppage of play. Multiple whistles. I don't see any flags. 2:14 to play first half. Iowa 14. There is a flag? It's on the far side.
Illegal formation offense, 5 players in the backfield. That penalty is declined. The result of the play, 4th down.
Iowa's first penalty of the day. The Hawks are one of the least penalized teams
Game
around.
clock will begin on the snap.
So the Hawks will punt it away. Hawkeye football is brought to you again this season by your Honda dealers, the great Honda dealers across the state, including Mark Zimmerman and R.C. Rogers at Zimmerman Honda in Moline. Say hi to Sam Booster in Cedar Falls at Community Honda. Billion Honda in Iowa City. Frank Giuliano, Levi Walker, and Tyler Walker. Thank you, Honda dealers, for your support of Hawkeye football. Tory Taylor hits into a high hanging end over end punt, hits at the 6. Brown gets away from it, lets it bounce, then calls a fair catch. I'm seeing some new things here in Barry and Brown.
I don't think you can call a fair catch after it hits the ground.
Well, he did. Well, actually, and let's be fair, it wasn't Barry and Brown. It was Tavion Robinson. He's their punt returner. Brown's the kick returner. But he fielded, let's just say it's 1st and 10 at the 7.
Bounced straight up in the air. And
a 46-yard punt by Tory Taylor.
And no return.
What a spectacular first half Taylor's had. We've seen a fair catch and then an attempted run by Kentucky. Now we see a guy let the ball hit the ground and go straight up in the air. Then he calls for a fair catch. It's the bowl season. Music City Bowl from Nashville. Minute 58 to play first half. And the Hawks have the Wildcats pinned at their own 7-yard line. Taylor has a 46-yard average today. And 3 have died inside the 20. Now what does Kentucky do? They They call timeout.
They were confused. They couldn't figure out what the play was, and the quarterback finally turned to the sideline and said, I need a timeout.
Well, I was about to say that how liberal do you get down 14-0 and stuck at your own 7-yard line against this defense?
Yeah.
What do you think Mark Stoops is pondering?
Well, now that he just had to use a timeout, I'm going to guess it's going to be just try to get to halftime.
And it's just a 30-second timeout. You know, Mark Stoops learned under Hayden Fry and Kirk Ferentz, so he knows when to be conservative.
Yep. And, you know, his game plans are very similar.
They are. Well, you got a freshman. You got a pure freshman, first-year player at quarterback. Now, he's gifted. But how much of a chance do you want to take with him? 1st and 10 at your own 7. Right, here comes the quarterback draw. The Hawks are waiting for it. Oh, man. You can hear the pop-up here, courtesy of Jack Campbell.
Yeah, I can't believe that quarterback's getting up. Oh, my.
Timeout, Iowa. 2-yard gain by Wade. I tell you what, he's looking out his ear hole. They may want to.
Yeah.
He's a little slow walking to the sideline. They may want to check him out.
I think they need to.
Jack Campbell smashed Wade, and he anticipated that quarterback draw. Well, while they talk it over here, let's congratulate a couple on the steps of the Opryland Hotel ballroom on Thursday. Sonny Pacheco of San Antonio proposed, and Dee Bradley accepted his offer to marry. Dee is from South Haven, Mississippi. She played softball and went to school at Lipscomb University in Nashville, then came to Iowa, where she earned her master's degree as a child life specialist and works at Children's Hospital at Vanderbilt University. Vanderbilt Children's Hospital, very similar to Stead Family Children's Hospital. What a scene it was. The Hawkeye football players gathered around, gave him a standing O. It was really nice. Congratulations to Sonny Pacheco and to Dee Bradley. And she is a passionate Iowa Hawkeye fan. Here's the snap as the timeout is over. They run well, I think they were trying to run a slot receiver screen. Lucas Van Ness almost got to the receiver before the ball got there, and Berrien Brown didn't know what to do, so he went to the ground.
Yeah, I think that was a smart move, too, because he was going to get popped. So now the Hawks are going to get the ball back.
Well, they call their second timeout. It'll be 3rd down. 3rd down, and they lost 2. 3rd down and 3rd down and 10. Wade got 2 on the quarterback keeper, and now Brown. He may have slipped as he tried to cut away from Lucas Van Ness. 3rd down and 10 either way. You know, the way this first half has gone for Kentucky in stages, Iowa may get the ball back in this game.
Yeah, I think that's the plan.
Deontay Craig, Lucas Van Ness, Joe Evans, and John Wagner are the front men. Campbell, Benson, and Sebastian Castro at the cash in the middle of the field. Now Wade's ready to go. He's standing at his 2-yard line in the gun. 1 running back, a tight end, 3 wide receivers. Well, they play fake on the draw to the tailback. He's going to throw, and it's picked off. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Cooper DeJean. You could see DeJean. He happened to be right in my binoculars. He stopped 5 yards behind the intended receiver and waited for the quarterback to throw the ball as if to say, I can't believe he's going to do this. Yeah. 2 pick sixes for the Hawkeyes by the future of the secondary, Cooper DeJean and Xavier Wampa today, and it's 20-0 Iowa.
Well, you know, and that quarterback was wanting to go to the left. He had most of his receivers on the left side of the field, but then he said, well, I've got a guy over on the right, and he never even looked. He just turned and threw it. DeJean jumped it just like you said.
And a freshman first-year player mistake, Ed. He stared the receiver down until he came to a complete stop. It was a simple out pattern, a stop and go at about the 12-yard line. And we're going to look at the replay. I want to see who the receiver was. DeJean gives him ground. It's Berrien Brown. And as you like to say, Edward, that's just like stealing. DeJean trotted into the end zone and flipped the ball to the side judge. And the young quarterback makes his second mistake. DeJean had a running start, and that Shields scoring drive, another one-play pick six, third of his career for Cooper DeJean, his third career touchdown. 14 yards officially with 1:36 to go in the half, of the Hawkeyes lead at 21-0.
Now, is that now 68 points the defense has scored?
You count the extra point, yes. You bet.
Well, that's the only way you can get the extra point is to score the touchdown.
Kentucky has 17 turnovers all season coming into today. They've got 2 here. Of course, it's against the Iowa defense. Yeah. Every scoring drive, whether 1 play or 13 plays, is brought to you by Shields. For all your Hawkeye gear, stop and see Shields. They're everywhere across Iowa, and right there with you in Cedar Falls, Iowa City, Sioux City, and Des Moines. Berrien Brown is back deep. The Hawks want to finish the half with this goose egg. Stevens runs up and sends the kick 2 yards deep to the end zone. Brown's going to bring it out, and he is crushed at the 17-yard line. My goodness. That wasn't Jack Campbell, but it was Jacob Bostic. He's a receiver, for crying out loud.
Wasn't it Kyler Fisher? I thought it was Kyler Fisher. No, well,
we'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out.
We've got a part-time spotter today. I thought he pointed at Jacob Bostic. Dallas Kradieth, I'm sorry.
Oh, okay.
We have 2 15s on the roster, on the Bowl roster. So my bad. Thanks, PW. Dallas Kradieth, who's a hard-hitting safety defensive back from St. Louis. Now, he's made his living on special teams, and you could see why. 17-yard line, Brown on a 19-yard return. So here come the Wildcats. They're just going to run the ball and get to halftime and regroup. Jatan McLean brings it out across the 20, so it's a gain of 5 with 1:15 to play in the first half. For McLean, that's his 6th carry. He's got a net of 11 yards. Iowa's given up 30 yards net rushing in the first half. The Hawkeyes have just 28 yards rushing. So both defenses have accomplished the goal of stopping the run, at least to this point. The difference maker, of course, 2 pick sixes by the Hawkeye secondary. Now here's a first down run and then some by McLean. A couple missed tackles there by the Hawkeyes. You don't see that very often. Xavier Wampa put the whomp on McLean after he crossed the 30 and got to the 34. So that is a chain mover. 1st and 10, a gain of 12 for Jatan McLean. Now Wade's got some room where he can throw if he's got time. He steps up in the pocket. Now he's going to run to the sideline and gets a first down across the 40 to the 44 with 26 seconds to go in the first half. So the Hawkeyes are in that bend but don't break formation. The defense, I should say.
Yeah, and that the quarterback is going to be very difficult to have him throw the ball after those 2 pick sixes. So
Seth Wallace is running out of his headset down there, the assistant defensive coordinator and linebacker coach. He just is livid anytime there's a gain of more than 3 or 4. He's very Phil Parker-like.
Yeah, he does all the screaming for Phil in practice.
Phil has no voice left this time of year. Gain of 9, so it's a yard shy. It's not a first down. Ball at the 43-yard line of Kentucky with 26 seconds to go. See if they do take a shot downfield here before halftime. Wade straight back in the pocket, steps up. Now he's hemmed in. He escapes Lucas Van Ness. Deontay Craig will keep him in the ballpark, and the ball is fumbled by Wade out of bounds. He got away from Lucas Ness, who jammed everything up in the middle. He's not going to escape Craig, who's got great speed out of Fort Wayne.
Yep. Well, I think they're going to say he fumbled the ball out of bounds. His microphone isn't working, but they threw that little beanbag down there.
Still a Mershman Seed sack. Thank you, Joe Mershman. And Mershman Seeds, $150 for Stead Family Children's Hospital in Iowa City. So couple sacks, couple pick sixes. So far, just a normal day for the Iowa defense. We've seen it all year. Just spectacular. 36-yard line of Kentucky. So that is a loss of about 7. 15 seconds to play. That stopped the clock when the ball was fumbled out of bounds. 15 seconds to play in the first half, and they're just going to run out the clock as McLean off left guard and tackled is necktied by Logan Lee. And the clock is stopped. I'm not sure why.
Yeah, a little extracurricular activity.
This will be a 30-second timeout.
Oh, Iowa called timeout.
Okay, I think that's the Hawkeyes' last timeout. University of Iowa Healthcare has the game plan for your same-day healthcare needs. If you need treatment for a common illness or a minor injury, visit one of several UI Quick Care or Urgent Care locations throughout the Iowa City Cedar Rapids corridor. Their care and expertise will help get you back in the game. UI Healthcare, proud to sponsor your Iowa Hawkeyes. Well, it makes sense. I didn't realize it was 4th down. And the Hawks want to see if they can return a punt. If Cooper can fashion a pick 6, why not a punt return?
Well,
he's had those too this year.
Could get a block here too.
Well, and I tell you, they have come close on more than one occasion today. Beery is slow to get to the football, and Devin Hilson has been right there a couple times. Here he comes again, and this time they're just setting up the return for DeJean. Fair caught, though, at the 21-yard line with 5 seconds to play in the first half.
Good move, fair catching the ball. You certainly don't want to turn the ball over there. If you do, they're in field goal range with 5 seconds left, so good fair catch call.
Yeah, well, the Hawkeyes are well on their way to splitting the season series with Kentucky. Started the year losing in the Citrus Bowl, and with a 21-0 lead here, in good shape with that defense and those special teams and receiving the ball to start the second half. The Hawks are in great shape. You always respect your opponent for 60 minutes, though, not 30. And here's Joe Labus. What a first half for Joe. As the Hawkeye, now we got
that 380-pound
nose guard, Justin Rogers.
Offside, defense, number 52, in the neutral zone with contact. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Offside is almost a personal foul as he jumped right into Logan Jones and knocked him back into Joe Labus. Kentucky's been penalized twice for 20 yards today. Labus will just take a snap and a knee, I would assume. And that'll be it for the first half. No, he's going to hand the ball off to Caleb Johnson, and he gets a decent gain to the 30. That's a gain of about 3 or 4.
That's the end of the first half.
First half is over, and the Hawkeyes trot to the locker room with a 21-0 lead at the Trends Perfect Music City Bowl. Back with our halftime coverage in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision, and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
Back at Kinnick Stadium this year are Hawkeye Hydration Stations. Brought to you by our partners at Delta Dental of Iowa, Iowa Corn, and Pivot Bio. Located at multiple areas on the stadium concourse, Hawkeye fans are encouraged to bring their reusable bottles and fill up with fresh drinking water all season. When you visit one of the hydration stations, be sure to learn more about the important clean water initiatives of each of our partners. Delta Dental of Iowa, farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association, and Iowa Corn Promotion Board, along with Pivot Bio, care about the water we share.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield, Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light, it's for the fans. Also by Iowa John Deere Dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. Bud and Mary's, cannabis for the people. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. U.S. Bank, proud to sponsor the Iowa Hawkeyes. Equal housing lender, member FDIC. Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. And by Honda. To see how Honda crushes the competition, see your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest. This is the Budweiser Halftime Report.
Don't know that the Hawkeyes could script it any better. 21-0 Iowa. As we've reached halftime here in the Trans-Perfect Music City Bowl, the Hawkeye Marching Band, 300 strong, out on the field after a huge Hawkeye pregame huddle. And Ed, a couple things. Obviously, the two pick sixes by Wampa and Cooper DeJean have separated Iowa and Kentucky for the moment.
Well, it has, but and that'll do it in any game when you get two pick sixes. But I think Levis has proved himself capable of playing the quarterback position, as he has been very steady in that.
Quarterback rating of 172.7, 7 of 10 throwing, 83 yards, a touchdown throw to Luke Lachey that put Iowa in front 7-0.
Yeah, I mean, he looks really solid in there, and I think they've done a good job in designing an offense for him by getting him outside. He's been bootlegging out of the pocket a little bit, and then those middle screens have really been effective.
That touchdown by the Iowa offense by Lachey from Levis, set up by, without question, the most outstanding catch and run of the year by who else? Sam Laporta. Iowa leads 21-0 at the half here at the Music City Bowl on a picture-perfect day for college football. 60 degrees, cloudy, winds out of the south at 7. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
This is Hawkeye football.
Touchdown, Iowa! Touchdown!
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At Golden Harvest, our best skill is knowing how to listen. From our Gold Series soybean and game-changing corn portfolios to our expert insights housed in the Illuminate digital agronomy platform, everything we offer is an answer to what we've heard from you. This is how we listen.
Copyright 2021 Syngenta. The trademarks or service marks used herein are the property of a Syngenta Group company. All other trademarks are the property of their respective owners.
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcasting rights granted by the University of Iowa. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the university and Learfield. Announcers are provided by Learfield and approved by the university.
The Hawks are in Music City, USA, Nashville, and man, have they been in tune in all three phases. Offense, defense, and special teams. 2 pick sixes, one by DeJean, the other by Xavier Wampa. Touchdown throw, Labus, the newbie Joe Labus to Luke Lachey after a spectacular catch and run by Sam Laporta of 27 yards to set up Lachey's 15-yard score. Torrey Taylor has been well, he's been in outer space with his punting. We've seen that all year long. 46-yard average on the day. And, of course, the Iowa defense has been lights out. The Hawkeyes with 116 total yards, 83 passing, 33 on the ground, 96 total yards for Kentucky. Labus 7 of 10 for 83 yards. Destin Wade 9 of 16 for 48 yards for the Wildcats, with those 2 interceptions returned for touchdown. Caleb Johnson, Iowa's leading ground gainer, 13 yards, 6 carries. McLean has 33 yards, 8 carries for Kentucky. Iowa's Laporta has caught 2 passes for 41. Lachey has 2 grabs for 27. Berrien Brown has 4 grabs, but for just 14 yards. The difference, the turnovers. 2 turnovers, 2 touchdowns for Iowa. 21-0 Hawkeyes at the break here at the Music City Bowl at halftime. It's a great time to join the Iowa Lottery's free VIP club. Members receive free plays, special offers, insider news, and can enter promotions to win cash and other great prizes. Visit ialottery.com/VIP and learn more. Happy New Year from Matt and the crew at the Iowa Lottery. Coming up here next at half, we will have an update on the scoreboard courtesy of U.S. Bank. For now, it's 21-0 Iowa over Kentucky. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Preparation is the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Farm has a new name. It's Bud and Mary's, a tribute to the founders of their third-generation family business, Bud and Mary. Family-owned, family-operated right here in Iowa. Bud and Mary's was founded through plant science and medical cannabis research that delivers high-quality products that are approved by the Iowa Department of Public Health and tested at the University of Iowa. Explore brands including Batch, Aliviar, and Become. Visit budmary.com.
You keep coming, you keep playing, and the jackpots keep adding up. You know how to win, Iowa, and we're all for it. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel has the jackpots and cash prizes you're after. We're heading towards $30 million in jackpots this year. Want your share? Join Club Wild today and get in on all the winning. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel, Clinton, Emmitsburg, and Jefferson. Visit wildroseresorts.com. Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Live from the Learfield Network Studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis.
See what the Iowa defense has in store for him here. Rushing 4. Receiver goes in motion. Play fake to the tailback. Here's a throw picked up. And going the other way with it is Xavier Wappa. He's at the 10, 5. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown. Xavier, the X-Man.
Voice of the Hawkeyes, Learfield's Gary Dolphin with the call at the half of the Trans-Perfect Music City Bowl. Iowa leads Kentucky 21-0. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Other bowl games today at the All-State Sugar Bowl. Number 5, Alabama taking on K-State. Kansas State scored first. Alabama has answered.
2 wideouts left, 1 right. They'll bring the tight end Latu in tight left. They'll go play action, throw it to Latu, catch made, touchdown scored. Alabama, its first lead of the day.
That's Chris Stewart, voice of the Tide from Learfield. Right now, Alabama with a 21-10 lead over number 9 Kansas State. Later, Michigan and TCU play in the Fiesta Bowl, and Georgia and Ohio State in the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl. That's the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Halftime at the Music City Bowl. Hawkeyes 21, Wildcats nothing. This is the Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
At Mid-American Energy, we want to help keep you safe around power lines and electrical equipment. Always assume a power line is energized, even if it's on the ground. To avoid the risk of an accidental shock or electrocution, avoid touching a power line with anything. And when you see high voltage warnings on transformers and substations, stay away. We care about you and your safety. Get more tips at midamericanenergy.com.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data. That's right, one line, unlimited data for just $29.99 a month per line. Even just one line. Because the only way to make the greatest gift of all even greater is not having to add more lines than you need to get it. Visit us in-store or online to get one line for $29.99 a month with unlimited data today. U.S. Cellular. Locally grown connection. Limited time offer. Terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Another season of women's and men's college sports is underway. Follow your alma mater or favorite team in their pursuit of the prestigious Learfield Directors Cup at L Directors Cup on Twitter and online at thedirectorscup.com. Trophies will be awarded in June 2023 to the winning institutions in all competitive divisions. Learfield Directors Cup, the crowning achievement in college athletics.
This has been the Budweiser Halftime Report. Hawkeye football is brought to you by Bud Light. It's for the fans. Also by Case IH. Enter the red zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawkeyes. EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Shields, right there with you. Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. And by Pioneer, an American seed brand since 1926. Welcome back to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. Here's Gary Dolphin with a Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield second half.
21-0, Iowa leading Kentucky as we get set to go to the second half shortly. Prior to that, of course, we'll hear from Kurt Ferentz with our Rob Brooks on the Hawkeye sideline, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. And you know the first words out of his mouth are going to be, there's still 30 minutes left to play. And that's true. But the first 30 minutes were a thing of beauty, led by the Iowa defense. Pick sixes for touchdowns by First-time starter Xavier Wampa. Man, is he going to be special to watch. Number 1 is Wampa. Number 3 is Cooper DeJean, and he looked a lot like Babe Ruth in that first half, swatting a touchdown with a pick six, the second of the first half for the Hawkeyes, to put them up 21-0. Iowa's first score came on a nice drive. Touchdown catch by Luke Lachey, which capped a checking out the yardage here. That would have been 52 yards, I believe. Yeah, 27. The Hawks, again, forced a punt from deep in Kentucky territory. Cooper DeJean fair caught near midfield. On the first big play of the game, really, young freshman Joe Labus hit Sam Laporta over the middle. He did a 360 spin away from 2 Wildcats who had their mitts on him, ran about 5 or 6 yards, broke another tackle, did another pirouette, broke his 4th tackle. There might have been more missed in there, and squirmed all the way down to the 15-yard line of Kentucky. And just maybe the most spectacular play of the year on offense. It certainly gets that banner. Here comes Kirk Ferentz out of the locker room with the Hawks now. It certainly gets the banner for the most spectacular run after a catch, and that set up a 15-yard touchdown throw from quarterback Labus to Luke Lachey, who broke a tackle at the 5, dove for the near pylon, and put the Hawks on the board 7-0. Kirk's going to say there's 30 minutes of football left here in just a second, along with accolades, no doubt, for special teams and the defense, and really all the way around. Labus has played terrific football for starting his first game. No mistakes. Hawks fumbled it once, but fortunately Caleb Johnson got back on it. Here comes the swarm now to a big Iowa crowd here in Nashville. And here comes Kirk Ferentz running up to our Rob Brooks.
Well, Coach, you got all 3 phases working, and 2 pick sixes don't hurt, do they?
Yeah, the pick sixes are great. Just, opportunistic plays, and special teams were excellent. And then Joe's done a really nice job, just making some plays, but also not making dumb plays.
Yeah, is he progressing as the game's gone on?
I think so. I think he's a little more confident, and because he had 0 at the start. But, so far so good, and we just, we got to play 30 good minutes now.
Yeah, part of the conversation, foot on the gas for the second half?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Thanks, Coach.
Thank you.
And, that's always part of it, too, as Coach has always talked about, hey, no matter what the lead might be, hey, we've got to play 30 more minutes, as you mentioned, Dolph, but stay aggressive. And you feel like this is a real confident group here on the sideline. Iowa came ready to play, and first half down, second half to go.
So true, Robbie. Ed, I'm guessing you remember your first start at Iowa. And especially with the Chiefs in the NFL, a lot of butterflies floating around when you make your debut.
Well, yeah, especially, at the college level, because, when you get to the pros, you've got a college career behind you. But, boy, that first snap in the college game is a lot of pressure. Of course, you got a bowl crowd here. You've only had 2 weeks of practice because he runs the scout team the rest of the year, so my hat goes off to him.
And now more of the same.
We get the ball, too.
That's exactly right. Labus will be back out there to start the second half. Boy, this crew from Rockwell City is they're enjoying Nashville. Let me tell you, they're having a good time, and why wouldn't you with a 21-0 lead? But they're here from Clinton and Creston, Decorah and Denison, Iowa City and Iowa Falls, Sioux City and Keokuk, from every part of the state. It's a midwinter vacation for these Hawkeye fans, and we were guessing, I know, in talking to the Iowa ticket office, they sold 4,000 or 5,000 out of the ticket office. Another 4,000 or 5,000 went on some of the ticket selling services because you could get better seats. You pay more for them. And they've got the entire west side of the stadium full, does Iowa, as we get set to go to the second half.
Yeah, a lot of the family members are sitting right in front of us wearing their player's number, moms and girlfriends and sisters and dads.
Chance Poor P-O-O-R-E. Poor will kick off for Kentucky. And Caleb Johnson and Xavier Wampa are deep. That's a pretty good duo. Wampa the up man, Johnson at the goal line, and here comes the kick. It's a good high end-over-end kick that lands and dies in the end zone. The Hawks will bring it out to the 25-yard line. Hey, we got Hawkeye basketball this weekend. Rob Brooks will be in Champaign-Urbana on Sunday afternoon for Iowa, Illinois. And the great All-American Caitlin Clark, as she crossed over the 2,000-point threshold a week and a half, 2 weeks ago. That's Sunday afternoon. Then late Sunday afternoon, around 4:30, Bobby Hansen and I will be in State College to bring you Iowa, Penn State. Hopefully the Hawks can bounce off the canvas from the loss in Lincoln, Nebraska, and get their first Big Ten win. Caleb Johnson's at tailback as we start the second half with Iowa leading 21-0. Labus on a fake toss pitch comes the other way. Naked boot gets it to Lachey, and he's rolled out of bounds after a gain of 8.
Yeah, tight end just looks like he's going to block, releases, goes in the flat, and again, Labus on that bootleg, throwing on the run, and very accurate in doing it, picks up 9 yards.
Weak side linebacker Trevin Wallace got the tackle and also ripped Luke's shoe off. So Lachey has to check to the sideline and reboot, literally. So let's see. Third tight end. Well, we got a couple options there. We'll talk about in a minute. Second down short. Labus now shifts to the gun. Gives the draw handoff to Caleb Johnson, who reverses motion and is grabbed from behind and dropped after a slight gain, maybe a yard, by Jaquez Jones.
Yeah, that's
the big defensive lineman.
He gave up on the hole too quick and tried to bounce it outside, and Jones just ran him down.
Addison Estrenga, the freshman from Wisconsin, is an option at tight end, as is Steve Stylianos. Hawks face third down after a gain of a yard by Johnson. Third down and 1. It'd be nice to just get a chain mover here to start the second half and not a 3 and out. Labus up under center. Logan Jones fakes the handoff. He's going to throw, and it is incomplete. Intended for Laporta on a deep square in across midfield at the 45 of Kentucky. Good coverage by Terrell Agin and by Jordan Lovett. Yes, the safety. So the Hawks 0 for 5 on third down prior to that pass attempt. We'll have to punt it away. 4th down and 1.
Yeah, and that was Laporta was open. Labus just short-armed it a little bit, just couldn't get it to him.
But the sure-footed Torrey Taylor will hopefully send it deep the other way. Tavion Robinson is back deep. He's had a 5-yard average per punt return this year. That's certainly workable. Here's Torrey. He hits a missile that backs Robinson up. He called for a fair catch at the 20. He caught it at the 13. Can't blame him for misjudging the flight of the ball.
It's really something.
So we're not happy about a 3 and out, but the Iowa defense is.
Well, that's true.
They can't wait to get back out there. 51-yard punt by Torrey Taylor, as Norm Parker used to say to Chad Greenway, get out there and put the fire out.
Yeah, and we've got some good firemen on the field.
Oh, boy. Yeah, this it's not a volunteer fire department, but, boy, they're awfully good. They know how to climb the ladder. And let's see, the freshman Wade stays in a quarterback to start the second half. He's got 1 running back, 4 receivers, 3 by 1. They flip the toss sweep to the tailback, Jatan McClain. And Joe Evans saw the play developing right away, got out there, but by then McClain had turned the corner. And he got 4 serviceable yards, 2nd down 6.
Yeah, that toss sweep, they've given up trying to run between the tackles. And so they tried the toss sweep, and with pretty good result.
Center Eli Cox grabs the ball for Kentucky. He will shotgun snap it again, and here it is to Wade. Fakes the handoff and then overthrows the intended receiver. That was a fade pattern into double coverage. It would have been Dane Key. I don't know if he ran the wrong pattern or what, but Wade saw something that wasn't there after he faked the give to the tailback.
Well, I think he's seen a couple things that weren't there today because he definitely had over and under coverage on that, and fortunately the ball was overthrown.
3rd down 6. Kentucky is 2 of 10 on 3rd down. They send 3 wideouts wide right. 1 receiver to the short side of the field. McLean's the tailback out of the gun. Here's Cox snap, and it's dropped by the quarterback, and he's dropped for a loss back inside the 20 or inside the 15 to the 13-yard line. Joe Evans, Logan Lee, Deontay Craig, and I know Lucas Van Ness, if my eyes aren't deceiving me, was the first one to latch on to the quarterback, but the ball a little low on the snap, but he just dropped it, and by that time I was wrong. It was Joe Evans who looped inside from the defensive end. We've seen that act before.
Yeah, that tackle and twist has been very good to us.
Kentucky goes from 3rd and 6 to 4th and 12. Wilson Berry again to punt, this time from his end zone. And Cooper DeJean is staring him down from the midfield stripe. He gets the ball away, a nice punt. Sails across, drives Cooper back to the 40. He cuts back after moving to his left and is dropped. He did get it back upfield 5 yards. He had 2 defenders right in his mitts, right in his face as the ball got to him, and he's dropped by Trevin Wallace after a 5-yard punt return. So a nice punt from his own goal line. Berry sends it across the midfield stripe, and the Hawkeyes will take over in good field position. 1st and 10, the Iowa 45 when we come back. This is the TransPerfect Music City Bowl from Nashville. 11:43 to play 3rd quarter. Iowa 21, Kentucky nothing. And this is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The holidays are for making memories, and Honda can help you make them. Whether it's hauling presents in a capable Ridgeline, going sledding in an adventurous Pilot, or traveling in a rugged Passport or CR-V. Make memories during Happy Honda Days. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer.
New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right. The game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
This is Gary Dolphin, and those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
3rd quarter at the Music City Bowl. Iowa 21-0 over Kentucky. The Hawks have the ball when play resumes. Let's pause 10 seconds. Go around the Hawkeye Radio Network for station identification. You're listening to Hawkeye Football. Thank you, Hawkeye Radio Network affiliates, for your support of the Hawks all season long. Led by our flagships, WMT in Cedar Rapids, WHO in Des Moines, WOC in the Quad Cities, KXIC in Iowa City, KGLO in Mason City, and the rest of you wonderful radio stations. KUOO up in the lake, Spirit Lake, where it's probably a little less traffic congested this time of year. But happy holidays to everybody. Certainly happy New Year as the Hawks try to make it a real happy beginning to 2023 and a great ending to 2022. Work to be done. 21-0 Iowa. We've played a couple minutes here in the 3rd quarter. And freshman Joe Labus back under center. Turns and gives the ball to LaShawn Williams, and a little hesitation move, and he's dropped for a loss of about 5. And they've got a lot of big guys on that line. They got a lot of big linebackers too. Derek Jackson, he's 242 pounds at 6'1", and LaShawn never had a chance. He tried to go over the right side, and the Hawkeye offensive line on that play got whipped.
Yeah, that you can make sure that that was pretty hot in that locker room.
Mason Richmond at left tackle, Connor Colby at guard, Logan Jones at center, Jennings Dunker the right guard, and Nick DeYoung at right tackle. Now the Hawks lose 4. It's 2nd down and 14. Regani's in the slot left with Deontay Vines. Wide right is Luke Lachey and Sam Laporta. Now it's whistle.
Yeah, too much time.
5-yard penalty. Still 2nd down.
So the flag is for a delay of game on the Hawkeyes. This is what Kirk Ferentz was talking about with Rob Brooks at halftime there. Just no dumb plays, no dumb mistakes. There never is a smart mistake. Just the 2nd penalty, though, on Iowa. And here's a quarterback draw by Labus. And Joe gets a nice gain. Gets the 5 back on the loss by penalty. Gets the 4 back on the running attempt by LaShawn Williams, +2.
I mean, he looked good at that, too. The offensive guard's out in front of him. He delayed it just enough to sell the fact he was throwing a pass and then took off it. The field, very successful run.
Zion Childress prevented further damage, but it was a gain of 11. 3rd down and a little less than 8 for the Hawks. The ball near midfield at the 47-yard line of the Hawkeyes. Labus shifts to the gun. He wants to throw. Cox once, now covers up, and he's going to be sacked, thrown to the ground back at the 40-yard line. Once he decided to cover and run, Jordan Wright said, "Thank you very much." The strong side linebacker sacks Labus for the 2nd time in this series, and the right move, though, by Labus.
Yes,
punt it away.
Absolutely. Don't do anything, make any dumb mistakes. And
that's just what the coach ordered.
Yeah, so
9.5 to play 3rd quarter. He loses roughly 6 on the sack, and here is the punter extraordinaire, Torrey Taylor. He's got a 48-yard average today, and sends this end over end line drive back inside the 10, where by the time Tavion Robinson put the ball away, he had Cooper DeJean, Kyler Fisher, and a couple of other Hawkeyes right in his kisser. Now let's give credit to Greg Fagan, a linebacker. 51-yard punt, no return. 51-yard punt by Torrey Taylor, and no return by Robinson. Kentucky football when we come back. 1st and 10 at the Kentucky 9-yard line. Iowa leads 21-0 over the Wildcats. 9 minutes 4 seconds to play 3rd quarter. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
When you buy your own health insurance, you deserve a doctor who's your biggest champion and coverage you can be confident in. And with new Wellmark health insurance plans featuring Unity Point Health, that's what you can expect. These plans help you build a relationship with your Unity Point Health primary care providers and network partners, starting with free preventive and virtual care, plus low copays for primary care with a doctor who always has your back. Connect with an agent to help you enroll at wellmark.com/UPH.
Hi, I'm Gary Dolphin, and if you want your home to be exceptionally comfortable during these cold Iowa winters and hot, humid summers, you need to turn to Dave Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Lennox has been serving Iowa consumers since 1895, when Dave Lennox built his first furnace in Marshalltown, and Lennox is still building its high-efficiency furnaces and air conditioners there today. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and your local Lennox dealer. Lennox and the Hawkeyes. Now there's a winning combination.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Welcome back to Wellmark Blue Cross Blue Shield's coverage of Iowa Hawkeye football. Torrey Taylor has a 51-yard, a third punt of plus 50 today. His average is 48 on the afternoon. Cooper DeJean, well, number 3 has 3 pick sixes on the year. That is a new single-season Iowa school record.
Well, and this game isn't over yet, you know.
That's why I brought it up now. He may have 4 before the day's over. Let's hope. As the defense has a pair of pick sixes, Cooper DeJean and Xavier Wampa. Touchdown catch by Luke Lachey from Joe Labus. Right now it's the defense front and center. Kentucky 1st and 10 at the Wildcat 9. Freshman quarterback Wade in the gun. Gets the snap. Fakes the handoff to the tailback, now throws it to the outside receiver, Dane Key, and he's hustled into the boundary line by Jay Higgins. Boy, that play was a little shaky. Took a long time to develop.
Number 39 for Kentucky. His helmet came off through play. He has to leave the game for one play.
Lavelle Wright, the tailback. I'm not sure he wanted the football because Deontay Craig was ready to smack him. So quarterback Wade pulled it down and threw it to Key outside. They ended up getting 6 yards. So it's plus yardage, 2nd down 4. Outside right receiver goes in motion. Here's a fake pitch to him, and Wade keeps the football, and he's out of bounds across the 30 to the 35. First off, it was well blocked.
Yes.
The Hawkeye couldn't get to him for at least 10 yards, and he lumbers downfield to the 34-yard line. It's about a 20-yard gain.
Yeah, he's a big quarterback. And a good speed, you can bet he's going to develop into a good player.
Schulte and Campbell get him out of bounds. Yeah, how big? 6'3", 222 pounds, and he's from right here, Spring Hill, Tennessee. So Mark Stoops giving him a chance to start and perform in front of the home folk. One of the Nashville suburbs. 1st and 10 at the Kentucky 34. With an outside run off right tackle. Again, well blocked. And a nice gallop by Lavelle Wright. Wampa came up and knocked him down after he crossed the 40 to the 41 with 7:40 to play third quarter. So Kentucky has moved it from its own 9 to the Kentucky 40-yard line. Their best sustained drive of the afternoon, Ed, so far.
2 first downs in a row. Let's shut them down now.
Iowa with some new bodies out there. Herkett, Y.A. Black off the right side. 2nd down and about a long 4. Here's Wade on the keeper. He was going to run that all the way, and Jack Campbell said, not in my neighborhood. Get out of here. Drops him for a 2-yard loss, at least, maybe 3.
Campbell is something. He read that right away because they ran the fake to the back and then had him lead, and Campbell just wasn't fooled by anything.
Never took his eyes off the quarterback. And as you know, Phil Parker says it all starts with our eyes.
Yep.
Campbell has 8 tackles, 7 solo, and a sack. Big play here, 3rd down and 6 for the Iowa defense. Kentucky back at its own 38. Wade to throw, takes a deep drop. Now he's flushed, drops it off to the safety valve, and he gets maybe 2 yards, and Campbell hops on his shoulder blades and rides him out of bounds into the Kentucky bench. And, you know, you would expect Wade to be, you know, suffering from happy feet. You got that defense breathing fire on your neck. Jatan McClain was the safety valve, and he got 3 yards, and Kentucky may be going for it, Ed. 4th down and almost 3.
Well, like you said, it's a bowl game.
It's a bowl game. And the Iowa defense will take that as a line in the sand. 4th down and 3 at the 41. Here's the snap, and the handoff on the jet sweep gets the 1st down. Again, well blocked on the left side of that offensive line by Kentucky. And on the sweep, it's Tavion Robinson from Wade, and he gets the needed 3 plus 2 or 3 more. And a Wildcat slow to get up. Looks like Jordan Dingle, the tight end, who was leading the blockers downfield. So the Wildcats move the chains, 1st and 10 at the 47-yard line of Kentucky. Clock running with 5.5 to go, third quarter. Iowa leading 21-0. Play fake. They're going for it all downfield and incomplete. Well overthrown of the intended receiver, Berrien Brown.
And guess who was right there running stride for stride? Sebastian Castro.
And Riley Moss. Even if it had been on point, Riley Moss was the second man in the coverage. But you're right, Sebastian Castro, that's a safety.
Yeah.
Running with the fastest guy in the field.
Yeah.
2nd down and 10. Wade, his accuracy has not been good deep. You would expect that in a first-time start. But that said, you want to make sure you keep their receivers, all athletic, all fast, locked down tight. Twin running backs now for Kentucky off each shoulder pad for Wade. Now one goes in motion, and the handoff is to the second one who just came into the formation, Dane Key, and he was dropped immediately as the handoff occurred. Pouring through there with a Spahn and Rose hammerhead hit, Logan Lee.
Yeah.
He's been doing that all year.
Boy, he has. He has been in the backfield so many times this year you can't count him.
I beg your pardon, I was wrong. It's Aaron Graves, 95, not 85. Well, they play a lot alike.
Yeah.
Graves took on a double team. Well, my apologies to everybody in the Fort Dodge area. Big play by the young freshman. Here's the snap. Back to pass, Wade on 3rd down and 12. Throws it to the sideline, nobody home. The intended receiver was Tavion Robinson on a square out. And there were 3 Hawkeyes there, led by Xavier Wampa.
Yeah, really good coverage. I mean, I think he was throwing that to the first row in the stands because there was no place to fit the ball in.
By the way, I said Fort Dodge. It's close to Dayton, Iowa. Southeast Valley High School is where Aaron Graves is from. So here's Wilson Beery again, another punt headed Cooper DeJean's way. It's 4th down and 12. Kentucky will not go for it here. A little too early in the second half. 9th punt of the day for Beery. This time the protection is good. He gets it away. Cooper DeJean hates the fair catch and stumbles away from 2 blue shirts as he tried to escape pressure, but did get 3 or 4 yards back upfield. The Hawks will take over 1st and 10 near the 17-yard line. Zion Childress downfield to get the first lick in on Cooper. 42-yard punt for Beery. Timeout on the field. Iowa has the lead at 21-0 with 4:19 to go in the first half. In business, well, Mid-American Energy can help save you energy and add to your bottom line. Visit MidAmericanEnergy.com and learn more. And when corn grows fuel, Iowans win. Ethanol, it's a renewable fuel that's better for our environment, health, and wallet. Share your winning moments using hashtag IowansWin. Plus, you'll be eligible for some fun, corny giveaways. We'll go to Twitter and Facebook when we come back, see where you are listening in from. On Twitter at Gary Dolphin or on Facebook at Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawkeyes. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
You probably know that a natural gas leak smells like rotten eggs. But what does a gas leak look or sound like? If you hear a whooshing or hissing sound, see dirt, dust, or water spraying from an area, or you get dizzy or queasy, leave the area immediately. Then call 1-800-595-5325 once you're safely away. See MidAmericanEnergy.com for more safety tips.
Paid for by the customers of Mid-American Energy.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Windsor Windows and Doors are designed and manufactured to give you an inspired look for your next new construction or remodeling project. As your local Windsor distributor, Gilchrist Jewett is here to help you get the right fit for your style and performance needs. We offer the full line of made in the USA Windsor windows and doors, including wood-clad, cellular PVC, and vinyl products. To get your next project started, stop into Gilchrist Jewett at one of our 6 locations in Iowa.
Make
next harvest your best harvest with Mershman Seeds. This is Joe Mershman. Our connection to MS Technologies makes us an industry leader for Enlist E3 soybean genetics. Starting line seed treatment, our most advanced seed treatment, comes standard with added protection against both sudden death syndrome and white mold. Upgrade with Saltro and Trunemco for maximum protection against sudden death syndrome and soybean cyst nematodes. There's only one leader in soybean technology, Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field.
It'll be Iowa football when play resumes. The Hawks with a 21-0 lead here at the Music City Bowl, sponsored by Trans Perfect. Nobody's been perfect. The Iowa defense has been pretty close. 4:19 to play third quarter. In the audience here today is watching the game Matt Dubiel, who works at 1530 WCKG in downtown Chicago, one of our affiliates. Jay in Mankato is tuned into KGLO 1300 up in Mason City. Hi, Jay. Stacy and Kyle are in beautiful Pipestone, Minnesota. That's just over the border. And more names coming, like Peggy in Esterville. Peggy's a regular listener. Happy New Year to everybody on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Joe Labus shifts to the gun as Iowa tries to protect that 21-0 lead and run some clock, get a score if it's there. Play fake to the tailback, Caleb Johnson, and quarterback Labus threw it right into the ground. He's trying to find Regaining on a slant.
Was in the area.
Regaining on a slant, it wasn't there.
Yeah, there was two people between Labus and Regaining, and he did the smart thing. He threw it in the ground.
Madi Potabom comes in for one of the tight ends. That stops the clock with 4:15 to go third quarter. Second down 10. The ball just across the 15, 16-yard line. A straight line handoff to running back Johnson. And he goes straight forward over guard and left guard and center for about 2. Hawkeyes are going to look at third down. Third and about 7.
Boy, that defense really defeated us on that play. He had no place to go. There were 4 or 5 defenders right in his face.
Those big old Blutos, you like to say, up front, tied everybody up. Trevin Wallace and J.J. Weaver. The linebackers finished off Caleb Johnson. He took a hard hit. Labus, pump fake short, pump fakes over the middle, throws to Laporta on the right side. He looked at left middle and then threw it to Laporta at the 20-yard line. He was hit immediately. And Jazz Patterson, the true freshman running back, went in motion that time. He was covered up. Again, Kentucky is one of the top 20 defenses in the country. J.J. Weaver is one of the better linebackers you'll see. Tavian Robinson is back to receive the punt. Another punt from our guy, Torrey Taylor. 4th down and 6 for the Hawkeyes. Here's the snap. Taylor gathers it in. Look at this monster. My, oh my, all the way back to the 22 is Tavian Robinson.
Oh, there's a block in the back.
Clearly, we don't see a flag yet.
It was right in front of that official. Right in front of him.
Kyler Fisher got shoved 5 yards downfield by a block in the back, and that allowed Robinson to escape from about his own 25 or 30, and he brings it all the way up to midfield.
Illegal motion, offense. The 5-yard penalty will be added to the end of the kick.
Oh, my God.
First down, Kentucky.
Boy, talk about insult added to injury.
I mean, that block in the back couldn't have been more obvious, and with an official standing right 2 yards behind it.
Well, they must have a plane to catch back to the West Coast, because at the very least it should have been offsetting penalties. And now, after a 59-yard punt, a 26-yard return plus 5 of the penalty, Kentucky has its best starting field position at the Iowa 48-yard line. 21-0 Iowa. 2:35 left to go, third quarter. See if the Hawks can stop them again. Hawks have 2 pick sixes by DeJean and Wampa, and a touchdown catch by Lachey. Now Wade's going to go right down the middle of the field, or he wants to. Everybody's covered up, so he tries to scramble away from heat and gets dropped after a 1-yard gain. Great coverage downfield. Lucas Van Ness slowed him down, and Jay Higgins finished him off. Now I see a flag now downfield in the Iowa secondary. And they're discussing it. So a penalty-free ball game all of a sudden slowed down by penalties not called, and one that now is. Now Kentucky's walking back.
The result of the play is a second down. After the play, unsportsmanlike conduct, offense number 2. It's a 15-yard penalty. It'll be second down. This is number 2 for Kentucky's first unsportsmanlike conduct foul of the game.
Well, the true freshman, Berrien Brown, he of the lightning speed, and he from Pearl Cone High School right here in Nashville, is called for unsportsmanlike conduct. So he might have been getting in Cooper DeJean or Xavier Wampa's face, but that's a big switch. After a gain of 1, it's a 15-yard walk-off, so Kentucky's back at its own 38-yard line. Here's an empty backfield. Wade throws over the middle. It's caught. Seth Benson running in space with the wide receiver Tavion Robinson. Tackled him immediately, but they get 7 or 8 yards on that play. They move it up to the 47 of Kentucky. Third down, 14.
Yep, and we're down to 1:40 in the third quarter. So let's hold them here, Hawks.
Iowa rushing 4, including Van Ness, Logan Lee, big Noah Shannon. He's had a great year, and John Wagner. The veterans are all in there. 1 running back, 4 receivers. Deep drop. Oh, the quarterback gets away from a sack, a would-be sack. Pass is caught, but well short of a first down. Xavier Wampa whomps on Tavion Robinson across midfield. Now Kentucky may go for it. It's a gain of close to 10. It'd be 4th down and 4. And Wade's staying out there, so they plan to go for it. Big play, big moment in the game. With a minute to go, third quarter. Ball at the 42-yard line of Iowa. They were successful on their only 4th down try today. 4th and a long 2. This is 4th and 4. I'm just going to let Wade create something on his own here if the called for play isn't there. Jaton McClain in the backfield with Wade. Long snap count. Here it is. Takes a 3-step drop, fires, and it's caught. Is it a first down? Yes. Just a yard beyond the first down chain. Dane Key on the catch. Boy, in heavy traffic.
Oh, I was going to say that was very close for another pick 6.
Double coverage. And Wade missiled it in there, and credit Key for hanging on to it. They needed 4, got 5 to the Iowa 37. DeJean and Seth Benson were right there, but it's a second 4th down conversion for Kentucky. So we play on with Kentucky in possession of the football. Inside a minute to go, third quarter. Here's a pass deflected up in the air, I believe, by Shannon. Either Shannon or Logan.
Ruling on the field is a forward pass, incomplete.
Noah Shannon or Logan Lee, they were in the neighborhood. I think it was Shannon.
Yeah, Shannon, and he's only about 6 foot tall, so he had a lot of penetration.
Well, he got up in the air. Clock stopped with 4 seconds to play. Third quarter. This will be the final play of the period, one would think. Ball back at the 42 of Iowa. 2nd down, 10. Kentucky. A nice drive here despite an unsportsmanlike penalty to reach the Iowa 42. Deep drop by Wade. Throws incomplete. Great coverage by Xavier Wampa. My goodness.
Terrific play. Over the top. Knocking the ball down.
That's the end of the third quarter.
And a big part of the reason is not only is Wampa 6'2", but he's got arms that are 5'10".
Yeah, he does.
And he went right over the shoulder blade of the intended receiver and never touched the guy and knocked the ball harmlessly away. Third quarter's over. Iowa leading 21-0 The lead remains at 3 touchdowns, 3 scores, 21-zip here at the TransPerfect Music City Bowl in Nashville. Iowa leading the Wildcats back for the 4th quarter in just a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
I'm here for Pioneer Brand Seeds, a block away from another ag company's corporate office. This company concentrates their breeders here in one centralized location. That's not how Pioneer works. Our breeders are located where their test plots are. That way, Pioneer corn breeders gain insights about what does and doesn't work for a local geography in real time. Ask your local Pioneer sales representative about field-proven Pioneer brand corn hybrids. And like our breeders, they're located near you.
Through 3 quarters, the Hawkeyes with 21 points, just 130 total yards, but 2 pick sixes. That's a difference maker. Kentucky 156 yards and nothing. A goose egg on the scoreboard thanks to that outstanding Iowa defense that has been so consistent all year long. It'll be 3rd down and 10 for Kentucky at the Hawkeye 37-yard line when the 4th quarter starts here in just a minute. In the meantime, hi to Cindy in Cedar Rapids, recovering from recent surgery. Cindy, hope you're feeling well. Bobby V is tuned in from Chicago, listening in on WCKJ. Bobby's in COVID recovery. Oh, Robert, we wish you all the best. Luke is with his daughter, Kinley, in the NICU in Lincoln, Nebraska. All the best, Luke, and beautiful daughter, Kinley. Joe's in Cedar Rapids. Hi to Troy up in Clear Lake, home of the Surf Ballroom. And Sarah in Fall River, Wisconsin, tuned into the Hawkeyes and the Wildcats. Bill out in Vermilion, South Dakota. Hi, Bill. BJ's over in Grinnell. And Lewis is on the way to Green Bay to watch the Vikings tomorrow. The Vikings and the Packers. Lewis from Williamsburg. Thank you all for listening in on the Hawkeye Radio Network. More shout-outs as the 4th quarter progresses. Right now, the Hawks need a stop on 3rd and 10, although Kentucky's in that crowd in that 4-down neighborhood. 37-yard line of the Hawkeyes. 1 period to play in this year's Music City Bowl. Wade, the freshman, sends Jatan McClain in motion out of the backfield. This is 5 receivers to choose from. On 3rd down and 10, Hawks show blitz. It's a keeper by Wade all the way. He's going to get 2 or 3 to the 35, maybe inside the 35. Hawks had that play snipped.
There was 11 Hawkeyes around him. I mean, within a 3-yard period area, there were 11 Hawkeyes.
And I'll tell you what, he's had some plays today where you need a truckload of white jerseys around him. He's got escapability, but he's so big, he doesn't go down with the first hit. Jack Campbell was the first guy to latch onto him. You're always going to go down if Jack gets you. So the Wildcats go for it on 4th down and 9. They give Wade a yard. 4 receivers, 1 running back. Here's the snap from the 37. Wade to throw on a play fake. Fires. It is incomplete. Almost intercepted. Oh, did Riley Moss tattoo Berrien Brown? That freshman's taking a beating today.
Yeah, the ball was a little high, and there was no way he was going to bring it down with Riley Moss having an X marks the spot in the middle of his back.
Phil Parker had enough of these 4th down tries. Finally, Kentucky fails after converting 2. They turn it over on downs at 4th and 9, and You know, Mark Stoops is thinking like you, hey, it's a bowl game. Let's roll the dice. The Hawkeyes take over. 1st and 10 at the 36 with young freshman quarterback Joe Labus out there just trying to play mistake-free. Jack Plum has come in at left tackle, the senior from Green Bay. Reganey splits wide right. It'd be nice to see Nico break free. His entire family's here today. That's usually double-digit numbers. Oh, Sam Laporta was in the Wildcat, and he runs for 8 yards. How about that? I thought I was seeing things. I put the binocs back on him, and there goes Sam for 8. Well, now they bring it back. I'll give him 6. Second down, 4.
And he's staying in at quarterback. Laporta's staying in at quarterback.
I did not think I'd see this today, but Brian Ferentz said, you know what? I'm not sure he made the best decision to decide to play in this game because Brian thinks he's going to be a high NFL draft pick. Yeah. And Sam says, I'm playing. And he's still in there in the Wildcat. Second down, 4. Hands off to Caleb Johnson, and Caleb squirms forward over left guard for a couple. Let's check in with Rob Brooks.
Off one advantage here for the fourth quarter for the Hawkeyes is the wind has picked up. It's coming out of the north right now, but the Hawkeyes will have it at their backs the entire fourth quarter.
Well, let's see if Sam Laporta throws a post route.
Yeah, this is the best our rushing game has looked today.
Jaquez Jones got the stop. It's 3rd down and 2. Laporta's going to keep it again. He tries to fight down the middle over center for the needed yardage. He's going to be short by at least a yard. The Hawkeyes are willing to keep the ball on the ground and run the football. We're a little over 2.5 minutes into this fourth quarter. And Torrey Taylor, I mean, when you got a weapon like Torrey Taylor, you don't take chances.
No, I mean,
you're not going for it here. They want to go for it with Laporta at quarterback. And you say
it's the best our rushing game has looked today.
Torrey Taylor will punt for the 8th time. Kentucky deep man at his own 10. Taylor hits this one straight up in the air. Taylor's got a 49-yard average, and there's no chance for a return for Tavion Robinson. He just kicked it up into the lights. I mean, you're sitting here smiling. You were a great punt returner. You got to love what you're seeing with Taylor.
I just think the only thing would be if it were the lights on at night, so he'd kick it over the lights.
The light standards getting their first eye-to-eye view of Torrey Taylor's punts. That one was only 41, but of course it lands inside the 20 or dies inside the 20. Blue is freedom to choose the doctors you want. Blue is affordable. The plans to fit your budget. Because Blue is Medicare Advantage from Wellmark Advantage Health Plans. Get all-in-one plans with the confidence of being covered by Wellmark. Find the plan right for you at wellmark.com/touchdown. 21-0 Iowa, 12 minutes to go in the game here in Nashville in the Music City Bowl. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Is your work environment safe? It can be with help from EMC insurance companies. Use our loss control resources for online driver training, tools to avoid slips, trips, and falls, ways to improve workstation ergonomics, techniques for proper lifting, and so much more. Get safety videos and materials for your employees, all at no additional cost. When you insure your business with EMC. Learn more at emcins.com.
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with Wellmark Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
We'd like to think the Machine Shed represents the best of the Midwest, the celebration of American comfort food, the heart of America. From scratch cooking in our homemade soups, for example, our pies, our Big Apple dumplings, our stuffed Iowa pork chops. In an era of easier cooking, we're always trying to figure out how to make it even better. All the best of the Midwest. That's what the Machine Shed's all about.
The Iowa Machine Shed, I-80 in Hickman Road, Urbandale, and I-80 and Northwest Boulevard, Davenport.
Laser Graphics and Signs provides big signs, bold graphics, and beautiful results for Hawkeye athletics around Kinnick Stadium and Carver Hawkeye Arena. Laser Graphics and Signs helps you build your brand through the use of high-impact graphics, signage, and video displays designed specifically to tell your story and grow your business in a big way. That's Laser Graphics and Signs, an official graphics and signage provider for Hawkeye athletics. Visit them online at laser.com to see how they can bring your big ideas to life.
Back in Nashville, Music City, USA, where the Hawkeyes trying to close out Kentucky here, leading 21-0, 12:01 to go in the game. Gary Dolphin with Ed Podolak, Corey Sheets, our engineer-producer, and Ryan Fleming, spotter, and our statistician is the word I'm looking for. Haida Grace listening in while painting cabinets. Hawks are painting a pretty picture, especially defense and special teams at this point.
Oh, my goodness. It's something. Is there anything Cooper Lejeune can't do? I mean, unbelievable.
He is special, no doubt about it. Riley Moss has been special for 4 years, and here comes Kentucky. 1st and 10 with Iowa leading 21-0. Early on fourth quarter. Wade still in at quarterback. And he's going to throw short left flat. They try to block downfield. Good play, well executed. And getting first down yardage with Xavier Wampa on the tackle of Berrien Brown. You can see if he gets out of the track blocks, he can fly.
Yep. And this is a great tackle here by Wampa, because if he breaks through there, he's gone.
Receivers did a great job of blocking for their teammate Brown. 11 yards on the pickup. Could have been a lot worse. Clock's marching with 11:28 to play in the game. 1st and 10 Kentucky. Wade again. Is he going to throw short? Does so. Gain of maybe 4 or 5. And the receiver is gang tackled, led by guess who? Jack Campbell, Xavier Wampa, and Aaron Graves is getting some extra duty. Berrien Brown, I thought, was on the receiving. It might have been Dingle, the tight end. He was swallowed up so fast.
He disappeared.
He did. 31-yard line. That's a gain of 5. 2nd down 5 for Kentucky. They've taken some shots deep today, but the Hawkeyes have had good coverage, and Wade has not been pinpoint accurate. Now he's throwing out to the right, and that thing sailed high and about 100 miles an hour, and there was no way that Berrien Brown was going to gather that in, especially with Sebastian Castro draped all over him.
Right there. Hit him right as the ball hit his hands.
3rd down and 5 for Mark Stoops and the Wildcats. Mark in his 10th year. It's hard to believe he's been in Kentucky 10 years.
He's done a terrific job at a basketball school.
He and John Calipari got in a little verbal tussle about, is it still a basketball school or might it be a football school in the SEC? 3rd down and 5. Hawks looks like they're blitzing. Now they back off as the ball snapped. Wade can't find anybody open. He's grabbed by Castro, and down he goes south of the border. Sebastian Castro with a Mershman seed sack. $150 for Stead Family Children's Hospital. The 3rd of the afternoon. The Hawks showed blitz, backed off, and then came with a delay, and they confused the young freshman.
Yeah, they sure did, and Castro just ran through the block that they were trying to put on him.
Yeah, Jatan, I think it was the tailback, Jatan McClain. He's not going to like the replay. No. He whiffed on Castro, made a great move. Castro, one of the heralded high school players when he was prepping in Chicago, and he has become some kind of defender, and he's the cash back of the future.
You betcha.
Beery with a running punt. Cooper DeJean gets away from it and lets it roll. Cooper thought about grabbing it after the first bounce, but he said, you know what, we're up 21-0.
Yeah.
No turnovers at this stage, please. And the ball took a healthy roll, lands or dies at the 28-yard line of Iowa, where Joe Labus will come back out in just a minute. Hawkeye football is sponsored by our friends Clark Fessler and the crew at Perry's Authentic Brand. On Hawkeye game days, Eddie and I wear our authentic brand, as does Rob Brooks. Expertly crafted and incredibly comfortable. Authentic brand selection of premium Hawkeye gear should be your choice on game days and every day. Make it yours today. Make it a Happy New Year. Shop authentic-brand.com. That's authentic-brand.com. Or stop at the fine retailer nearest you. Authentic Brand. With the score, Iowa 21, Kentucky nothing at the Music City Bowl. 9:39 to play in the game. Let's step out. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
When you set up a savings goal with U.S. Bank, it grows with you. There's no limit to what you can crochet. Can do. Doesn't have to be crocheting, but it totally could be. Like the headphones you're listening to this ad with, you could totally crochet those. There's no telling where your savings goal will take you. Maybe you'll save enough for yarn to crochet your house or the whole town. Oh, right. Doesn't have to be crochet related.
Set up savings goals on the U.S. Bank mobile app, even for the wildest of dreams. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brands premium sportswear is crafted with attention to detail and uncompromising quality. Inspired by the Midwestern work ethic and with you in mind, Authentic Brand apparel and accessories will make you look, feel, and perform your best. Whether you work in the trades or in the office, Authentic Brand's range of models serves the everyday demands of small businesses and corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best. Discover the authentic difference and insist on the Authentic Brand label.
9:39 to play in the game. Joe Labus is back in at quarterback. So Sam Laporta got his chance. He was in the Wildcat for his series. And I do see Jazz Patterson out there, Ed. The jet quick freshman. They practiced him a lot this week. Pompano Beach, Florida. 5'10", 190-pounder. That's one of the what you would call Liddell Betts special. Came from Liddell's area down there when he was a high school coach. Let's see if they look for him. Here's Labus throwing and incomplete, intended for Deontay Vines. He had him on the sideline, just overthrew him. Yeah, rushed the pass a little.
Little mix-up. I think he thought Vines was going to stop. Vines kept going up the field, so it ended up being behind him.
Lachey comes out of the game. Tight end Laporta's in there, so they go with an extra receiver. Vines, Reganey, and Alec Wick. Clock stops. Patterson is the tailback. And here's Labus rolling out to his right. Throws. This one's caught right on. Vines breaks the tackle. Did he get the first down? Okay, he did. Up at the 40-yard line, a gain of 12. Now, Joey had much better stuff on that throw.
Oh, and that's a great throw because he is running full speed sideways, and there was a lot of mustard on that pass.
Andrew Phillips was in coverage. Bo Stevens for the Hawkeyes, a longtime starter before he got hurt this year, just a redshirt freshman, is in the game. Good to see Bo out there.
Boy, that was a good first down there. We needed that.
What did I tell you during the break?
Yeah, it's been a while.
Just give me 3 or 4 first downs. Give me a 6-minute drive up 21-0. Bo Stevens at right guard, and he throws a block as the Hawks come the other way to the short side of the field. Get it to your leader, Sam Laporta, and he's gang tackled by 2 or 3 Wildcats, and there's one down across the way, and he's in obvious pain. The flow went to the wide side of the field. Labus came back short side on a naked boot, Ed, and when you get all those bodies running in one direction, this can happen. And big Jaquez Jones.
You know, that's been successful for us, is that fake and then the bootleg, naked bootleg, and throw off of it to a receiver coming across.
Jamarius Dinkins is the injured Wildcat. It's 285 pounds, a freshman defensive end. He was leading that 7 or 8 man charge because the Hawks were showing sweep to that end. They came back the other way, and whether he tried to slam the brakes on or got hit on the backside, we'll take a look at the replay, but he's in a lot of pain. They're working on that left leg. We'll come back, sort it out in a minute. Timeout on the field. 8:40 to play. Iowa leads 21-0 over Kentucky at the Music City Bowl. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The Hawkeyes know a successful season demands a powerhouse team with a can-do attitude. So does Case IH. We're committed to developing the most powerful, productive, and reliable equipment. From tillage, planting, and harvesting to hay and forage, Case IH equipment meets every challenge in the field and wins. Check out a leading lineup by visiting your local Case IH dealer or go to caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Go Hawks!
You're listening to healthy coverage of the Iowa Hawkeyes with well-marked Blue Cross and Blue Shield. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
DePaco Credit Union members are better together through Thank Yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in Thank Yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hey, Hawkeye fans, this is head Hawkeye coach Tom Brands. This December, the world comes to Iowa, Coralville, Iowa. The best men's and women's wrestling nations will descend on Extreme Arena to battle Team USA for the 2022 World Cup. If you are a wrestling fan, this is an event experience you will not want to miss. This December at Extreme Arena, 2022 World Cup. Learn more at uwwiowacity.com.
So it's second and
down and 5 after Joey Labus' pass to Sam Laporta. Gets Iowa to the 45-yard line of the Hawkeyes, and a great sign as Jamarius Dinkins got up and was helped off the field, but he was walking pretty much under his own pressure or own power. Jack Johnson is into the game for Iowa at wide receiver. He's out of Des Moines. Jack played a lot early in the non-conference and then got hurt and has been up and down since, but number 27 splits wide left. Reganey goes with him there in the slot, and the Hawks have two tight ends, Luke Lachey and Sam Laporta. Jazion Patterson is the tailback, and Labus in the gun. Good protection. He's going to throw and caught. What a catch by Reganey down the slot all the way to the 35-yard line of Kentucky. And that standing O from Section L right in front of us is the entire Reganey family.
I'll tell you, this is a big-time throw. He's throwing it over the underneath coverage and in front of the deep coverage.
4 guys had him surrounded.
Big-time throw there.
Oh, you're right. And what a great catch by Reganey. So that pass works for 19 yards and a first down. Joe's best throw and biggest completion of the day. Maybe not biggest completion. That was to Laporta, who gets another one now. Kadron Smith makes the stop. You throw it anywhere near Laporta, and he threw that ball where nobody in a blue jersey could even touch it.
And he threw it way before Laporta turned to look for it. That's timing all the way.
Gain of 8, second down 2 for Labus and the Hawkeyes, who are on the move with 7.5 to go in the game, and Iowa in front 21-0. Patterson, the tailback. 2 tight ends again. Labus turns, looks to his right, now comes back left, has Patterson, who snuck out the back door and was drilled as he caught the ball. Now he's right at the chain. Is it enough to move? Doesn't look like it. It's going to be third down and short. Third down and looks like less than a yard. That's just great instinct. So he had his back to Patterson, but knew right where he was. Yeah. He just spun and let it go.
Check first to see if he was available. This is big here. Let's get this first down.
He does have some firepower in that arm.
Yes, he does. Quick release, too, real quick.
Third down, not quite a yard. Whistles blow. Timeout, Iowa.
Timeout. Iowa, their first of the half. This will be a full timeout.
6.5 to play in the game. Hey, the Iowa Corn Cyhawk Series, it's all about celebrating our student athletes as well as our state's corn farmers. Just like the Cyclones and the Hawks work hard all year long to get ready for the season ahead, so do Iowa's corn farmers. Growing a crop used in over 4,000 products. That's a win for all Iowans. Iowa corn in the Iowa Cyhawk Series. Stronger than ever. 6:30 to play in the game. Timeout on the field. Iowa 21, Kentucky nothing. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
The holidays are for making memories, and Honda can help you make them. Whether it's hauling presents in a capable Ridgeline, going sledding in an adventurous Pilot, or traveling in a rugged Passport or CR-V. Make memories during Happy Honda Days. Buy online, reserve from select dealers, or visit your local Honda dealer.
New Hondas are arriving daily at your Central Midwest Honda dealer. Honda gets the Midwest.
See dealer for financing details.
Running a business is a lot of work. Luckily, I've got a great partner.
Oh, I thank you.
I meant U.S. Bank.
I knew that.
U.S. Bank Business Essentials is a huge help to us.
Totally. Their comprehensive point-of-sale system does it all. Tracks inventory, manages schedules, customizes orders.
Plus all the regular banking stuff.
If only it could make coffee.
Nah, that's your job.
From point of sale to quick loans, we have many ways to make your business boom. That's what U.S. Bank is for. U.S. Bank. We'll get there together. Equal housing lender member FDIC.
Iowa's drive with Joe Labus behind the wheel. A quarterback has now stretched to 6 plays and 45 total yards. And the Hawks have the ball, 3rd down and not quite a yard at the Kentucky 27, trying to put the game away, leading 21-0 with 6.5 minutes remaining in the Trans Perfect Music City Bowl. You know, Eddie, you and I watched the Cowboys and the Titans here on Thursday night. We weren't literally here, watching on TV, and that field was really chewed up, really beat up by those gigantic pro players. They put this field back together. It's really held up nicely today.
Yes, it has. There's a couple slips that we've seen in between the hash marks, but basically it's hard to believe that it happened in just, 2 days?
Less than 2 days ago, really. Well, yeah. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, about a day and a half, but it's really kudos to of course, our NFL groundskeepers. They're the best in the world. Hawkeyes leading 21-0. When play resumes, the Hawks will have 3rd, and we'll call it a yard. The nose of the football at the Kentucky 27. You want to get at least 3 out of this drive. Hi to Julian Sigourney. Heather's heading home from Des Moines. Troy's in Waterville, Minnesota. Bruce checking in from Fort Madison. Tyler's in North Liberty on Twitter and Facebook. Addison Ostrenga is the extra tight end. Addison, big kid. They really like him. They feel they got a steal. He's out of Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. 6'4", 235, a freshman. Got 1 pass this year, but he's a good blocker. He'll be 255 this time.
He's got a big frame.
They need him to block now. Got a fullback and a tailback, and it's going to be Jazzy and Patterson, who bounced off the nose guard and fell forward. Looks like he's going to be shy. I mean, nobody blocked Justin Rogers.
He just slipped through with he just outsmarted us here. He saw the guard pulling to go to the other side and came right through that gap.
Yeah, is that trying to, I'm not sure what the guard, Bo Stevens left that area, came down on a cross block. Here's Labus rolling out to his right, wants to throw and then throws it away. Hawks went for it on 4th and 2. Iowa.
Number 84 is in the area. The ball will go up.
Iowa 0 for 10 on 3rd down today, so they'll work on that.
You mean on 4th down or 3rd down or both?
Third down.
3rd down.
Kirk Ferentz, the day he goes for it 10 times on 4th down, you and I can head to the home. 0 for 2 on 4th down today. Now the Hawkeyes are. They were 0 for over on third down. Either way, neither one's impressive.
No.
But
Scoreless.
They took about 4 minutes off the clock. Got, 2 or 3 first downs. And look who's a quarterback for Kentucky, Deuce Hogan. And his first pass goes to former teammate Aaron Graves.
That's got to be grounding.
Well, he was in the box, but rarely have they thrown a flag all day when we think they should. So, well, how about Deuce Hogan? 6'4", 205, a sophomore from South Lake, Texas. Spent his first couple years at Iowa and jumped in the portal. I was surprised. Maybe the Hawks weren't, but Deuce transferred. Mark Stoops knew of him well, and here he is at Kentucky. So he's going to play against his old school. And he throws a little right flat route to McLean, the tailback. He's immediately latched onto by Benson and Deontay Craig and Noah Shannon. Hey, before I forget, Louis Steck is in there too. Congratulations to Y.A. Black. He won the chicken wing eating contest.
Chicken tenders.
Well, they call it the chicken wing contest.
Oh, they do?
Yeah, and they are the hottest you can possibly get in Nashville. And he ate 15 in 4 minutes.
Oh, my goodness.
And never once went to the glass of milk. 3rd down and 8 for the Wildcats. Here's another sideline throw that is going to work close to a first down. Not quite. Good pursuit by Jack Campbell. Louis Steck, Deontay Craig. The pass was completed. Deuce Hogan to Jaton McLean. Let's see. They give him to the 32. It's 4th down and 6. Almost 7. And we're probably going to get a look at Deuce Hogan's downfield arm strength.
Yeah.
With 4:40 to play in the game.
Look at.
And Iowa leading 21-0.
Campbell wants the fans to get in it. He started throwing his arms up in the air, and the fans are in it.
You think Campbell would like to get a shot at Hogan? Here's Deuce with an empty backfield. Here comes Benson. He throws, and it's caught for a first down. So Deuce Hogan caught the Hawks in a blitz. Found Dane Key on a medium-range square end to the 42-yard line. That's 15 yards and a first down. Clock continues to run. This next snap will have 4 minutes to play in the game. Iowa still rushing 4. They go with a quick snap count. And Jaton McLean drives through a hole off right guard. Jack Campbell came up and ankle tackled him.
Well, that gives Campbell another unassisted tackle for the day.
Boy, are we going to miss him. Seems like we say that every year, though, about a middle linebacker at Iowa. Josie Jewell, James Morris. Here's Hogan throws. Tried to set up a screen. And that Deontay Craig, I am going to love watching this kid. I have so far for the next 2 years. Deontay Craig with the immediate tackle on Lavelle Wright, the backup to McLean. And what normally would be a 4 or 5 yard gain, about 6 inches.
Yeah.
Call it 3rd down and 10. 3 minutes, 15 seconds and counting. Iowa 21, Kentucky nothing. Deontay Craig, who has 6 sacks on the year, has had another solid game today. Hogan to throw, flicks it out there. It's caught. It's short of a first down as Seth Benson denies Lavelle Wright. He did gain 8. Again, Hogan just throwing straight sideways to the running backs.
It's kind of a sidearm motion.
Yeah, well, that was. He's got a strong arm. I mean, there's no doubt, no questioning his arm strength. But he had Spencer Petras ahead of him, and at the time, Alex Padilla. 2.5 to play. Kentucky is 2 of 17 on 3rd down. And this is 4th down. And they're not going to convert here. Deontay Craig came through unblocked.
What's this flag for?
And crushed Tavion Robinson.
We had a late flag over here.
You talking near the Iowa sideline?
Yeah, right.
The result of the play is that the pass receiver was short of the line to gain, so the ball will go over to Iowa, first down. After the play, sideline warning, Iowa. This is their first and only sideline warning of the game.
Why do you give Iowa a sideline warning when the defense makes a great play like that? Now, maybe they were too far out on the field, but oh well, all's good that ends well. All's well that ends well. 2:22 to go in the game. And we'll see if Kentucky stops the clock. Ball right at midfield. Deontay Craig came roaring through and dropped a running back right, or actually Tavion Robinson, who was lined up in the backfield. So the Hawkeyes take over 1st and 10. Labus at quarterback. 2 tight ends, and I guess one's Potabom. Well, 3 tight ends. Lachey's out there, and they're going to block that way. Here comes Jazzy and Patterson. Look at this kid streak through the hall. Potabom and 2 tight ends throwing blocks off the right side, and Patterson streaks all the way inside the 35. They spot him down at the 33. Might be Iowa's best running play of the day of 17 yards.
Boy, he is fast, isn't he?
He is jet quick. Zion Childress on the stop. They were running a lot of jet sweeps with him the other day, lining him up in the slot at practice that we viewed. Alec Wick is back in the game. Logan Jones still at center. Jack Plum, Bo Stevens. 1st and 10 for the Hawkeyes. Now Jack Johnson goes in motion. Labus looks left, throws to the end zone, incomplete. Oh, he had Lachey 2 steps ahead of the safety, Childress, and Joe just put a little bit too much air under the ball.
Yep. Boy, Lachey was really picking him up and laying him down, wasn't he?
A sign of next year, maybe.
Yeah.
Huh? I tell you what, Luke's got better speed than you think. Yeah. And he ran right down the near hash. 2nd down and 10. 1:30 to go. That's probably Iowa's. I'm sure Labus was begging for that, and Ferentz says we're running the clock out. Good blocking. Patterson gets through a big hole off the left side and takes it inside the Kentucky 20. Actually, they got him down at the 21, but it is a 1st down.
And there was Ostrenga.
Kobe Albert on the tackle. You're talking about Addison Ostrenga.
Yeah, how he could block there. He really cleaned out an area.
They've loved him since spring training when he found his way to Iowa City out of Sun Prairie, Wisconsin. Hawks will keep it on the ground here with a minute to go in the game, and Iowa appearing to shut out Kentucky. Here's Labus on a keeper. Now throws, and it's deflected, almost intercepted. Joe was initially looking to run out of bounds, maybe gain 4 or 5, and saw Jack Johnson open, or maybe it was Ostrenga, one of the two, up the far sideline and threw a little flip out there. Yeah, Rob Brooks, what do you got?
Yeah, Dolph, just a great scene down here. Jack Campbell, Seth Benson, Riley Moss, all embracing smiles. Assistant coaches coming over, giving them a hug. They like that 0 on the scoreboard, don't they?
Yeah, those seniors, it's been quite the bond for those guys. Labus out of the gun. Well, he's going to throw. Fires over the head again of Luke Lachey. Twice Lachey had coverage beat badly, and Labus overthrew him. Jordan Robinson, the cornerback, in coverage on a square out down around the 10-yard line.
Yeah, Labus isn't going to be happy with that when he looks at it on the tape.
And they want a lot of tape, game tape, for Joe to look at and improve on. Iowa's certainly not trying to rub anything in or run the score up. It's 21-0. The game's been over for a while. 45 seconds to go. 3rd down and 10. The Hawks will just run it here with Patterson, and he's trapped and thrown to the ground by Kobe Albert, 3rd string safety, who's actually was Zion Childress. And that'll be it, we think. I don't think the Hawks have to take another snap, as Mark Stoops and Kirk Ferentz will share a moment. Kirk walking across the way now. Two good friends, those two, yep. both Hawks.
There they are, shaking hands right now. And, you know, they played 8 quarters against each other here in 2 years. And it was good football.
Hawks start the 2022 losing to Kentucky 20-17 down in Orlando at the Citrus Bowl. They end 2022 defeating Kentucky 21-0 in the Trans-Perfect Music City Bowl. Players exchanging back slaps and handshakes as the sun breaks through. Great timing here in Nashville. And in heaven, there is no beer. That's why we drink it here. Well, that certainly is true of this town. Wow.
There was Mike Stoops and Coach Ferentz right there on the big screen, just giving each other a hug. You know, that goes back a long way.
And Coach Ferentz and his players will hug the trophy for the Music City Bowl when we come back. Final score, Iowa 21, Kentucky nothing. Back with the trophy presentation and our U.S. Cellular postgame show after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
How do you become America's best-selling brand? Let's break it down. Innovative tech means smarter and safer driving. Intelligent all-wheel drive will keep you ready for anything. And built Ford tough trucks will always get the job done. Plus, come into your local Ford store today and get super low APR financing, big cash back, and great lease offers on Ford's full line of cars, trucks, and SUVs. That's Ford, and that's how you become America's best-selling brand. Sales claim based on calendar year sales.
The most popular vape brand in Colorado, Batch, is now available in Iowa at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. Medicine shouldn't have to taste bad. Batch vapes are known for being the smoothest, best-tasting carts. In order to bring them to Iowa, we drew on our experience, dialed up the THC, and let the terpenes do the rest. Nothing but nature. Nice. Visit budmary.com to get your medical card and explore what Batch can do for you.
This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
At DePaco Credit Union, members are better together through thank yous, a DePaco-only perk that thanks members in cash for saving, borrowing, and planning. This year, participating DePaco members shared nearly $3.7 million. Since 2016, members have shared nearly $24.4 million in thank yous. Be part of the movement. Join the local financial cooperative where members are owners. Visit your nearest DePaco branch or join online at depaco.com. Federally insured by NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
On the Hawkeye Sports Network, Hawkeye football has been brought to you by U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also brought to you by EMC Insurance. You've worked hard for it. Now count on EMC Insurance companies to protect it. Brought to you by Ford, inviting you to visit your local Ford store or buyfordnow.com. Iowa's corn farmers of the Iowa Corn Growers Association and the Iowa Corn Promotion Board. When corn grows Iowa, Iowans win. Iowa Lottery. Be a VIP with the Iowa Lottery. Visit ialottery.com for details. Come and Go. Order ahead on the Come and Go app and we'll bring it to you curbside. Iowa Farm Bureau, who would like to remind you to support America's farmers. Check out www.americaneedsfarmers.org. And by Lennox and your local Lennox home comfort specialist. Made right here in Iowa since 1895. This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
And this is Gary Dolphin with former Hawkeye great Ed Podolak. We're back in Nashville for the postgame celebration by the Iowa Hawkeyes in the Trans-Perfect Music City Bowl. Dominated by the Hawkeye defense, 21-0 over Kentucky. Hawkeyes, of course, led by Jack Campbell. Got 2 pick sixes, one from Xavier Wampa, the other from Cooper DeJean, his third of the year, which is a single season record. Ed, I can't remember who said this, but a great line I've always loved, and that is, none of us is as strong as all of us. And all of us starts with number 31, Jack Campbell.
Well, certainly we've seen a lot of great players, as you were referring earlier to, especially middle linebackers. But I got to say, all-around player, the way he can move sideways to sideways, he's the best that I've seen. And I don't mean to discredit some of the great ones that's been here.
And the great ones that have been here wouldn't disagree with you 1 inch. As the players are setting up the stage now at about the 10-yard line for the trophy presentation to Coach Ferentz, to Athletic Director Barta, and the Hawkeyes. Some more hardware for the Hanson Performance Center trophy case.
Yes, and it will be displayed, I'm sure, in all elegance. And, this is such a great group of seniors. As you were talking about earlier, when you start counting up the number of seniors, it kind of amazes you that, that there's that many that are starting on offense and defense.
I would agree. I mean, just on defense, I think I counted up 7 or 8. Wagner, Shannon, Evans, Campbell, Benson, Riley Moss. And there are a handful of juniors, Logan Lee and Jay Higgins and Quinn Schulte, who get to come back next year. But it's a salty veteran defensive group all the way around. And man, did they show it time and time and time again. A defense that gave up 14 points on average this season shut out Kentucky here today. And on the flip side, you got to be impressed with Joe Labus.
He really handled the pressure very well, and they put a lot on him. In the first drive, he threw the ball, I think, almost every play. And throughout the day, obviously, there's some things he's going to improve on. But I was really impressed with the way he can throw on the run, and they really set him up to do that.
Joe was 14 of 24, 139 yards, 1 touchdown, no interceptions, a 120.7 quarterback rating. That's pretty good for your debut.
Well, I guess so. And, and that's with only 2 weeks of practice coming in. And so they're getting ready pretty soon to start this presentation.
We see Jack Campbell, Riley Moss, and Torrey Taylor on the stage.
8,000 employees of Trans-Perfect
joining Kirk Ferentz.
Proud.
Harry Lyles of ESPN is the MC on stage.
First,
let's listen to Coach.
Great today. I made a critical error yesterday. I said Transparent Bowl in the media, and this has been a Trans-Perfect experience, so we really appreciate it. Thank you, guys.
Kirk's 19th bowl. And there it is, the Music City trophy, courtesy of Trans-Perfect. The fog and the fireworks going off here. Congratulations.
That's a little chilly right there.
To Coach Ferentz.
Coach, you've been doing this for a while. Another bowl win. Does it ever get old?
Come on. Yeah, just playing games. Playing games is great. And the great thing about bowl games, it's another month to be together as a team and work together, and then have a chance to compete together. And this is a great group of guys that we've had some challenges this year, but it's been as fulfilling and enjoyable year as I can remember. So just so proud of these guys.
We see the emotion out of you here. We know you've got a great group of seniors here, a lot of guys that have put a lot of hard work and energy into this program. Just what does that mean to you?
That's what it's all about. I mean, that's what you're trying to do is get guys who are going to show up every day with a good attitude and work hard and stay together. And these guys have done that day in and day out. And just, I think all of us as coaches are extremely proud.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Let's get to this MVP trophy, huh? I've got TransPerfect Music City Bowl board chair Yvette White here. Hello. The honor is all yours.
I have the honor of presenting to you the MVP of this game. Cooper DeJean. Seven touchdowns, 1 interception for a return, and 7 tackles. Okay.
7 touchdowns sounds good too, though.
Somebody give her a stat sheet.
7 tackles, 1 tackle for a return, for a loss, right?
She's asking Cooper.
And an interception for return touchdown.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Congratulations, MVP. He almost looks embarrassed.
Yelling, Coop, Coop, Coop.
What was your attitude coming into this game, and how do you feel like your guys played?
Yeah, I think throughout this whole month we've been working for this moment. I couldn't have got this award without all these guys. The defense, the offense, everybody did their part today. So it was good to come out with the win.
Congratulations! Enjoy this one.
Thank you.
Your 2022 TransPerfect Music City Bowl champion Iowa Hawkeyes, everybody.
Well, I'm guessing since Jack Campbell and Tory Taylor are up there, they would get a word from the two superstars, but maybe not. Tory Taylor had 8 punts today, a 48.5-yard average. 48.
And no return. I can't remember.
Might have been 1.
Yeah.
Well, there was 1 after he called a fair catch.
Yeah.
Tried to return it. That didn't work. Yeah, I guess that's it. They're parading off the stage. So we, at least for now, we won't hear from Jack and Tory. But we've got a long way to go here on our U.S. Cellular post-game show. No one gets you closer to college football than SiriusXM. Download the SiriusXM app and take your Hawkeyes with you all season long. Tune in to Big Ten Radio exclusively on SiriusXM for news, talk, analysis, and more. Straight from your phone. No car required. And as you heard Gary Barta on our pregame show, now's your chance to make a difference. Join the swarm and partner with Iowa's football program to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Learn more at iowaswarm.com. That's iowaswarm.com. Hey, buddy boy, Bud Mary's for everybody after that Hawkeye victory.
Here come the Hawkeyes right to their parents here, and so that'll give me a chance to say getting a medical cannabis card in Iowa is as easy as talking to your doctor. Join thousands of Iowans like me using medical cannabis today. Search budmary.com to learn more. And here they come. What a show, huh?
Thank you, Bud Mary's, for your support of Hawkeye football all season long. Oh, they've got replicas of the trophy they're passing around. Jack Campbell right in the middle. Logan, looks like Logan Lee down there. Well, they actually brought the trophy over here, and they're waving it, holding up high for the Hawkeye fans. These fans, I mean, last night was amazing. Well over 1,000 in a condensed area on Broadway Street. And I dare say that 10 to 12,000 here this afternoon. And boy, they're not regretting making the trip down I-65, are they?
No, they are not. It's this is quite a scene. You know, we're sitting lower here. We're just right above the crowd as opposed to where we are at Kinnick. So it's really been a homey feeling being here right in the middle with all the Hawkeye parents, really. Indeed. Most of them are parents.
What a scene. Congratulations to the entire program. See Barbara Burke down there. Barb's last bowl game. She's retiring. Associate Athletic Director. Beth, her replacement, is down there enjoying her first bowl trip. Damian Simcox does a great job at facilities. Good job all this week by the athletic administration and getting everybody here safely and taking care of them throughout the week. That's coaches and families and the kids. All good. The Hawks shut out Kentucky 21-0 at the Music City Bowl. distributing many a Spahn and Rose hammer hit today. Contractors, you're busier than ever, but you've got this covered with high-quality building materials from Spahn and Rose, like GAF Roofing. Use the Spahn and Rose Visualizer to plan the perfect roof and blend an architectural look with exceptional performance. GAF. We protect what matters the most with several Spahn and Rose locations. You can focus on life's other important things. Spahn and Rose, buy easier, build better. We're back with the stat recap here on the U.S. Cellular Postgame Show. You'll hear from Coach Ferentz, our stars of the game, and much more. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Hey Hawkeyes, this is Kirk Ferentz. We've been working hard all year long, just like Iowa's corn farmers do. Because when the Hawkeyes take to the field and Iowa corn farmers take to theirs, Iowans win. You want to support Iowa's corn farmers? It's easy. Buy corn-fed meat, dairy, and eggs. Fill your cup with safe drinking water right from the tap, and fuel your vehicle with clean, renewable, homegrown E15 and unleaded 88. Now who's ready for some Hawkeye football?
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
The right seed portfolio placed on the right acre paves the way for success. In the FS Envision and FS High Soy lineup, you'll find flexibility of choice with plenty of seed and trait options to match any growing condition.
Learn more about our products at fsc.com or talk to your local FS crop specialist. FS Envision and FS High Soy. More options, more yield.
If Big Ten football runs deep in your veins, then Sirius XM Big Ten Radio is where you need to be. We're talking conference and team previews, live games, news and analysis from experts like Anthony Herron, Bobby Carpenter, Jake Butt, Matt McGloin, and Ben Hartsock. Coaches shows, championship specials, and more. Get inside Big Ten football like nowhere else. Feed your fandom on the Sirius XM app. Stay up to date anywhere you go. Just download the app to start streaming.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Iowa football from Learfield.
Inequity salutes today's hero of the game. Thank you for your service to our country. We're a proud sponsor of the ongoing recognition of our military during Hawkeye games this season. Please join us in thanking all who have served our country. Their dedication allows us to enjoy the freedom and liberty we have today. At American Equity, our mission is to deliver financial dignity to our customers when they retire. To learn more about our company, please visit our website at american-equity.com.
This is Gary Dolphin. Lennox has been building furnaces and air conditioners here in Iowa since 1895. And Lennox dealers have been selling and installing these high-efficiency Lennox products for just as long. When you call 72 Degrees Comfort Company in Ankeny and the Des Moines metro area, you know you're calling one of the best names in the indoor comfort business. Dave Lennox knows that when you turn to 72 degrees, your home will be exceptionally comfortable. For the best home comfort system you can buy, it's Lennox and 72 degrees. Lennox, 72 degrees, and the Hawkeyes. That's a winning combination.
See what the Iowa defense has in store for him here. Rushing 4. Receiver goes in motion. Play fake to the tailback. Here's the throw. Picked off. And going the other way with it is Xavier Wampa. He's at the 10, 5. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown. Xavier, the X-Man. Why not Xavier Wampa for our John Deere run of the game? Ed, we had two of them. Could have picked Cooper DeJean, but let's welcome Xavier to the postgame show with our John Deere run of the game, sponsored by your Iowa John Deere dealers. There's P&K Midwest, KC Nielsen, Van Walt Equipment, Bodensteiner Implement, and Sinclair Tractor. Thank you, Iowa John Deere dealers. Wampa, a 52-yard pick six from midfield, put Iowa up 14-0.
Ooh, and boy, he took off like a jet. He was saw that goal line over there on the right corner, and nobody had a chance to catch him.
congratulations to Xavier Wampa. Many more of those coming in the future, we hope. But that's why Iowa recruited him along with everybody else in the country, and are we happy that he picked the University of Iowa. Our U.S. Cellular postgame show continues now. U.S. Cellular brings locally grown connections all season long with any phone free for new and current customers. That's right, any phone for free. U.S. Cellular. Hawks win it 21-0 over Kentucky. First score came on a touchdown throw 15 yards. Joe Labus to Luke Lachey, who did a masterful job reaching for the near pylon up the near sideline. That was preceded by a 27-yard catch and run by Sam Laporta. And watch all the sports shows tonight. That will be the lead video highlight across the country and locally. Sam Laporta's catch and run that set up Lachey.
Yeah, when they play the plays of the day, that will be in the top 10, that's for sure.
Today's lineman of the game is brought to you by our pig farmers all across Iowa. Iowa's pork farmers, just like the Hawkeyes linemen. Pig farmers use continuous improvement to bring their best to the game. Learn more at iowapork.org. iowapork.org. Logan Lee with 6 tackles, 4 solo, and 1 tackle for loss. It gets harder every week to pick the Iowa Pork lineman of the game. There's so many good ones.
Oh, I mean, and the whole defensive line and the all 8 of them. You know, they played 8, maybe 9 defensive linemen through this game, and all of them played great.
Aaron Gray's made the most of his few minutes on the field.
Yeah, I mean, and here's a pure freshman.
Deontay Craig had, 4 or 5 tackles, 3 solo. Van Ness was blowing up plays all afternoon long, not making the tackles, but forcing the backs and receivers the other way. Ethan Herkett flashed early. Y.A. Black won the chicken tender eating contest earlier in the week. 1 or 2 more than the Kentucky lineman, who they tell me was sweating a bucket full after about his 10th wing. John Wagner, I've loved John since the day he stepped on campus. Great leader. A solid citizen, outstanding in the classroom. West Des Moines Dowling should be very proud of John Wagner.
Yeah, but there's been a lot of terrific players come through Dowling.
Oh, Joe Evans. Look at Joe on Ames.
I mean, but it's just, and the coaching they get. I mean,
no question.
Like you said earlier, where does Phil Parker find these guys? Well, he finds them and then he coaches them up.
Kelvin Bell, see Seth Wallace. See Jay Neiman. I know I'm probably missing somebody, but just look at those defensive coaches and the job they've done all year. Joe Evans, 6 sacks, 8 tackles for loss. Van Ness, 6 sacks, 10 tackles for loss. Deontay Craig, 6 sacks, 7 tackles for loss. Everybody gets a piece of the cake.
Yeah, I mean, and Joe Evans was a walk-on, a quarterback in high school.
Ames High School.
Yeah.
Way to go, Joe. But for today, and rightly so, our Iowa Pork lineman of the game is Logan Lee. 6 tackles, 4 solo, 1 for loss. He led the charge up the middle as the Hawks blank Kentucky 21-0 in the Music City Bowl. More U.S. Cellular postgame after this. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Small businesses across Iowa are continuing to show up for you. They're adapting, they're donating, they're keeping their doors and their hearts open to assist their employees and serve their customers, just like they always have. Small businesses are the backbone of Iowa's communities, and they're backed by Iowa banks. With helpful advice, affordable loans, and essential financial services, banks across Iowa are showing small businesses the way to a stronger tomorrow. Learn more at iowabankers.com.
U.S. Cellular has always believed that connection is the greatest gift of all. That's why we're offering any phone, any brand, any storage for free for everyone, new and current customers. Plus, our price protection guarantee means your rates won't go up. Because locally grown connection is the gift that keeps on giving. Visit us in-store or online to get any phone, any brand, any storage free today. U.S. Cellular, locally grown connection. Limited time offer, terms apply. Visit uscellular.com for details.
The Hawkeyes play here. Touchdown, Iowa! This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
All on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly Med Farm. Bud & Mary's is the same locally grown, family-owned company providing the largest selection of cannabis and full THC products in Iowa.
SprayTech Fertilizers asks, are your crops ready for Mother Nature's challenges? Too wet, too dry, weeds, insects, diseases. SprayTech has a full line of Full-Tech products to meet these challenges, like Full-Tech Cube with its application technology of 4 ounces per acre. Cube enhances nutrition, induces flower formation, improves plant health, reduces diseases from fungi and bacteria, and increases yield. It's reassuring to know your crops have a partner against Mother Nature with SprayTech.
Call SprayTech at 515-252-7777 or visit spraytech.com.
Hey everyone, Chef Brandon here. The Burger Shed features signature handcrafted burgers, real ice cream shakes, and machine shed classics you already know and love, like the award-winning pork tenderloin and smoked turkey Reuben sandwiches. Plus everyone's favorite dessert, the apple dumpling. With plenty of big screen TVs and several local beers on draft, Burger Shed is the perfect place to watch your favorite sports team on game day. And every day, burgers, beers, and a whole bunch of BS. Burger Shed, Bass Pro Drive, Altoona.
Every team needs the right players in the right positions to provide the winning combination. It's no different with insurance. You need to have the right coverages on the right policies for the right price. IMT Insurance is proud to partner with independent insurance agents to offer auto, home, and business insurance for you and your family. Together, we'll help customize an insurance plan for you. You, your IMT agent, and IMT Insurance. We're a team that can't be beat. Find your local IMT agent at imtins.com.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Iowa caps the season 8 wins. It's always great to get to 8 victories. That puts you in a different class level, and the Hawks did it in impressive fashion today. 21-0 over Kentucky here in the TransPerfect Music City Bowl, and had not everything to do, but mostly to do with the defense. The offense certainly held serve, as did special teams, but that defense showed why it was one of the best in the country, not just the Big Ten, all season long, led, of course, by the consensus, Iowa's 29th consensus All-America in school history, Jack Campbell. 10 tackles, 8 solo, 2 for loss, and a sack for good measure. And, of course, he means so much more than just those numbers.
Well, you know, that whole defense really kind of centers around him. He calls the defensive fronts as they get ready to snap the ball, and he's kind of the captain of the defense besides being the most outstanding player.
As the line goes, it's okay to be who you are. And Jack Campbell is somebody special, and he's one of our stars of the game. He's with Rob Brooks.
Well, Jack, kind of a fitting day, huh? They shut out by the defense. That second quarter, a lot happened in all 3 phases, didn't it?
Oh yeah, I mean, the defense, we played our tails off the whole game. The offense did too. Special teams, it all matters, and that's just the culture of this program. Everything you do matters, and it's accumulation of a lot of hard work, and I'm just proud to be Hawkeyes.
And it just, you could tell on the sideline, this team is really together, really wanted this, and you're going to remember this for a while, aren't you?
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. Seeing those young guys step up and get a couple pick sixes, I'll remember that forever. So. Yeah,
and how about there at the end of the game, too? You and Seth and Riley, all smiles and pitching a shutout.
Yeah, what those two mean to me, the world. Ever since I got here, opened me with open arms and just pushed me to be a better man and a better football player, and I owe it all to them, so I'm just very appreciative of them.
It's early, but what are you going to remember about your Iowa career?
Yeah, the coaching staff and the players. Those 2 things. It's a simple answer, but honestly, I feel like in life, the simple things are better. So,
Jack, appreciate it. Thanks very much.
Thank you, sir.
Well, I don't know what you add to that. Plain and simple. That's Jack Campbell. And you know, he is, how do I say this? He's big and tough and mean and strong, and he might be predictable in his movements, but it doesn't matter. He gets there before you do, and yet he is so creative.
Well, and he reads so quickly. He can analyze a play and get to the right spot faster than, you know, most I've ever seen. And, you know, to pitch a shutout on your last college game, you probably know what that means to defenses. When they can put a goose egg up there, I mean, that is tremendous. And Phil Parker, you know, a couple times we've had teams that kick field goals or something toward the end of the game just to put some points on the board. And you just look at Phil Parker's place. He just didn't, he just gritting his teeth and stuff. And so to pitch a shutout on your last game, it's got to be a tremendous feeling.
As you know, we see a bunch of NFL scouts stop by our booth every home game at Kinnick, and typically they would say, hey, tell us about number 31. Well, what do you want to know about 31? And I know that middle linebackers in the NFL or in the pros kind of a dying art. They aren't, very few of them get drafted in the first round. Well, if ever there's a guy that's going to change your defense for the better, 31's it.
Oh, he'll be drafted in the first round, and you know, he could actually become an edge rusher if they wanted to move him out there.
He's quick enough.
Yeah.
Well, he's the best we've seen in a long time at that position at Iowa, and he was spectacular again today, leading that defense to a 21-0 shutout of Kentucky. It's time now for our Mershman Seeds quarterback sack recap. For every Hawkeye sack, Mershman Seeds donates $150 to the University of Iowa Stead Family Children's Hospital. Hawks had 4 sacks total today, which equals a donation of $600 to Stead Family Children's Hospital, courtesy of Mershman Seeds. Quarterback sack recap sponsored all year long by Mershman Seeds, your friend in the field. And buddy boy, happy to tell you that with 34 sacks for the season, the Hawks crashed over, blew past the $5,000 mark this afternoon. $5,100 for the season headed to Children's Hospital.
Well, and that's another hats off to the defense, because they're the ones that counted up the sacks.
Iowa 21, Kentucky nothing. Back to Nashville in just a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Not all internet is created equal. It's a lot like choosing a quarterback. Technically, you could sign up any new rookie provider on the block, but the success of every device in your home depends on it. Will they perform in the clutch, or will they buffer under pressure? Extreme provides the speed you need with a 100% gigabit technology network and amplified Wi-Fi. And unlike signing a quarterback, Extreme Internet requires no contracts. There's only one pick to lead your team. It's Extreme, powered by Mediacom.
Born in the heart of Iowa, Authentic Brands premium sportswear is crafted with attention to detail and uncompromising quality. Inspired by the Midwestern work ethic and with you in mind, Authentic Brand apparel and accessories will make you look, feel, and perform your best. Whether you work in the trades or in the office, Authentic Brands' range of models serves the everyday demands of small businesses and corporate America. Don't settle for less. Look, feel, and perform your best. Discover the authentic difference and insist on the Authentic Brand label.
Medical cannabis can seem confusing, but you can trust the experts at Bud & Mary's dispensaries. I'm Ed Podolak, and after a long NFL career and a terrifying car accident left me with chronic pain, Bud & Mary's helped me get relief with Alleviar tablets. Bud & Mary's cannabis products are available in a variety of forms, sizes, doses, designs, and strengths. Explore their brands like Batch, Alleviar, and Become, and discover what works best for you.
My name is Matt Ditch, and I am an Iowa pig farmer.
Iowa pig farmers like Matt and Melissa Ditch are committed to teaching their kids about doing the right things when it comes to pig care and protecting the environment.
As they get older, we do start to have those conversations. Well, hey, Dad, why do we do this or why do we do that? And so they kind of get a firsthand lesson of why we do those things and why they're good for the environment and the pigs and us.
Learn more at iowapork.org.
We care about Iowa, too.
Hawkeye football is on the air.
He's at the 15. He's inside the 10.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
On 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's. There's no THC cap on Iowa medical cannabis, and getting a card is fast and easy with online doctors. Get your med card today. Visit budmary.com.
The most powerful ideas come from understanding. By asking what's important here. At Great Southern Bank, we start by asking our customers to find out how we're doing and what they really need. Then we get to work, making banking easier and more effective, financing more flexible, and our communities better places to live. It's an ongoing team effort to keep improving how we serve our neighbors day after day. And it all starts with understanding what really matters. Learn more at GreatSouthernBank.com. Member FDIC.
Facing a criminal charge or complicated family law situation? Carr Law Firm has the trial experts you need. As experienced trial attorneys, we understand how much is on the line. Go to carlawiowa.com for a free consultation. That's Carr with 2 R's, lawiowa.com.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Hawkeye defense doing what it's been doing all season long. Gets a victory 21-0 over Kentucky today here at the TransPerfect Music City Bowl. Welcome back to our U.S. Cellular postgame show. We'll look at the stats in a minute. Sam Laporte is scheduled to join us as our star of the game. You've already heard from Jack Campbell. Kirk Ferentz might be a little bit. He's got a lot of post-game obligations of Iowa's 8th win of the year. Carried often with Ed Podolak. And Joe Labus, Ed, his debut today, pretty impressive. 14 for 24, 139 yards, a touchdown pass, no turnovers, a 120 quarterback rating. That's typically off the charts. But on the field, what'd you see?
Well, no turnovers, obviously, and that was a concern. Him having his first start, but he looked really confident right from the beginning. You know, in fact, they called his number on the first drive to throw those quick passes off the moving bootleg. And so he impressed me a lot for just being able to practice 20 practices as a quarterback with that starting team.
As he settled in, as the game went on, and the halftime adjustments were made, boy, he made some throws in that second half that bodes well for the future.
Yeah, that one up over the top in front of the safeties, that was terrific stuff.
Labus on the day, 14 of 24 for 139 yards, 1 touchdown. We'll hear from Joe shortly as Rob Brooks is going to corner him in the locker room. Right now, let's talk to our star of the game, Sam Laporta. His quarterbacking numbers weren't quite what Labus's were, but I did not think he'd play today in the Wildcat. He thought he might because Sam's got so much football in front of him. But, you know, if there's a Jack Campbell on offense, it's Sam Laporta. Put me in, Coach. Sam, you look pretty doggone good.
Not too bad, I guess. Only got a couple snaps back there, but just trying to do what the team asked me to do. And the Jack Campbell comparison, I appreciate that. He didn't give me props on the field, but I'll give him props. I'll give him props right now.
Well, I had to catch my breath when you ran down the middle into the heart of that Kentucky defense. I thought, what's he thinking? But you know what? You're a tough guy, too, from Highland, Illinois.
Not bad, yeah. Bulldog tough right there.
I saw you warming up the old soup bone out there, too. You're throwing spirals. Looked pretty good to me.
The soup bone.
Yeah, I was getting it warm just in case. Yeah.
What'd you think of Joe Labus?
A lot of composure today. For a redshirt freshman to go in there and, you know, in a bowl game, big stakes, a lot on the line, trying to finish out the season strong. A lot of composure. He's a great kid. He's been working really hard the last month, and we're really excited and proud of him. So he did a great job today.
And Luke Lachey has joined you in that first drive to come up with the 7 points. That I know that your run will make one of those plays of the day.
For sure.
Leave the TV on tonight. That's gonna be that. And then Luke comes right behind you and scores the touchdown.
Oh man, I love Luke to death. Ever since he came into the building, he's been like my little brother. He's always bothering me. Not actually, but I'm so dang proud of that kid, and he is a great football player, and he's got a lot of great football to come, and he's only going to get better. So watch out for him next year.
And the year after, hopefully he sticks around. You know, you look at Ostrenga and Stilianos and the kids yet to come in. It is tight end you, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. A lot of great guys in the room. Yeah, I mean, they always joke with me. They're like, our fearless leader. I'm like, oh, I'm nothing without you guys. You know what I mean? It's really the depth of the depth of our room and our unit, and A lot of great guys.
A lot of parents here today. I talked to your mom and dad briefly last night at the Hawkeye huddle. They were having a great time, and they felt pretty good about today. And she wasn't sure about you at quarterback with your future intact, but all's well that ends well. And I think the bigger picture is this group of seniors. Eddie and I were just talking about the 6 or 7 that started on defense. There's many of them, including yourself, on offense. It's a special class, isn't it?
Extremely special. I think you can attribute a lot of, I guess, that turnaround to the seniors. When we went on that 3-game losing streak,
Sam, Sam might be going elsewhere. Sam, in the end, decided to come to Iowa, and we're jealous, and we're of course selfish because we're so happy you did. But what do you take with you from Iowa, the campus, the program, the atmosphere on game day with these fans? What are you always going to remember?
So many fond memories. I don't know if I could pick one out in particular, but it really is the people at this university, in this program, on the team, everybody that you interact with. It just makes your day a little bit better, and you just want to be a better person at the end of the day. And just the people at this university is what really makes this place special.
Well, I've talked to your mom and dad too. I think it was at a bowl game somewhere. And you don't have any brothers to follow you up, do you?
I do not. I have 3 sisters, and
well, I'm sure they're as athletic as you are. They could come to Iowa, perhaps.
Yeah. Yeah. Two older. So one little one.
Our star of the game, Sam Laporta, for his 2 rushes and 6 net yards. Oh, wait a minute. He had 5 catches for 56 yards.
Come on, don't do me like that.
Yeah, I just love seeing you in that Wildcat, man. I think that gives NFL scouts something more to think about. But thanks for coming to Iowa, Samuel, and Happy New Year, bud.
Gary. Thanks for your time.
Congratulations.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Take care. Sam Laporta, our star of the game, and his star was shining bright today, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was, and what a terrific guy. And his parents, you've talked to him too, and he told me that he didn't ever want to go anywhere but Iowa. And so I guess you've got to play along a little bit, but Iowa was his place.
And it'll always be his place, no matter where he goes from here. Let's take a look at the stats, Ed, on today's Iowa victory over Kentucky, 21-0. We were talking about Joe Labus. We'll hear from Joe in a minute. 14 of 24 for 139 yards and a touchdown, a 121 quarterback rating. Hawks on the day with 206 total yards. Kentucky 185. Hawks threw for 139. And the freshman for Kentucky, who I think is going to be solid going forward. He's just a pure freshman. Destin Wade passed for 117. He was 16 of 30 for 98 yards. The Wildcats rushed for 68, Iowa for 67. We knew the ground yards, the rushing yards would be tough to come by. Both teams made it clear they're going to stop the run and make one of these young quarterbacks beat them.
And it's interesting because both coaches say, well, we've got to establish the run. And both of them tried to, but you just can't do it against these 2 defenses.
No, and in the end, the Hawks put together, they got half the field to work with. They had that a number of times and made it click on the 27-yard pass from Labus over the middle to Sam Laporta. He did the rest, breaking at least a handful of tackles. And as Ed said, watch the highlight show tonight. You're going to love the 27-yard game by Laporta, which set up the 15-yard touchdown throw to Luke Lachey, who dove for the near pylon for the score, which in and of itself was a spectacular play.
Yeah, and you love it when Sam says, that kid, he's really something, that Lachey. Well, he's big as a mountain. I mean, and he's a basketball star in high school. He's got those long arms, big hands, and
he's got great genes.
Oh, I mean, that's for sure.
His dad is a multiple Super Bowl champion with Washington years ago as a famed member of the Hogs. By the way, good luck to Jim Lachey and our buddy Paul Keels. They are the broadcast team for Ohio State, and they're playing in the playoffs tonight against Georgia, along with another Big Tenner, Michigan, the Michigan Wolverines against TCU. But back to the stats. Iowa's ground game paced by Jazz Patterson. Played a lot in that fourth quarter. 4 carries for 23 yards. Caleb Johnson, he was a marked man today, but gobbled up some clock. 9 attempts on the ground, 17 yards. Jaton McClain was Kentucky's leading rusher, 40 net yards, 10 carries. Iowa's top pass catcher, you just heard him, Sam Laporta, 5 grabs, 56 yards with a long of 27. Luke Lachey, 3 catches, a touchdown, 36 total yards. Deontay Vines had 2 catches for 23. He was a chain mover today, and he's a bright spot for the future in that receiving
really,
corps.
Because he's gotten through 2 years, basically, of injuries, so hopefully he'll be injury-free for a couple more.
We're happy Nico Regani announced earlier in the week he'll be back for his COVID year. He caught 2 passes for 21. Kentucky's top receiver, Dane Key, caught 6 for 47. Tavion Robinson grabbed 5 for 27. Those were the individual numbers. The Iowa defense we mentioned had 4 sacks on the afternoon for 95 total yards lost by Kentucky offensive players. The Hawks were sacked 3 times for 73 yards. Iowa with 10 first downs. Kentucky likewise 10 first downs. Kentucky penalized 3 times, Iowa twice. Penalties not really a factor. And time of possession, Kentucky with 34 minutes, 17 seconds. Iowa with 25:43. Big story with special teams, Ed. What we've said about everything we can say about Torrey Taylor. He is winding down an incredible career for the Hawkeyes. 8 punts, an average of 48.5 yards. 6 of his 8 punts died inside the 20.
Well, he's only a sophomore. You think he might be moving on? Well,
I'm not saying he's going back to Australia. I'm just saying, what more does he have to prove at the collegiate level? Now, I sure hope he stays.
Well,
by the way, he's a junior eligibility-wise, but that.
Oh, is he junior?
Yeah. But who's counting? Yeah. But he was out of this world again today. His counterpart, Beery, in that first half, Wilson Beery almost had. By the way, Wilson Beery's from Australia, too. I think every punter in college football is from Australia.
What was there? You told me 52 or 3, right?
Yeah, well, he was. Well, there's more than that, but roughly 60 in Division I. Beery had 10 punts today for a 41-yard average with a long of 51. By the way, Taylor's long was 59. So there you have the punt numbers as Iowa caps the season at 8 wins, 5 defeats. And that sure looks a heck of a lot better than 7-6, doesn't it, for all kinds of purposes, most notably recruiting and moving the program forward.
Absolutely, and a shutout in the 8th victory. That looks good, too.
Iowa's fashionable way has been defense all season long. It was again today. Those are the facts and figures on the Hawks' 21-0 win, shutout over Kentucky here in the Trans-Perfect, or what'd Kirk say, the transparent.
Yeah.
Well, there was some transparency here today. Offense to defense to special teams, and the Hawks get a win 21-0. Hawk fans, with today's victory, you win too. In a couple days, stop by at Quick Star, buy 1 delicious pothole frozen pizza with quick rewards and get a second one free at any Quick Star location in Iowa. Pothole Pizza at Quick Star, proud partner of Hawkeye football. Kirk Ferentz is straight ahead along with quarterback Joe Labus. We have a scoreboard next, though, courtesy of U.S. Bank. Iowa beats Kentucky here in Nashville 21-0. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
It's game day. Hey farmers, did you know you can get paid for a new crop of high-quality carbon credits and up your profitability game? Improve soil fertility and increase income potential through carbon farming practices. Learn about our program and see how much you could earn producing credits at indigoag.com/Iowa. Carbon by Indigo, a proud partner of Hawkeye Athletics. Terms and conditions apply.
Oh, you know that old injury of yours? The one in your knee or maybe back? Instead of going to the doctor and then doing physical therapy, Athletico Physical Therapy is changing the whole healing process around. Their physical therapists will find the source of your pain and help fix it. Start with them and start living pain-free. Just like that.
It all starts with Athletico Physical Therapy. Schedule your free assessment at athletico.com. No prescription needed. Proud partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Knowing that I can make a difference in my patients' lives keeps me motivated every single day. Hi, I'm Dr. Kanya Ferguson at University of Iowa Healthcare. With academic medicine, we see the toughest cases, so we're always innovating. And we bring the best minds together to collaborate, so there's more brain power focused on you. Because that leads to exceptional care for our patients and our community. See how at uihc.org.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
You keep coming, you keep playing, and the jackpots keep adding up. You know how to win, Iowa, and we're all for it. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel has the jackpots and cash prizes you're after. We're heading towards $30 million in jackpots this year. Want your share? Join Club Wild today and get in on all the winning. Wild Rose Casino and Hotel. Clinton, Emmitsburg, and Jefferson. Visit wildroseresorts.com. Must be 21 or older. If you or someone you know needs gambling treatment, call 1-800-BETS-OFF.
Golden Harvest Gold Series soybeans are bred to win. These 19 varieties have strong agronomics within high-demand trait platforms like Enlist E3 soybeans for superior performance all season long. Gold Series soybeans also out-yielded Astro brand soybeans by an average of 1 bushel per acre in 5,542 comparisons. Grow gold at goldenharvestseeds.com/gold-series.
Live from the Learfield Network studios, this is the College Scoreboard.
And from Master Control, I'm Mo Lewis. It's over. Iowa wins the Trans-Perfect Music City Bowl 21-0 over Kentucky. Let's check the U.S. Bank scoreboard. Put your trust in a bank that's been focused on serving the people and businesses in Iowa and all across the country since 1863. That's U.S. Bank. Stop by your local branch or log on today. U.S. Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC. Other bowl games today at the All-State Sugar Bowl. It was close at halftime. It was not close in the second half. All Alabama, they beat Kansas State 45-20. Bryce Young with 5 touchdown passes. Still to come today, the Fiesta Bowl National Semifinal with Michigan and TCU, and the Chick-fil-A Peach Bowl with Georgia and Ohio State. And that's the U.S. Bank scoreboard, the Music City Bowl. Hawkeyes 21, Wildcats nothing. This is Iowa Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
Hey everyone, I'm Mark Wahlberg, and I have some exciting news to share. At Wahlburgers, we are all about bringing the family together to enjoy a great meal and have a great time. That's why right now, for a limited time, kids eat free every day at all Hy-Vee Wahlburger locations. Kids 12 and under can enjoy one free kids meal with any purchase of an adult burger, sandwich, or entree salad.
Bring the family to Wahlburgers and the Wahlburgers and Hy-Vee stores, where right now, kids can eat free.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Top Golf Swing Suite. Top Golf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Top Golf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
This is John.
Hey, my name is John Jackson.
He's not some actor. He's a steward of the land with a John Deere 3 Series tractor and a PTO Quick Connect that hooks up rear implements with a single click. John runs with us because to him, there's nothing more important than connecting with the land. Nothing runs like a Deere. Hear John's story at Deere.com.
Stop by your local John Deere dealer for a test drive today or learn more at Deere.com. Your Iowa John Deere dealers, proud sponsors of Hawkeye football. You like to listen to them, now you can watch them on the special Behind the Mic broadcast. This unique second screen experience shows Ed Podolak and Gary Dolphin calling all of the action. The broadcast is live now on the Hawkeye Radio Network's YouTube channel, on Twitter at Gary Dolphin, and on Facebook.com/Voice of the Hawks.
The Hawkeyes play here. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Butter than bread? More bread. Put more bread in your wallet when you move your car loan to Community Choice and make no car payments for 3 months. Just 60 seconds to get started. Go to unbankourbread.com. Loan subject to credit approval and analysis.
Today's agriculture demands expertise, and no lender delivers more ag expertise than Farm Credit Services of America. More than simply having the financial products and services you need to do business, we have the knowledge and commitment to help grow your business. From financing the next season to growing the next generation, we work to achieve your goals. We're Farm Credit Services of America. Call 800-884-FARM. Agriculture works here.
Hawkeye football on 1040 WHO is presented by Bud & Mary's, formerly MedFarm. Bud & Mary's line of full THC products gives me pain relief after an NFL career in a terrifying car accident. Learn how you can relieve your pain. Visit budmary.com.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
Hawkeyes defeat Kentucky 21-0 in the Transperfect Music City Bowl here at Nissan Stadium, home of the Tennessee Titans. Welcome back to our coverage, courtesy of U.S. Cellular. Ed Podolak joining me, Gary Dolphin. Let's review the Case IH Red Zone recap. Case IH Red Zone was almost at Disney World today, Ed. You're not going to visit it every day, but my goodness, the Hawks did get there one time, and when they did, they really made the most of it. That was a result of, again, defense forcing a punt from deep in Kentucky territory. It was Iowa's shortest scoring drive of the day, but it was certainly its only offensive scoring drive of the day. But it was a thing of beauty that we'll review in just a minute, so get ready. First, though, the Case IH Red Zone recap. Enter the Red Zone with Case IH. Visit caseih.com/Hawkeyes. Well, they were perfect in the Red Zone, 1 for 1. That was in the second quarter with 3 minutes gone in the period. 2 plays, ending in a 15-yard touchdown throw from young freshman Joe Labus to Luke Lachey as the Hawks used just 54 seconds to find the end zone. That's our Case IH Red Zone recap. The first play of that 2-play drive was something that will be replayed a lot throughout the weekend. It was a first down pass, Labus to Laporta for 27 yards, followed by the touchdown throw to Luke Lachey. Quarterback to the tight ends. That's our Iowa corn drive of the game. Kentucky showing blitz. Labus, a double fake, throws over the middle, catches Laporta. He spins away from one Wildcat, gets away from a second, still going. He's at the 30, 25, still on his feet. 20, 15, 14-yard line. There's your All-American tight end entering the mix. And here's the other tight end, Lachey, fighting for the pylon. He is over. That's a touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Hawkeyes. little sideline throw to Luke Lachey. Ed, both those passes were designed 5, 6, 7 yards. One turns into a 27-yard one for the highlight reel forever, and the other a touchdown.
Yeah, and because Lachey didn't run out of bounds with it when he caught it, turned upfield and really kind of ran over a cornerback, which is not hard for him to do, and put it across the pylon.
That's our Iowa Corn Drive of the game, sponsored by Iowa Corn. We thank Iowa Corn for the meat, dairy, and eggs that we all enjoy, not to mention the countless number of other products that can be made from corn. Share your winning moments using hashtag #IowансWin. We said at the top of the show, Ed, 4 or 5 hours ago, that the tight ends would be prominent. They would have to be prominent in this game with Joe Labus at quarterback just to get him into a comfort zone. And Lachey and Laporta were all that.
I'm reading my keys to the game.
Repeat that one.
Number 2 is Lachey and Laporta. Now,
and throw in the other L, Labus.
Yeah.
So the L's have it today as the Hawkeyes defeat Kentucky 21-0. We hope to have Coach Ferentz with us when we return. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
How do you use your energy? Cheering on your team under the lights? Making a special meal for the MVPs in your life? At Alliant Energy, we know it's about more than just energy. It's about what that energy powers us all to do together. Alliant Energy, powering beyond.
This is Gary Dolphin, and those who know me know of my love for Iowa sports and Iowa history. We have a lot to be proud of, like the Herbert Hoover Presidential Library and Museum in West Branch. That's why I'm a supporter of their campaign to renovate and modernize the museum space there. And better yet, Iowa taxpayers who contribute to the effort will receive a 25% state tax credit on gifts of any size. Join me and help share Hoover's history. Get the details at standwithhoover.org.
When did business insurance become one-size-fits-all? At EMC Insurance Companies, we've known for more than 100 years that businesses have unique needs. It's why from coast to coast, we provide insurance packages that are designed and tailored specifically for nearly 500 different types of businesses. Add our expert loss control and quick claim services, and you can see why customers count on EMC to help protect what they've built. Find an EMC agent near you at emcins.com.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pregame routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
You don't have to go to the game to get a game program. You can download it now by visiting the game day page on HawkeyeSports.com. That's right, the game program is now digital and it's free. So check it out. Get the roster, the stats, and fascinating stories about today's matchup. Just go to HawkeyeSports.com and click on Game Day.
This is Iowa football from Learfield.
You want to play an integral part in helping the Hawks win championships? Now is your chance to make a difference. Join the Swarm today and partner with Iowa football and the Iowa men's and women's basketball programs to serve charities in eastern Iowa. Your tax-deductible Swarm donation will compensate our Iowa student athletes for working to further the missions of local charities such as the United Way, Big Brothers and Big Sisters, and more. Go to iowaswarm.com for more information and make Iowa athletics the place for our student athletes to experience the thrill of winning championships.
Hey, Hawkeyes fans, it's time to gear up for the season, so let's do it right. Jerseys, hats, hoodies, and more. Shields has everything you need to show your Iowa pride. Visit our fan shop online or in-store for the biggest and best brands in the game. You'll find the right gear to level up your team spirit with all the essentials for your pregame parking lot party. Shields, proud partner of Iowa athletics and football fans everywhere.
This is the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
With Ed Podolak, Gary Dolphin back at Nissan Stadium in Nashville, wrapping up our coverage of the Trans Perfect Music City Bowl. Now, this was the 25th annual Music City Bowl, Ed. A real hallmark, a silver anniversary, and special all the way around for the Hawkeyes.
Yeah, and we should have been here 2 years ago.
Yeah, with Missouri.
Yeah, we're looking forward to it, and they couldn't field a team, and I don't think they should have ever accepted the invitation because they knew they had problems, but we got over it. We got back here in 2 years.
We got over it. Our good Midwestern ethics and hospitality to our neighbors to the south, the Show Me State. But it was 2 years delayed, but the Hawks got here today and defeated Kentucky 21-0. Contributions from all three phases. Joe Labus was only too happy to accept the invitation to start at quarterback. The redshirt freshman gave a great account of himself from Brecksville, Ohio, and Rob Brooks caught up with him a short time ago.
Well, Joe, you get a start, get a bowl victory. Boy, it's got to be a great feeling. 21-0 victory in the Music City Bowl.
Yeah, it was a great feeling. You know, I came out here and did it for our seniors. You know, it was a great team win, I thought, and we came out ready to play.
How did it feel to get your first start and to take a little bit to settle in? Did you feel pretty good at the beginning?
Yeah, you know, I was a little bit nervous at first, but, you know, a couple snaps in, I settled in, got my legs under me, and I felt pretty good. So
doesn't hurt to have those two tight ends to throw to, does it?
No, not at all.
During the bowl preparation for you, what did you kind of work on leading up to knowing that you're going to get your first start?
You know, I worked on everything. You know, this year I was with the scout team, so I wasn't really with the offense. And so I had to really learn a lot. And, you know, I think just learning just even how to call the play in the huddle, you know, like with confidence. You know, I've just learned little things like that. But just everything in that month, you know, I used my time wisely and I prepared hard and, you know, we were ready to go today. So
you mentioned the seniors. Did they help you along the way?
Yeah, they did, especially Spencer. You know, he's helped me a lot, not only this month, but the entire year, the entire season. So he's been awesome, and he's a big part of why, you know, I was prepared today, as well as Brian. So kudos to them.
There he is, Joe Labus, giving props to offensive coordinator Brian Ferentz and, of course, to his fellow QB buddy, Spencer Petras. You know, Spencer wants to be a coach, Ed, and he took a pretty good step forward today.
Yeah, he'll get a chance, too, because he's obviously, you know, he won that award for being the best in front of the press, whatever they call that.
Yeah,
this year.
That was a new one on me. I hadn't heard of that award, but most accommodating to the media.
Yeah, but that means he'll be good as a coach because you got to accommodate the media a lot.
And he'll be good in front of a camera and a microphone, right? Joe Labus, what an account he gave of himself today in his debut for the Iowa Hawkeyes and running the offense, no turnovers. The other young man who burst onto the scene would be Xavier Wampa. From Pleasant Hill and Southeast Polk. Now, we talked about Jack Campbell's numbers, 10 tackles, 8 solo. Wampa had 8 tackles, 7 solo, a pass breakup, and, of course, the pick 6 that really put a stranglehold on the game. It wasn't over at that point, but it put Iowa up 14-0.
He made some really good stops and good hits that saved long plays.
He can get to the edge, can't he?
Yeah, he was really reading well for his first start also. And the pick 6 was terrific, but he was right where he needed to be all day. I think Phil Parker's going to be really pleased when he looks at the film on him.
The X-Man. X marks the spot. Yeah. He was on the spot most of the day. I was just thinking, listening to you, so Riley Moss, they lose Riley Moss. Kayvon Merriweather opted out early. 2 really good players throughout their careers at Iowa. And then I'm thinking, okay, who's coming back next year? Oh, wait a minute. Quinn Schulte's a junior. Mm-hmm. Cooper DeJean. Xavier Wampa, Spencer Castro.
Yeah.
Let's start with those. Oh, my. Phil Parker's going to sleep easy tonight.
Yeah, and he'll surprise us with somebody else, too, that's hanging around there.
Oh, yeah. He gave me a couple guys this week that, at least at this point, you probably never heard of, but you're going to hear from them a lot going forward. I'm not going to put any early pressure on them by revealing their names publicly. But if Phil Parker says they're going to be just fine, I believe it. As for the here and now, Xavier Wampa, the X-Man, with our Rob Brooks just a bit ago.
Xavier, talk about this experience. Had to be a tremendous opportunity for you to get the start, and how did it feel there to start?
It felt great, man. Just getting to play with these guys. Like, these guys are going to make some serious moves at the next level, so just playing with them helped slow the game down, helped me out, and we just went out there and had fun and got the dub.
How did bowl prep go for you leading up to today?
It went pretty good. I just was trying to improve every day, learn from guys like Kayvon and all these guys on the team, just help implement up my game, and that got me to where I am now.
Obviously made a really huge play to get things rolling. What did you see, and how did that feel at the end?
Really? I just saw the ball there. I thought I could go get it. Went and grabbed it, started running the sideline, and then everything else really became a blur. It was just exciting. First pick six.
You tried to get into the end zone, right?
Yeah.
What is it about this defense, too, not only creating turnovers, but turning it into points?
Really just in the DB room, we call ourselves the doughboys, you know. So we just try to make plays. When the ball's in there, we're trying to say it's our ball. So we're just going out there, trying to make a play, have fun, and put some more points on the board.
Not bad to see a 0 up there on the scoreboard, right?
Yeah, try to end the day with donuts. Hopefully get some on the plane back.
Now, going forward, obviously, what does this do for 2023 winter workouts and everything? Give you a little bit of momentum?
Yeah, for sure. Coming in the spring ball, just going to keep trying to get better every day. Work with the guys. We're going to have some spots to fill for next year, but just working with them throughout the spring and trying to make an impact this next fall.
Got to enjoy this one tonight, though, right?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Xavier, thanks very much.
Thank you.
The Doughboys. They call the D-backs the Doughboys. Just put up a bunch of donuts.
Yep, and they make some big plays that are worth a lot of dough.
Yeah, for sure. Going forward, they might be making some dough, too. Xavier Wampa sounds like a great personality. We'll look forward to watching him going forward as the Hawks get a great jump on 2023. What this win does for them going into off-season workouts and spring practice, it's immeasurable.
Yeah, and because a loss lasts from now until spring practice. That's the tough part. A victory lasts from now till spring practice.
Mm-hmm. Lots to enjoy and savor indeed. Iowa defeats Kentucky 21-0 here at the Music City Bowl. More U.S. Cellular postgame show in a minute. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
Draft Day Sports Lounge is the ultimate place to watch the game, have some fun, and show off your golfing skills with Topgolf Swing Suite. Topgolf Swing Suite in Draft Day delivers a one-of-a-kind simulation that's fun for golfers and non-golfers alike. Pair that with Draft Day's live sports viewing, local craft beers, and delicious menu, and you have a winning pair. Riverside Casino and Golf Resort, home of the Draft Day Sports Lounge and Topgolf Swing Suite, just minutes south of Iowa City.
It began a half-century ago, and thanks to you, our residential tractors and compact excavators have become top sellers. Together, with a committed dealer network of 1,100 strong and a complete lineup of tractors, mowers, RTVs, and compact construction equipment, we're ready to help you get more done for the next 50 years. Together, we do more. Check out Kubota's winning lineup. Visit KubotaUSA.com to find your local dealer.
Preparation. It's the key to success on game day. And like your favorite Hawkeyes on the field, you need to be ready right from the opening kickoff. Cenex has your pre-game routine covered. We've got your salty snacks, your sweet treats, ice-cold beverages to wash them down, and fresh tanks of propane to fire up the grill. Fuel your fandom at your local Cenex station. Hawkeye Pride, powered locally.
Welcome back to more of the U.S. Cellular postgame show.
With Ed Podolak, Gary Dolphin on the Hawkeye Radio Network. We've been stretching it out here, waiting for Coach Ferentz to join us. And you have to understand, in a bowl situation, any bowl game, usually nationally televised and certainly carried on a number of radio networks throughout the game or throughout the week, there are national media obligations, and we've seen a number of Iowa players in front of the throng of media and the down underneath the stadium here in Nashville, and Coach Ferentz is behind the microphone now. We're not sure how long he will be before he can join us, but just a note to our locals, our affiliates around the Hawkeye Radio Network, some who have a post-game show of their own, is we won't really belabor this too long. We'll wait for a little bit, and if Coach hasn't joined us, then we'll beg out and move on, and everyone can catch up on Kirk's comments later this evening. Ed, before we kind of be thinking about a review of the season, I'll get to you in just a minute. I do want to get a mention in here for our basketball coverage coming up tomorrow here on the Hawkeye Radio Network, both men and women. The Hawkeye women, Coach Lisa Bluter, on a roll, an impressive win over Purdue the other night. Will be on the road at Illinois. That's a 1:45 pregame show with our Rob Brooks, and a 2 o'clock tip-off on Sunday afternoon tomorrow. We'll be headed to Penn State after this game today. I'll join up with Bobby Hansen tomorrow up in State College, Pennsylvania, for the Hawkeyes and Penn State. That is a 4:30 pregame. 4:30 pregame, 4:30 Iowa time pregame, 5:30 for the tip-off here on the Hawkeye Radio Network. Get those Hawks hopefully to bounce back after a tough road loss at Nebraska. That's life in the Big Ten. It's especially on the road. It's never easy. And it's great to see Chris Murray come back the other night. Had a solid game, 17 points, and hopefully he can continue that kind of performance, and his teammates can join him tomorrow. But we'll be on there at 4:30 pregame, 5:30 for the tip-off to ring in 2023 from Happy Valley State College, Pennsylvania. Ed, started out with a 7-8 hour marathon with the University of Nevada back in the first month of the season after a tough win over South Dakota State. A field goal and 2 safeties.
Yeah.
Well, that was a first for us over a great South Dakota State team who is the odds-on favorite to win the FCS championship here in the next few days. Tough loss at home to Iowa State. The Hawks lost 2 3-point games, or 2 games by 3 points this year, and you don't worry about what coulda, shoulda, might have happened. As Kirk Ferentz likes to say, the record is who we are, and Iowa finishes 8-5. But it was an ebb and flow, up and down year, and many of the issues early happened with the offense. They did get it back together, a 4-game win streak after a 3-game losing streak. How do you put this season into the annals, into the history books?
Well, I think Sam Laporta referred to it when he said, the seniors kind of took control of this team after 3 straight losses. We decided we needed to get closer together rather than get separated by 3 big losses. So what we're going to do is we're going to come together, turn this season around. They won 4 in a row after that. So that would be senior leadership. I think I would put a lot of that recovery on the senior leadership.
27-10 win at Rutgers to open the Big Ten season, spiced by Cooper DeJean's pick 6, which just started to give us a glimpse as to what this young guy, we knew he was a terrific player and athlete, but until you start finding the end zone, you're not sure what a threat he can be defensively. Now we know, with three pick 6s in the same year, a new school record.
Well, plus he became an outstanding punt return guy. He was really exceptional at returning punts, which is where they didn't know who they were going to use this year after Charlie Jones transferred. And they looked around a little bit, but finally Cooper DeJean won the job and performed great.
The road win at Rutgers to open Big Ten play, followed up by a date with number 4 Michigan to start October. Hawks lose that 27-14, followed by a 9-6 excruciating, painful loss at Illinois when Riley Moss touchdown run off a fumble. What we thought was a fumble was called back, and the Hawks, that was just a few seconds left to go in the game, which would have pulled it out of the fire. Didn't happen. Illinois holds on for a 9-6 win, and then the following week at Ohio State, 54-10. It just got away from Iowa in the second half. I remind people those losses were against, at the time, 3 top 10 ranked defenses.
Yeah, and really at Ohio State, toward the end of the game, they were looking for a Heisman Trophy.
Heisman votes for
C.J.
Stroud.
So,
were
throwing the ball, and it was a closer game than the score indicated.
Followed by the 4-game winning streak from October 29th through the 19th of November. Certainly the win at Minnesota, 13-10, and the Hawks held on there. That was extremely impressive, especially in that environment. Minnesota had another solid year, but man, that 24-3 victory at Purdue signaled the arrival of Caleb Johnson. 200-yard rushing day for him, including a 75-yard touchdown. He secured the #1 tailback position, dominating wins over Northwestern, a 24-10 win over the Badgers. That was a fun period that month.
Well, and those are, all rivals. Those are Western Division rivals, and at that point, the whole Western Division was up for grabs, and it was a great run through there, and then, they end up losing to Nebraska. I know I didn't want you to have to say it, but
you're from Atlantic. You're a lot closer to Nebraska than I am.
And Cooper DeJean being removed from the game early in the game really hurt us
with the injury. Yeah, today illustrates his value, particularly if he gets hurt and leaves. And Petrus goes out on the first series at the fumbled or the blindside blitz that knocked the ball loose, and there were other injuries in that game that the Hawkeyes had to swallow and lose a tough game, 24-17 to Nebraska, which makes this game all the more sweeter. I mean, they've had a month to sulk, but to also practice and get better, and they sure did.
Well, and that, I think, was a great motivator for them coming into this game was, boy, we didn't play very well against Nebraska. Let's turn this thing back around.
And it all adds up to an 8-5 season, 5-4 in the Big Ten, and I'm told that we have the head coach of the Hawkeyes on the line with us now. Kirk, are you there?
Ready to roll.
Okay, ready to roll. Here he is, Coach Ferentz. You got to be worn out by now.
I feel pretty good, actually. Being around our guys makes me feel about 25 years younger, I got to say.
Oh, I just thought you were talking to the national media for the last hour. We're glad you finally found us up here in the press box, but congratulations.
For the record, I'm just following directions. Okay, I'm not.
I know.
Yeah. Okay.
And for the record, I'm kidding you.
I know that. No, thank you. Appreciate it. And, what a great job these seniors have done for us.
Yeah, indeed. Put the season in perspective, Coach, including today.
Well, first of all, again, I just echo proud of everybody, but especially our seniors. They've done a great job leading. This has been one of the more challenging years I can remember, quite frankly, and but also one of the more gratifying years, if that makes sense. And I show my age. I go back. I mentioned references a while ago to our team in 1982. We started out 0-2, and it was an ugly 0-2, and then we kind of scratched and clawed. And I remember winning the Peach Bowl over Tennessee to finish 8-4, and that 8 wins felt like 50. It was an unbelievable year and a great job by the team. And it's not a direct parallel, but a lot of parallels just in terms of leadership, guys growing, and finding ways to be successful. And that. We're losing some really good players here with the senior class, but more importantly, losing great leaders.
Well, and Sam Laporta has been on with us, and we asked him about that, and he said really after the 3 losses, the seniors just kind of said it's time for us to buck up and get tighter and get this boat turned around.
Well, Ed, I know you know a football player, and you see him, and Laporta is a football player.
Yeah.
And just an all unbelievable teammate. Like, he just is, he's so good. So, and that's what it takes. Good teams have good guys out front, and these guys have done a wonderful job. And Sam's premier.
And on the flip side, we talked in the pregame visit. You had to have, you knew you'd get a great game out of Jack Campbell. You always do. But until you see his numbers again, you just come away shaking your head. 10 tackles, 8 solo. But it was very evident again today, Kirk. Just his leadership in the middle of that defense it's priceless.
He from his toes, bottom of his feet to the top of his head, he's all football player, and he is just wired so right and so impressively as a person and as a football player as well. Just ultra competitive. in a healthy way, not being a knucklehead, but he's just ultra competitive, extremely humble in a very genuine way, and just is always working to get better. And yeah, he sets such a great example. And I try to encourage younger guys, like, we get some guys in this room, just like, you want to model behavior, be like these guys, and you're on the right path. And Jack, Jack's just an exceptional guy, and shared that with every NFL person I've talked with. And a friend of mine was actually at the game here scouting today, and re-echoed it to him, like, this is a guy, if you get him on your team, you'll never let him leave your organization. No way.
Well, somebody who learned really well from him, it seems to be Xavier Wampa. Boy, he had quite a day, huh?
How about that, huh? Just jumping in there, and I asked him, I didn't ask him before the game because I was afraid of the answer, but I did ask him afterwards here, were you nervous? He says, no. I said, well, that's good. That's what you came here for, is to play, not watch. So, but he's been doing a great job on special teams. He's I can't say enough about him. He showed up last January, highly recruited, all that stuff, and you would have never known it. Like, this guy just shows up, works, got a great personality, works hard, attentive, coachable, and great to see him have that kind of success out there today. That was fantastic.
And Coach, the bigger picture, Ed and I were talking just before you joined us here. Yeah, it's going to be tough to lose a Riley Moss, and Kayvon Merriweather left a week or two ago, and Phil Parker just keeps turning over that secondary, and not only Wampa, but Cooper DeJean and Sebastian Castro had a lights-out game today.
How about Sebastian?
Yeah. Oh, man.
He's his best day as a Hawk.
As good as the present is, the future looks mighty bright.
And they tried to find Castro, too, didn't they?
Yeah, they sure did.
And that guy's fast.
He is
I'm not
fast.
sure I like that matchup, but they tried to find him, and Sebastian's right there. And the other guy I'll throw in there is Jamari Harris, who's obviously hasn't been able to play because of his medical injury, but you talk about a guy growing, and he went through this last year. But, as I'm sitting here right now, I'm pretty confident he's going to play really well for us next year. And be a leader. Like, he is a leader. He's taken that ownership, too. So, you hate to see guys out, but guys with the right attitude, they improve even then. So it's Phil does a great job, all those guys do, and we'll find a way to fill out a roster next year, hopefully.
And before we move to Joe Labus, since we're going through the defensive lineup, I seemingly bring up Deontay Craig every game, but Aaron Graves, Van Ness was plugging holes, Joe Evans was flying off the edge, and I know I'm going to leave somebody out, but as a group, you've got 10 guys that deserve minutes.
Yeah, it's really true. And a year ago, September, we were pretty young up there and kind of showed it. Van Valkenburg is the only veteran guy, and but these guys have just grown weekly, and that's a fun part about football, and that's how we're kind of built. We got to build our own, and to watch those guys progress and grow, and it's pretty damn impressive. And whether it's young guys like Graves or the older guys like you mentioned with Joe Evans, it's fun to watch those guys work and get better.
Well, Joe Labus answered the bell under all of this pressure, and I told Dolph I was watching, I'm sure you saw it, your team warm-up play.
First play.
He fumbled the first snap.
Yeah, you noticed that, Ed?
Yeah, I did. I had my binoculars on him. I wanted to see how he would, first of all, he gets down under that center so low.
His butt is about 6 inches from the ground.
I don't know how he gets his foot.
I'm not sure I do either, I got to tell you.
But I went to Dolph. I said, "Oh, Dolph, you're not going to believe this."
Well, what exacerbated it was Alex fumbled his first snap in the game. I think Spencer had an issue with that early on, but I guess it's a great tradition here at Iowa because they're going to be good after that.
Well, yeah, it's a lot better if they do it in pregame instead of the real game.
That's what I told Ed, Coach.
But it's not reassuring for that next 40 minutes. We had to wait till kickoff, and I didn't bother asking him if he's nervous because I already knew the answer to that one. And no sense, piling on.
But a 120 quarterback rating with no turnovers in a game for a first-time starter, I know you'll take that.
First and foremost was playing clean football. Yeah, first and foremost. We're counting on our defense to play well. And, they're playing a new quarterback too, so not that you can bank on, some mistakes or, us forcing some things, but I was banking on that. And the other component to me was just our special teams were outstanding today. We gave up the one punt return, but outside of that, I joked with Torrey. I said, we should have made you a captain sooner, apparently, because, man, was he on spot. He punted his, that was impressive. And then Maybe as good as anything was Dallas Craddock going down there and nailing number 2.
Oh, boy.
If I was worried about one thing, it was number 2, taking one because he's so capable. So,
he is.
I think we nailed him on the 16, and I think that, I don't want to say it hurt him, but it shook him up a little bit, number 2, and that's a good thing.
Yeah, and especially when they call for a fair catch.
Yep.
Let the ball bounce, goes up straight in the air, then grab it and run down the field. That's a new one on me, and it didn't draw a flag.
Yeah, whatever. So, here we go. But, anyway.
Well, it's
and Dallas is a good story too. There's a guy who's in the transfer portal. He's going to be going to Lindenwood, and but he stayed with us and finished it out. And see him make a play like that. That's what football's about. Just those kinds of stories. That's what it's about.
We couldn't figure that one out. Corey corrected me or enlightened me that you can jump in the transfer portal and play if you're going to if you're not going to another Division I school. Is that the short answer?
It is, and there are some good things about the transfer portal, and he wants to go play. He wants to go play at a
sure.
He wants
closer to home.
Yeah, he wants to play closer to home, and he should be a every play starter. And he probably won't. We mentioned the young DBs we got right now, so I can't say enough about him. He graduated 2 weeks ago, and he checked every box. So just that's good stuff in football.
Well, I just got a note here from Corey that Tory Taylor has made a statement.
Yeah.
Well, how about that? Could you enlighten us on that, Coach?
Well, it sounds like he's coming back. So that's good news by us, that's for sure.
Good week with Reganey and Torrey and
might be another one or two. We'll see. We'll see.
All right.
Well, we got a couple lines in the water.
Yeah. Are you getting a bite?
We'll find out.
Well, that's a good way to end the show, Coach. But as we talked earlier in the week, how this game has changed. For all the obvious reasons. You mentioned the transfer portal, NIL, opt-outs. Injuries are always a part of who's playing and who isn't. But I loved your answer. Hey, we created this situation. Yeah. We will figure it out and find a way out of it, and things will smooth out, and we're all 4 players bettering themselves, whether it's financially or otherwise. But as you head into the off season, what's first on your bullet list, your important list?
First and foremost is everybody relax a little bit. We need everybody needs time off. Coaches, players. These guys started working mid-January, late January last year, whatever it would have been, 18th, 20th, and it's a long season. It's changed so much. It's a long season, so I think it's great for everybody to have a chance to get away and just enjoy family and really just unwind. And the coaches need the same thing. And then, plenty of time. But I'm just we got a lot of great young people in the program. I think we got a great coaching staff, and we know where the hot spots are. And I got to tell you, it's invigorating to see some of the improvement we saw behind the scenes this month. You think about the young offensive linemen. There wasn't a senior starting today, and those guys did a great job, and they've grown, and there's no way to microwave that. You just gotta be patient and keep working. But we're working with the right guys, and we'll improve that. And then we'll keep working systematically. But I've got total confidence that we're going to be fine. That's the fun part about this is the fun part about it is the work that you put into it, and as long as you got good people around you, which we do, it's exciting. So. Again, can't be more proud of this team. You think about it, a couple 3-point losses, 2 teams that are playing today, arguably 2 of the top 3 or 4 teams in the country, and then, we not only lose our quarterback in the Nebraska game, but lose him to a really bad injury as it turns out. But even in that game, we fought right to the end, gave ourselves a chance. The spirit of this team, and again, that goes back to the leadership, just the example they set. So, as long as we're working hard and competing hard, we'll have a chance to have a good football team. And that's conversation for another day. But we're looking forward to it. And tomorrow's a new year, so I guess maybe Monday we'll start talking about with the new year. But right now I'm just really proud of this group, and just so, privileged to be part of it. It's a good deal.
Yeah, we're privileged to have you, too. Coach, thanks for all your insight and candor all season long. Congratulations on the 35th bowl game in Hawkeye football history. Is an impressive win, 21-0. To get a shutout, that puts icing on the cake. Thanks, Coach.
Well, you guys have been great to work with, and you're good friends. Appreciate it.
Take care, Kirk.
Thank you.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year indeed. Coach Ferentz, if he's anything, he's up front and he's honest.
Well, that's how you last 24 years.
At one school, right?
Yeah.
All right.
Well, you got to win some games, too.
Yeah, that helps.
Yeah.
That helps. So we'll see. Are there changes coming inside and outside the building? We'll know here in the next few weeks. Coach always likes to sort through things and analyze it and talk to people. And we'll look forward to the spring ball, Edward, come March and April as we wrap up this year with a 21-0 win in the Music City Bowl. Let's conclude our year with the Pioneer Plays of the Game. Here we go. Pioneer, thank you.
Here's today's Plays of the Game. Brought to you by Pioneer. What do you call an Enlist E3 soybean with elite germplasm? Introducing Pioneer Brand A Series Enlist E3 soybeans, featuring Pioneer's high-performance genetics like no other. Talk to your local Pioneer sales representative to learn more about these exclusive varieties. Here's today's Pioneer Hawkeye Plays of the Game.
And here's the other tight end, Lachey, fighting for the pylon. He is over. That's a touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Hawkeyes. See what the Iowa defense has in store for him here. Rushing 4. The receiver goes in motion. Play fake to the tailback. Here's the throw. Picked off. And going the other way with it is Xavier Wampa. He's at the 10, 5. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown. Xavier, the X-Man. Some fresh troops. They go empty -1. They have one tailback for blocking, and still Wade's on his horse running away, and he's sacked. Our first Mershman seed sack of the day by the All-American Jack Campbell, who ran him down near the Iowa sideline. Wade's ready to go. He's standing at his 2-yard line in the gun, one running back, a tight end, 3 wide receivers. Well, they play fake on the draw to the tailback. He's going to throw, and it's picked off. Touchdown, Iowa. Touchdown, Cooper DeJean.
This is Iowa Hawkeye football on the Hawkeye Sports Network from Learfield.
That wraps up our coverage. Thank you, Pioneer, for sponsoring our Plays of the Game all season long. Wraps up our coverage from the Trans-Perfect Music City Bowl. Iowa wins at 21-0 over Kentucky. Eddie, this concludes year 26 for you and me, and very enjoyable. We certainly had our somber moments this season, but in the end, we're always all Hawks, and we're always Hawks, and we appreciate the effort the guys put forward again this year.
Well, for sure, and the Hawk fans, again, and how many times did the Stoops boys say, people of Iowa?
People of Iowa, and therefore it's the listeners who are tuned in all over Iowa and really all around the country. And I don't know that we'll ever see another player like Jack Campbell, but he could be wearing number 3 going forward, maybe playing a different position, but it still starts with the heart and the smarts. Yeah. And Cooper DeJean has him at one end of the age spectrum. Jack Campbell, he's going to be something going forward, as is Seth Benson, as are all those seniors. Biggest class ever for Coach Ferentz, 25 seniors this year, thanks in large part to COVID and the 6th year of eligibility. So we'll see you next Labor Day.
Oh, you've got it. I'm going to go see if there's anything going on in town. It's New Year's Eve in Nashville.
Well, it's a pretty dull community. What's that street? Broadway?
Broadway.
All right, buddy. See you later.
See you later.
I'm Gary Dolphin. Thanks to, and Happy New Year to you, Ed. I'm Gary Dolphin. Thanks so much for joining us, as always, today and this year. Stay tuned to your local Hawkeye Radio Network for more coverage of Hawkeye football. And tomorrow, again, Iowa basketball. The Hawkeye women at Illinois. You'll hear Rob Brooks' call there starting at 1:45 with the pregame show. And I was in error. Our Hawkeye men's game at Penn State starts with pregame coverage at 3:30 tomorrow afternoon, 4:30 tip-off from Happy Valley. Until then, thanks to Ed Podolak. Thanks to Corey Sheets, our engineer-producer. Brian Fleming was handing me stats and spotting today. And thank you so much for your listenership. We're nothing without you. Final score again from Nashville in the Music City Bowl. Hawks 21 and the Kentucky Wildcats nothing. This is Hawkeye football from Learfield.
This has been the U.S. Cellular postgame show. U.S. Cellular, the official wireless partner of the Iowa Hawkeyes. Also by Hy-Vee, Score.